Hello there, guys. Hello, Adam. How's it going? Oh, my microphone working. Hope it is. Oh no, the game's coming out of my bottom. Right, Samir. Oh no, still on ACC. How can you be on that? Why is Windows?
Okay, let's go.
Windows is so weird. No yogurt on this one. Oh no, cat debate. Unacceptable. Oh man. How did Windows change the audio settings randomly? So random. Windows is weird, honestly. Doesn't even make any sense. Don't make any sense why it changed it. Very weird. Bad sleep. Yeah, well, kind of. I mean, the problem is yesterday I absolutely destroyed myself because we did 12 hours of live streaming. 12 hours and yeah, so a bit wrecked, and then but I'm not tired now because I kind of slept yesterday, but yeah, just feel destroyed. So I've heard of the wheels. We haven't tried them though. Where's the LMG T3? There we go. 32-minute race. Starts in 30 minutes. Spa. Perfect. Have they fixed the tyre issue yet? Why can't I join? "74 minutes. Oh, here we go. Oh no, this is circuit to Alga. What's going on here? It's static foveated rendering basically. So it divides the screen up into multiple zones because with a VR headset, well, so the way your eyes work is that only what you're looking at is sharp, but very small amount what you're looking at, like a coin, is sharp. When you look at stuff, it looks like everything's sharp, but it isn't. It's your brain constructs the image to make it seem sharp when actually it isn't. It's only what you look at sharp, which is actually really weird when you think about it. But so with video games, either you can, with VR, you don't need to render the whole view as to being really, really sharp, because a VR headset's really wide view basically. So you only really need the center to be really sharp. Like ideally, you have eye tracking and it would make sharp whatever you're looking at. But basically, even without eye tracking, you can make this part of the image sharp, this center bit really sharp, and then you make this bit less sharp, and then you make this bit less sharp, and then you make this bit, by less sharp, I just mean you render it at lower resolution because you can't see the detail anyway. Your eyes are really low res. Even if you look left in a VR headset, you're still actually looking at the middle of the screens. Basically, you're not looking at the edges. So it really helps for getting better frame rate. Yeah, I don't know what they do. I don't know why it seems to have some like weird bugs in it, but you'd have thought they'd have tested that before doing this update. I guess they needed to get this update out before Le Mans. Yeah, some OpenXR has it, but it's whether you do it natively in the game or through the VR drivers. But we'll just do some AI racing. I need some B-roll of this. How do you change the AI difficulty? Where's the AI difficulty there? We just put aggression. What about difficulty? There we go, let's try that. Ah, wrong button. Do you think that saved it? I did, I think. beautiful. Look at the fencing around Imola. It looks like a aeroplane. Like a military installation fencing. That's weird. Are you Chinese? Are you Chinese? Ah. Right. Let's get straight to race here.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start. Formation lap has started.
Gonna get VAT'd to death. Don't know why he's so loud on the radio. It's weird.
Green flag, green flag.
Maximum aggression from the AI. I'm just trying to get some B-roll here. We'll do some iRacing in a bit. I was recording a video about the update and then the footage I had was all terrible. I was like, oh, I need some LMU new update B-roll. my hands are wrecked, my body's wrecked from yesterday, guys. 12 hours of sim racing. Oh my goodness. Like my muscles are all like, nope. My hands, my back. I feel like I'm on drugs today. So bad. Hello, Pixel Therapy. I do not recommend 12 hours of live streaming.
2:0.17.
We just turned them off, I think. TC's on 1, was it? It's on really low. Off, yeah. Did you see the Lando Norris quote where he drives from the force feedback of his wheel in a real car? And he was complaining he can't feel the car. It's quite funny. Yeah, it's on 0. It was on 1. Oh, thank you, Scotty P. Appreciate
Good
it.
evening, UK West.
UK West. Thank you. No, he's for real. Like he drives from the steering wheel more than like he uses the steering wheel feel as a reference for where the limit is. And he tends to drive more from the steering wheel than the pedals.
Lap 149.5.
Just a different driving technique. Interesting. When you guys use your muscles too much, do they start itching? Because mine do. I get itchy muscles. I get well weird muscle soreness. Yeah. Wow. That's what you get for no TC. Wonder if we could have caught that with. I wonder if we could have caught that with faster. Well, yeah, I don't think we would have caught that. But yeah, let's try. I'm gonna try making the steering faster. I didn't push it in. We didn't have enough time. That spun from the throttle.
Formation lap has started.
That does happen in a real car. If you if you give a car too much throttle with too much steering, I've done it in a car, in a real car. Like it can just spin like that. I wonder if you have TC on 1. Yeah, Valve are doing Windows mixed Windows supporting Windows headsets. Oh, zero. Does that mean we have everything on 0? Is that still off? Fair enough. Reverb G2's alright. Yeah. The only bad thing with the reverb was the field of view's a bit low, but it's a comfortable headset. And it's a really good price. Well, that makes sense, Nisma. That's good to know. It saves me having to turn everything off every race. I'd normally race with a bit of TCM, but I like to see what cars drive like with no TC, because then you get a better feel for what causes slip and how controllable the tyres are when you go over the limit.
That time was a 1:59.54.
You can normally hear, if TC's kicking in, you can normally hear it, or you can normally feel it as well, like the slip angle gets stuck. Who are you calling a retardation? Pull up, pull up. I'll have none of that language here. Oh no! Why is this happening? Screen's turned off. I thought we'd fixed this issue. Oh, this is the full screen thing, isn't it? Nvidia, you're killing me. You're honestly killing me. I mean, really. We'll just wait here for like 2 minutes. Oh, Nvidia. Honestly. It's not melting, it's to do with Windows and HDMI. And Nvidia. Being stupid. It's not power. It's to do with EDIDs. Just give it a minute. You run in window mode, it doesn't do it. But if you have one screen in full screen, sometimes it then loses the EDID. Yeah. Well, no, we just wait. Well, let's have a drink whilst we wait. Some non-alcoholic Guinness. Why not? Beautiful. It's even worse on my system because we use 2 DisplayPort to HDMI converters, so they take longer to reconnect. Yeah, give it an hour or so. There we go. Get the chance. Beautiful. Just we'll be back with this in a minute. Oh, there we go. Nothing happened. We're going to need to run this in window mode. But I don't know if we get the same performance. Ah, I thought we'd fix this. What's happening? No, don't. No, I don't want to exit the game. I want to go back to the menu. Was this quit the whole game? No. No, this is an NVIDIA problem. Computer says no. So it displays a picture. Yeah, we'll try. I can't normally get this game to run smooth in Windows, so this could be a problem. It's nice that my monitor has a message on the screen as well saying let's see what we can do here. Change the settings for this game. Where's my insightful updates? What with reviews? We haven't done any. We didn't have any good B-roll. You're trapped into watching a live stream. What is going on with my computer? There actually, I think there might be a driver update as well, so we might try that. We didn't have this monitor issue. Didn't happen yesterday at all. Hello. Let's update our drivers. This will cause problems, but might as well give it a go. Oh no, it's up to date. I think. No, we're all up to date. Oh dear. Well, that's good and bad. Let's see if the window mode of this works. They haven't changed the tire model on LMP2. They only changed it on the LMGT3. Yeah, they haven't changed the tyres on the LMP2. Oh, sorry, Alex. You'll fall asleep watching this, though. They might have changed the car setups on it, but they haven't changed the. Well, let's try this in windowed mode and see what happens. You have a very relaxing voice. It's the voice of chronic fatigue. Oh boy. Oh, that's weird. Because I emailed them and they said they hadn't updated it. Maybe they're confused. That's random. Maybe whoever emailed me didn't know. I specifically emailed them and said, "Oh, have you updated?" Or maybe the hypercars haven't been updated. Who knows? I'm sure they get hammered. So, well, because I think maybe they didn't significantly change it. Who knows? Well, we'll try it. We'll give it a go. That's good if they have, because that was a car that I like and it was a bit weird. 1 hour before update. Yeah, fair enough. Oh, I'm gonna get OBS going on here. Let's see if we can get this to run smooth still. Yeah, no, well, so there's no most of it. So, and the way NVIDIA driver updates work, most of the updates, there's no point in you updating. Most of the updates are due to a specific video game having a thing added to it, right? Like the shaders or something, or an optimization that the graphics card can use. So most of the NVIDIA updates are when a new video game comes out. As a result, there's no point in you doing the update unless you've got that video game and you're having problems. If you're not having any issues, don't bother updating, basically. It's that simple. And then every now and again they do like a major update, which will be like some architectural fix or like a big update. So NVIDIA are a bit behind on their drivers for 50 series because they're working on AI stuff a lot more than graphic stuff. So we have to suffer the AI revolution. But it's the same with any drivers, with Windows, with computers, and wheel, firmware, whatever. If something's working, it's working. Just enjoy it. If it's only if it's not working should you try the new thing, basically. Unless it's like a big feature update, you know. You learn this with computers. Yeah. It's like going to the doctors, right? Hello, Lentillion. You're not enjoying the tyres. What are you enjoying? What are you struggling with? Yeah, it's like going to the doctors or having medical stuff, right? You can have a problem that's a mild problem that's not something that keeps getting worse. I'm not a doctor, by the way. This is not medical advice. You can have a problem that's not progressing and it's a mild problem, and a lot of the time having surgery sometimes can fix the problem, or you might have to have surgery, otherwise it will get worse really bad, right? So you need the surgery, fine. But there's a lot of fringe cases and issues you can have where the thing is a surgery, you know, you have the risk of infection, the risk of a mistake in the surgery, all these things. So it's sometimes not messing with things is often a good, you know, even when something's a bit broken, not messing with it can be better. Well, yeah, but then you have the problem of like, it's like, is your computer broken? And you've got a problem, and then someone fixes it, and then there's like new issues, and then the person that fixes it gets blamed. So that happens in medicine as well. Like you have a problem, you go to the doctors, but then you're more aware of other problems, and then or some other problems happen, but those other problems might happen because you were ill with something else. You know, so it gets very complicated very quickly. My experience with doctors is I go there, tell them exactly, either I diagnose myself and tell them exactly what's wrong, and they go, yep, you're correct, here you go, and then it gets fixed, or I don't know what's wrong and I say, this, and then they go, oh, you're probably making it up, and I'm like, well, no, because I actually feel ill. and they're like, And then I'm like, well, look, so I have to go back and work out exactly what's wrong with me and then tell you what the cure is, and then you just have to sign off on it. And they go, yeah, it's so ridiculous. But that's how I found doctors to be. In the UK, at least. iRacing and LMU, they're just different. Are the RGB tyres back? I hope so. Oh, wait, hang on, we're just waiting here. Did we even join the event? Oh, gotta wait. I think it's a bit delayed. Next race start. We'll go back and forwards and see. The servers are. At least it's not. At least you're not going to end up homeless in the UK. Like you don't. You're not going to get bankrupted. So the current thing is, I won't go into too many details. But I have to go to the doctors every now and again for like a checkup for something. But the problem is, the hospital I have to go to is not close to me. And like, I know if something is getting better or not, or how it's progressing. I don't need a doctor to tell me, like, but they have their system, right? And so they always book an appointment at the most absurd times. And then they want me to travel like at absurd times to somewhere that's in the middle of like a bloody field. And it's like, guys, I can call you and I will ask for the appointment myself. I mean, on one side, it's really great that they're actually being proactive and actually booking appointments, because that's a problem in the UK. But on the other side, they always book it before I'm doing like random time when I'm not there. So last time this happened, it took like 6 months because I had to keep cancelling the appointments that they randomly kept making me. And I know, and last time I went, it's like I know it wasn't a problem anymore. But they're like, oh, we need to check. I was like, okay, well, look, fine. But yeah, they're really good actually. The actual doctors and the hospitals and the people are so nice. So on the plus side, really amazing people. Telephone met, yeah, that's really good though. A lot of that stuff actually makes sense for a lot of things. Like having a lot of doctor stuff can be done over a telephone. Perfectly fine. Horse doctor. Yeah, it's and it depends what you need to get seen for in the UK as well. That's the other thing. It depends. So in the UK, if you break a bone or something, or you've cut yourself, or you're like bleeding, they're really good. But if you have something that's more subtle, you're screwed. Yeah, no, this is what I say. Ah! Hello? Okay. What is going on? Why did we just go to neutral? What happened there? I didn't. We've got ghosts in our computer, guys. Man, the cold tyres in this are absurd. I think my USB just disconnected. Ah, my TV's gone off again. What is going on? Why is that TV going off? Even in windowed mode. Oh, we'll be a while. This didn't do this yesterday at all. What on earth is going on? This is super weird. think maybe it's because I'm recording the screen? It's going to be a while as the screens all refresh themselves. Oh, is it still running full screen? I don't think it was. It's not to do with the Nvidia driver. Guys, please don't give me tips in chat because I know what the issue is. Thank you. It's just time to do some hoovering. Oh, there we go. Whee! Calm down. Great. Alright. It is very strange. Car's having a seizure. Very strange. Let's try it. Let's turn this off. Let's see what happens. It's very weird. When you get tech support from chat from people that really don't know what they're talking about. Right. We have a 50%. I think 60% is enough. Oh yeah, we've got to do the. Is it? They're not fixed that yet. It is weird, isn't it? That's a weird bug. It's weird that they didn't fix that bug, or that they didn't notice it. It's definitely field of view and wheel rotation. Oh, it's still there. Why is my monitors doing this so badly? Like, this is crazy. Doesn't normally do it like this much. It's so random the way that this happens. We're gonna have to wait again. Did do this once yesterday. This is like the magic of Nvidia. Just wait whilst it sorts itself out. Hopefully we'll get to do the race. That'd be nice. It's just going to keep doing it though, so can we quit and rejoin before quali ends? Do you think that'll work? Probably is a t-shirt. My goodness. I love this is just the B-roll apparently. I love how it takes these screens so long to cycle through the resolutions as well. That's what I really enjoy. It doesn't just flick off. It takes 3 minutes to go through. There we go.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
Great. Well, we can try this. Starting in the pits. Oh my god. Okay.
Green flag, green flag.
Fantastic. I can't turn my car on. Could this go any worse? I can't go because I don't have a start. What's the shortcut? No. Well, how do you start the car in this by default? Oh my god. Retire from race is all I get. Settings, controls, bloody hell, guys. Right, it's alright, doesn't really matter. I don't even know what we could bind it to. Is this going to let me do it with the keyboard? No? Oh, man. Why wouldn't it let me do it with the keyboard? Wheel of... Oh, there we go. What is single Q-tip? I don't even know what that is. No. No. M key, there we go. We'll do it with M key. I mean, what can you do? What can you do? And the tyres are cold as well. Oh my god. We didn't even drive out the pit lane. You're probably right, but yeah, some good quote. You can't prepare for like completely unexpected weird shit. The way you prepare for that is by doing stuff, so you know what weird stuff can happen. Might as well just quit this and do the monitor thing. Let's see if it's running in windowed. Well, this is LMU, so this is not have the major update. Oh yeah, we didn't click apply. Oh, go on then. Oh no, there we go. Bonjour. Problem is this. Well, let's try this now. The game LMU is a pretty old graphics engine, and so it doesn't like windowed mode as much as full screen. You can just use Marvin's app for 360 Hz force feedback with iRacing. Right, we'll see. We'll see how this works for frame rate.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
He sounds depressed. Probably because he's tried using NVIDIA graphics cards, so I don't blame him. What's going on here? Has the game just crashed? Oh, is my computer... What's going on? No? What's going on? No, that's working. what are we waiting for? Hello? What? Yeah, no, I did. I know it stopped. This is not going. That's weird. Oh, there we go.
Formation lab has started.
That was really weird. Yeah, strange. That was a weird bug. Let's all just sit in silence. It's a very peaceful game, this. It's a very relaxing update, I have to say. At the end of it, it's the Greta Thunberg update. You're not allowed to drive. You just have to sit there and contemplate your life choices. It's sit there and think about what you've done. On second thoughts, I've decided not to be a race driver update. It's race drivers decided to give up on racing. Petrol strike. Petrol Strike sounds like a new, like Desert Strike or Counter Strike game.
Green flag, green flag.
Why is the field of view of my mirror compressed? Is that just me? Just stop oil. Yeah, so like it is funny how it's more. I thought you liked iRacing, Lentillion. I find the way you have to drive this now is more like iRacing, where you have to be preemptive because the way the tyres lose grip, and you have to set the. Oh, you hated it. Okay, fair enough. You can, if you make your steering more sensitive in LMU, it makes it a lot easier to catch the snaps. I'm not sure. It's still LMU. Still, it's a bit weird how it drives. Oh, yeah, they made it more like iRacing. Oh, you're kidding me. It's the right-hand monitor keeps turning off first. And even in window mode, this doesn't make any sense. There's nothing I can do here. Bloody hell. It's really weird that my this right-hand screen is doing this. It's weird that it didn't do it for ages, and then now it's doing it constantly. Oh, it's just...
The pace car is out of control.
It's not LMU crashing. No, we're not. Chat, don't try and troubleshoot the issue. Yeah, here we go. Okay, let's. If everyone in chat could suggest really obvious things that are not related to the issue, that's my hobby. Greta strikes again. We'll just wait again, like a few minutes for it to. It's interesting because when I booted my computer as well, it changed audio as well, which is weird, because that was just strange. So it's the right-hand TV that's doing it. Hang on.
The pace car is out of control.
Something with my right-hand screen and the Windows being stupid. Where's DD Girl? Yeah. Nvidia's had it's like a known issue with HDMI at the moment with Nvidia and LG TVs. It's not BIOS settings. Oh yeah, update it to make it worse. Oh, I could try disabling that HDMI sound thing anyway. I think I might have done already. What was the setting again for that? Just in case I haven't done that. We'll give it a go. We're on a 5090. Just give this a minute to reconnect here. Where is that setting? To jiggle the cable. Do for what was the setting? Yeah, where in sound devices? Yeah, maybe Windows did like a weird update or something. Because we had this working for a while now. Manage sound devices. What was it to disable? I'll just disable the TVs as a sound device. Was that right? Disable the HDMI sound stuff for the TV, yeah. Okay. How are you getting? Oh no, this should be fine. Right. Is that you? Oh, bloody hell. It's a specific NVIDIA issue with LG TVs and HDMI. It's like a known issue at the moment. I don't know why NVIDIA are taking so long to fix it, but yeah, disabling the sound devices is one of the solutions for it. But I don't know if it fixes it outright. But hey, we'll give it a go. Yeah, cheapo monitors are great. This is one of the downsides of having good equipment is it's more at the fringes. So if you just have like a bog standard monitor, bog standard DisplayPort monitor with with bog standard graphics card, it'll probably work quite well. Like you're lucky you aren't using VR. You never completed lap. Well, VR would actually probably work weirdly because Carmack did a really good job, and the Steam VR people did a really good job of that basic interface interaction because it has to, because you get motion sick straight away if it breaks. OBS. Oh, there we go. OBS wouldn't even stop bloody recording here. Right. Let's try this again. Well, why not? See if we can get this to work. We'll see if it keeps doing it. It's very strange though, because we were playing. We did 12 hours yesterday. This is the weird thing. 12-hour live stream yesterday didn't happen once. That's what's stupid about it. It doesn't make sense. 12-hour live stream doesn't happen once. And also we've been playing. We've been streaming all week. Didn't happen once. So you know, it's just weird, these sorts of things. I don't really mind. That's fine. It is what it is. I'll just be glad I'm not being racially attacked by a bunch of racists. That's the positive, I guess. That seems to be the trendy thing at the moment to be doing, is attacking people for no reason at all. So good times. Right, we'll get this. You bold white dude. Man, I hate English people sometimes. We're all boldists. Oh, here we go. Let's try this. Well, I don't want to rant too much about it, but like, how on earth can racists also be so stupid? Like, they're not even consistently racist, guys. Like, they're like, oh, something's happened that they don't even know anything about. Let's now be racist to any... And it's like, you're not even being racist to the right people that you're racist against. And it's not... It doesn't... You can't even be racist properly. That's how stupid you are. So, I mean, I wonder if it's racism is the issue, or if it's the, education and that sort of stuff. Hello, Full House Gaming. I think we should deport Random Call Sign for sure, though. Yeah, I think we can all get on board with that. Oh.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
We're talking. There's a bunch of riots in England because people are really stupid. Unfortunately, they're blaming the wrong people as well. People end up being racist instead of blaming the actual issues. So
the pace car is out of control.
It's like what's happening in America. You will get. Yeah, well, you know how it's going, guys. Let's not go into it. Yeah, it's just so we're just descending into outright fascism and stupidity, and then there'll be World War III. I mean, we've been really done over as millennials. You know, can we not just have like a decade of no BS. That'd be really nice, wouldn't it? Yeah, can we just like eat food and chill out and have a nice life? Is that too much to ask? Am I asking for too much? I think I might be.
Formation lab
Right, here
has
we go.
started.
Can we share the wealth? Let's have some wealth equality. And great, there we go. People can do it. People can work. I don't mind working. You know, I don't mind working if I had to work in a McDonald's or a Morrison's or whatever. 5 days a week, 4 days a week, 5 hours a day. That's fine. Have enough money to pay for rent and food. Great, that's a nice life. It's not much to ask, is it? Like, that should be, you know, that's entirely possible. Maybe do some building, maybe do some cleaning, whatever. It don't really matter. That should be like a basic, right? Oh well. It's because of wealth inequality, and and what happens is, rather than people going, oh, it's wealth inequality, things break out in destabilization because people are frustrated. So you then end up with the wealth inequality and the problems of that. It creates riots. It creates all these problems. But then it all gets distracted by those protests and riots, and then instead of your average person going, oh, hang on a minute, it's this overarching system. It's this overarching system and these incredibly rich people screwing us over. Instead of them realising that, they start attacking each other. Like, you get all the poors fighting amongst each other. Obviously, that's part of how it works, right? Yeah, it is the most peaceful time in some ways, yeah, and not in others. Depends how you define it. And it depends who you are. I mean, you could say, relative to the abundance of food and resources, is probably more important. So, like, you go, well, how peaceful is something relative to the abundance of basics, right? I think that would be the real measure. Oh well. Someone could have eaten the new tire mod. And here we are playing a racing game where we're pretending to drive rich people cars. Will the screen turn off? That's the real question. Yeah, I don't mind the changes they made to this, but I would like it to have better force feedback. I think if you're gonna make a sim have cars that lose grip easier and spin up easier, then you need more force feedback detail. And the LMU has really bad force feedback on the grand scheme of things. Like, LMU has good suspension, good bit of tug for the load, and a good bit of resistance for turning in. You can feel stuff, but in terms of like, you can feel the suspension going up and down a bit when you load the car, when you brake. But in terms of feeling where the tyres are at, there's like barely anything.
Time 150.13.
Mitch is happy, yeah. But then the sliding thing's interesting because it's... the way it drives now is probably better for esports drivers, but the sliding thing isn't the end of the world. And also, I mean, okay, it was like a bit absurd, but the thing is, real cars can hold slip from the front and rears quite comfortably. Not having that at all, in a sense, have actually made it less realistic. Like, the crazy sliding's not realistic, and it's a bit boring for esports drivers. But watch any onboard of real GT3 cars, they're constantly popping the cars into slip, four-wheel slip. It happens over and over again, all through a lap, repeatedly, non-stop. So not having that dynamic at all, just to get rid of the slip slide, is in a sense, in some ways realistic, some ways not realistic. The slip slide is the R Factor 2 combined slip. So you could basically put the car into a drift every single corner, but quite an aggressive drift. So the esports drivers, I mean, to be fair, it's a bit like the AC corner drifting thing, but it was it's a bit baked in LMU, like an R Factor 2. So it's quite a large amount of combined slip, and so basically a good driver would just approach every corner by getting into that low skill, from their perspective, low skill combined slip state, and then you just hold that through the corner. So they didn't. So the previous version of the game, you didn't have to use the brake as much and the accelerator as much to get through the corner. It was more just get the car into that slip state. But so now it's a bit more like iRacing, where you basically just have to drive it super smooth on the brake and on the accelerator, less steering authority. Which, if you're an iRacer, you won't mind, but if you're a bit of a noob, you'll probably find it really frustrating. Yeah, you have to drive on the brake pedal. Basically, you're turning using the brake and trail braking way more than using the steering and the grip of the front tyres. So that is more how you drive iRacing. But a real GT3 car is more like AC1. And but AC1's still not that. AC1's still simplistic and not as snappy as real cars. AC1's still like a drawn out, over the top controllable slip. Well, iRacing's actually, ironically, iRacing actually has really sloppy tyres. That's the weird thing. Like, the sliding is really drawn out in iRacing, and also you don't really ever counter steer like you don't do snap counter steer in iRacing ever, really. You're just slopping around. So, but it's weird because in some ways iRacing does come across as more grippy as long as you're under the limit. It's just weird. They're all see, that is ridiculous. We caught that, but that was just we just happened to fractionally go over the tyres there. And I had to do a brake accelerator catch to stop us spinning there. That wasn't even from the throttle, that was from turning. There was no force feedback for that, so maybe that's the problem, that there was no force feedback for that situation. If I had to then, if that situation required me to just snap counter steer, that would have actually been quite realistic. But snap counter steer wouldn't have caught that. Also, that's kind of like AMS2 thing where there was no warning for that. There was absolutely no warning for that slide occurring. And it was also, I was pretty much driving that the same as the previous lap and the lap before. It's just that the tyre temperatures had changed a bit. So the grip had changed a little bit. There was also no way to feel in the force feedback when we were turning into that corner. There was no way to feel in the force feedback that we were near the limit of the tyre. So in AC1, I would have felt through the force feedback that the rear of the car was getting close to being at the limit of its grip. But there was nothing in this. So in AC1, you would have actually been able to counter steer before you even slip, because you'd be like, oh, I know from my experience that the back of the car is probably going to step out if I turn any more or if I get on the throttle, because I know that I've actually put the tyres already at the limit. And that's what it's like in real life, but you might know it from like a memory of the rotation of your arse. So but maybe you go, well, you had no TC on. But I mean, you should still be able to catch it. Like, even with TC and stuff on, this back still would have snapped then, because it wasn't on throttle. Exactly. TC shouldn't affect it. So it still would have gone over regardless. TC should only affect throttle. I think with the force feedback, I think the force feedback's probably the missing component, because you wouldn't get the car in that situation in the first place, or you would know where the car is to then know that you can't push it anymore, to then not be surprised by the sudden loss of rear grip, because it wouldn't be a surprise, right? That's why you need the force feedback. Otherwise, now the way you have to drive this becomes like iRacing, in that you've done that slide once visually at that speed in the race, so you now set in your brain some predefined steering angles, predefined routines through the corner that you can't do. Right, but from trial and erroring fail conditions, so it then turns into pure rote memorization for avoiding getting binned, rather than reactive skills. But the problem with the tyre skidding sound and chirping, it works in iRacing because the tyres are so drawn out. Like, the slip is really, really drawn out and slow, so you have plenty of time to listen to the tyre skid sound to use that as a reference. But with more realistic slicks, the grip comes and goes quicker. That's just how real tyres are, right? So by the time you've heard the skid, it's too late to have a preemptive thing. You need to do it through the force feedback, because you can have a large range of force feedback load before the tyres go over. And a specific feel that lets you know that, look, if I turn any more, we're in trouble. So that's why the force feedback You could have it. You could do it through sound. Like you could have even with slicks like this, you could have a scrub sound that's fake to help, and you could use tactile transducers for vibration for sure. But again, you might as well just do the force feedback decently in the first place. Works for everyone. What details? No, like the sim doesn't put out the dynamic range. R-Factor 2's never really been that good for force feedback. It's always like really overrated. You have to keep in mind R-Factor 2 came out before AC1, right? This is technically older than Assetto Corsa. At least my screens haven't turned off though. I mean, the thing is, I've got so used to playing, like, iRacing has lowered the bar so much for me that this isn't too bad. It's like sim racing has actually gotten worse. I started off on Richard Burns Rally, which is obviously the best game ever made. then R Factor 1 and AMS 1 and what have you. And then GTR and things are great. And then AC. And then since then it's just got worse. Like the equipment's got better, but the sim's got worse. But in the intermediary time, I played a lot of iRacing, and I've got a lot better at sim racing, and I've got used to playing iRacing. So I've managed to lower my bar by playing so much iRacing that anything is better than that driving wise. Like I like the racing and the voice chat and stuff in iRacing, but the driving is so bad, but it makes everything else seem a lot better. But then it is really sad if you're like, look, just compare this to AC1, which is 14, 15 years old. So I mean, I don't mind this. You just have to drive it like iRacing more. "30 years ago, you kill Lampong from anything made of metal." Yeah, the hardware's insane. I mean, 30 years ago, I had no money at all. Like so when I was sim racing. So I came out of university. I started sim racing in my second year of university, playing Live for Speed. Well, I was sim racing properly with a steering wheel, and I was playing GTR 2. And then when I graduated university, I started a business with some friends, and we had no money at all, absolutely nothing. We were renting in like a shitty house with holes in it. Oh, it was terrible. And I had nothing. And I was extremely excited by the G25. Right. The fact is, so back 2006, 2007, the G25. This is where we were at in sim racing. The G25 was genuinely like, oh my god, it's like a real car wheel. Like, oh my god, that was a G20. It was like, oh, I can move it freely. I can feel the game better. It rotates relatively quickly. You can spin it around quickly. That was new. It's got a H pattern with it. That's how bad things were. And then like a year or two afterwards, the sort of T500 came out, and it was like, oh, it's stronger like a real car, and it's belt driven, it's dampened, but it actually felt like shit. And then you had like the Fanatec Porsche wheel, which felt like shit. But a lot of people thought it was good because they fell for the branding, but it was a terrible wheel. And then basically the Fanatec CSL Elite, the orange one that they sold, it came out about the same time as Forza 3, I think, or Forza 4. That was like the first really good belt-driven wheel. And then around about that time, people started being aware of the Bodner DD wheels, but they were like £5,000, and the only place you could maybe try it at Silverstone, there was a training centre, but it was like £5,000-6,000. But yeah, basically, yeah, now for £500 you can get something that's equivalent to what professional race teams were using. Right? So the hardware's mental. And then the brakes as well. Like back in 2006, we didn't really have load cells. I mean, the Club Sport pedals were, I think that, let's see, when did Club Sport pedals come out? It's really weird having lived through all the sim racing stuff and just how weird it is. How it is now, and it's just weird. Let's see what it says. There's no point. No, that's bollocks, Skywilk. Why do you repeat arguments that we've clearly explained are BS? Like, you make an argument, someone explains to you why that argument's incorrect, and then you repeat the same argument when it's been really clearly explained. So, like, and you even know it. You even know it. Like, you can beat someone on a DD wheel with a gamepad, right? That's beside the point of whether or not a DD wheel is better than a gamepad for playing a sim in terms of intuitive, being able to feel what's going on, how it affects you over the course over a longer race, you know, like how it literally transfers. Skywilk is so bad at conversation sometimes. It's like if he's made his mind up, he's like a concrete slab. Like, fortunately, he's a bit of a socialist, but for some reason he has like these mental views that he won't change, and maybe he will change them, and then it'll do. But you can't have a conversation with him. You never. Someone like Skywilk, you'll never convince him in the course of an. Even if you give all the information and say it and really clearly, you're in the course of a conversation, it will never take it on board. It's really weird. And then it'll repeat the same argument 10 times later. Like, we've explained this to Skywilk over probably like over 6 years ago, maybe 9 years, whilst playing Project Cars, and he will still come up with the same arguments. There's the wheel argument. There's the real sim racers can't be real driver argument. His anti-DD argument, but somehow he's a socialist. And then he wouldn't. I went to an event that he should have been at, so I could have punched him, and he wasn't even there. So I didn't even get the joy of beating him up at a press event, which would have been really nice. But we couldn't even do that. Didn't even get the joy of being able to assault him. Right, what am I doing here? The screen, maybe the thanks for Doofer for reminding us about the sound thing, because that might have worked if we're lucky, which is great. So I appreciate that. Actual, if it's worked, that was actual good tech support from the chat room, which is a miracle. To be honest, that's actually so rare. It's getting hazed in real time. Adrian Luke, I don't know why I find this so hilarious, but when I'm very high, I just think about how we're putting in so much effort to make a virtual car.
The pace car is out of control.
You know, that's what I've always felt about it though as well. And I think a lot of sim racers don't keep that in mind at all times. Like, oh, thanks Neil. Yeah, I did appreciate that. That did work. We're still using that as well. Yeah, like in my mind. Yeah, no, but it's all right, dude. For as long as I know, I'll just check. I'll remember to check. As long as I know that in my mind, I'm playing a video game. To me, it's I'm moving a 3D object around a 3D space with arbitrary mathematical code that defines how that happens. Right. The thing is that to me, Sims have always been sort of I've done games development. I've been around video games. I did a degree in games design. It was a bullshit degree. That's not a brag. It was a terrible degree. But I've been around 3D art, being creative and stuff, that kind of stuff. So to me, it's all like, it's just an abstraction, right? It's not, and I don't see it as real driving. I see it as a video game. It's 100% a video game, right? But I think one of the defining things with simulators is that a lot of people playing Sims, not just driving Sims, there's a degree of delusion in there that it's not a video game. And it's important for them to maintain that delusion. But I'm perfectly happy with the fact that it's a video game and using weird equipment, because I think that's still fun. It doesn't even have to be real cars to me. This is the thing, I don't really care if it's a real car or real track, to be honest. The immersion of it is, how does it feel, and then just having people to race against. I think it's accidental with Sims. It's an accidental positive. When a developer can copy real life, it means the game mechanics can be richer because they're using real life as a reference, and so they can all agree, well, let's try and copy real life, and so they accidentally, obviously they're trying to make a simulator, but it produces a richer video game because they're all using real life to justify, well, this is how we're going to make the tyres, this is how we're going to make suspension, these are the vehicles, and like, by copying a real world racetrack, it's like a nice environment, right? Whereas if you're trying to build a fictional racetrack, it's a lot harder to have a really good fictional location. A really good example of that is if you look at a similar sort of example, like Andor, the Star Wars series, or like films, when science fiction films use real world locations for their environments, and then they dress them up a bit to look like fictional stuff. So Andor used loads of locations in London. It's kind of a bit weird because you're like, hang on a minute. Hang on, that's where I'm walking to the shop. But the show feels more solid and real when the actors are in those locations compared to when they are on a set, even when it's a physical set and it's all been like made, like not a green screen, but like a physical set that's not actually at all based in reality. It never feels as solid or as like real to real world locations. So by leaning on reality and putting that into a fiction or the video game, I think it makes it feel more immersive because there's just more detail in reality, and the artist doesn't have to invent it all. They can lean on what's already there. So I think that's something that Sims really, really benefit from that non-simulator games don't. So that's a good thing. That's what I like. I do like that, but I don't actually care if it's real or not. I'm talking about how simulating reality allows you to, by accident, make a deeper game. Yeah, that's what happens with simulators. Yeah, and that's why I like them. It's not because I want to do the real activity. I just really like complex video games. David, is it easier to scan a track than to make one from nothing? It swings and roundabouts. It's easier in some ways and harder in others. And it depends on the type of... It depends what you're trying to do. Hello, Pan ID. It depends on the style of the game. It depends on the graphical fidelity of the game. It depends on a lot. If you're trying to make a realistic looking track, generally, yeah, it's probably easier. You've got more reference material. If you're doing 3D modeling, it's generally easier. The more reference material you've got, it's easier in the sense that you know exactly what you're going to do, so you can get on with the work. But it's harder in the sense that there's a defined thing that you have to do, as opposed to like phoning it in. So like if you don't have something that's defined that you have to do, you could do whatever, and maybe it's good, and then you go, yep, that's what I intended. Whereas if you have to copy the real thing, they'll be like, oh, I've done this. You'd be like, well, that's not the real thing, is it? You know, it doesn't look the same. So that is, it's not as clear cut as being easier all the time. Andor's good. I think Star Wars is pretty rubbish, generally speaking, but I enjoyed Andor. I like the scenery. I like the 1970s style props and aliens and the jankiness, and they kept that in some of the stuff, especially in season 1. I think they had lower budget for season 2, but generally the filming's quite good. The plot's a bit stupid. The writing is pretty stupid. The character motivations are pretty dumb. It's very cheesy. It's very obvious, but it's alright. It's Star Wars, isn't it? I think with Star Wars, we're watching Star Wars for the universe and the idea. It's just like a silly universe. It's like it's lightsabers, laser guns, Darth Vader, spaceships, planets, Wookiees. You know, it's just there's like a weird kind of, because it's been around since the 70s, it kind of has a nostalgic solidity to it that modern science fiction might not have. But I think Disney are ruining it. But yeah, no, the thing is, I don't have any expectation for Star Wars, so this is the thing. Like, I think of Star Wars, I like it, but I think it's stupid, but I enjoy it. It's really funny. My sister won't even watch. You know, Mandalorian. It's terrible. It's awful. It's honestly like wrestling or something. It's really bad, but I really enjoy it. It's really crap, but I enjoy it, and I know it's crap, and I don't mind. And my sister can't watch it. She has like a mental breakdown if I put it on. Like, just bringing it up makes her angry. Because it's so dumb. It is so dumb though. Like, he doesn't talk, and he's wearing a mask, and he's walking around, and everything they do is stupid, and nothing happens, and everything they do is stupid and makes it worse. But yeah, I quite like it. It is what it is though. I think the more that Star Wars doesn't try to not be what it is, I don't know. Oh no, Jar Jar Binks, I'm sorry, but I can't agree with that. I can't agree with that. I mean, a Jar Jar Binks, like, I feel really bad for the guy that played the actual actor that played him. I think if you look at the cutscenes and stuff, I think he did a really good job. I think the 3D artists did a terrible job, and then the way the character was, sort of the plot of the character was terrible. And I think it would have been good if it turned out that Jar Jar Binks was like a Sith, like an evil character, made out to be a buffoon that's annoying, so you ignore it, and then it turns out that he's actually a super evil character, which apparently someone asked George Lucas about that, and he said no, that was never going to be a thing. But that would have been amazing. The problem is George Lucas is boring and also not very good at character development. George Lucas is just really good at special effects direction and as a director, like directing, or getting lots of stuff together, but he's not a good writer. And I think he was good. George Lucas is really good when he was the director, but he had a lot of other people around him that were clearly very competent and were able to tell him, no, that's stupid. But then I think in later stuff, the reality is that George Lucas actually isn't that good at a lot of things. Like, his vision is like the stupid vision that then needs someone else to improve upon it, but he's there as like a rock for like the lowest common denominator. And I get the impression that he's actually a nice person. The general vibe I got from anything I saw with him. But I've never met him, so I don't know. Maybe he's mental. Do you think we'll actually get to do a race now? One of your dad's friends funded George Lucas early on and was never paid back. I wonder if that was George Lucas or the another. You know. Do you know what I mean? I'm not defending him, but there could be other complexities to that. But yeah, you don't know. You know. I mean, so for example, I've done business stuff. I've had people not pay me, but it wasn't their fault. Like it was like a business situation. So I don't hold it against that individual. It's just like, I mean, 50 grand's a lot of money, but you know, I've had fairly large sums of money in business not being paid for various reasons, not intentionally. Like people have gone out of business or stuff's changed. It happens in business. Obviously, 50 grand's a lot, but yeah. Can I say no? Well, this is not YouTube related. This is like years ago. I'm a fan. What can I say? Can I say what about LMU? I like LMU. I don't mind LMU. I think it's quite a fun video game. Oh, Full House. Wow. Who was it that wanted the new Moser wheel checking out? Because we've got it here next to us. I brought it down, so it's ready to put on the rig to see if it's much different from the R12. Might do that after a race. Was it you, Full House, or was it filing account, or was it someone else? Someone asked yesterday, and I said I'd do it. I'm gonna get a drink. I've run out of tea bags, guys. I went to Tesco's this morning, bought some non-alcoholic beer and cider and some food, and then I was like, oh, I was like, I know, you know when you're walking through a supermarket, and I was like, oh, there's something that I need. Normally it's like dishwasher tablets or like washing up liquid or something. You know, something you don't normally buy that you know you've run out of, but you've forgotten what it is. I know their shopping lists are a thing, but I don't like doing that. I like to be spontaneous. and then I got home, and then I was like, oh, tea bags, bloody tea bags. I need to buy a big box of Yorkshire tea bags. Back when I sold Happy Pills to kids. I've never done that, no. Back when I sold video games to to websites. It's not a new well. It's just the Moser R21 or whatever it is. We had it for a while. We just never put it on the rig because I really like the R12, to be honest. And I tend to put stuff on my rig that, if I'm using stuff, I tend to use stuff that I would be like, you know, I'd be like, oh, this is worth getting. Like, so the reason why I do a lot of sim racing with this wheel is it's affordable. I don't think it is the V3 one, but they're all the same. The whole version thing it's just a slightly different encoder on it. It wouldn't really make much difference. Yeah, this having an R12 on here gives me a good sort of middle of the road view of how the games feel. To be honest, all the DD wheels are pretty similar, really. As someone that's used them all, they're all pretty similar. Well, I'm just going to get a drink, and then we're doing this race. I'll be back in a minute, guys. Hello. I've just realised I've just made a cup of catnip tea. Oh no, it's Red Bush. Did you know you can make tea out of catnip? I didn't until I bought some by accident. Red Bush is like South African tea. Smells weird. Should taste alright though. Let's see if this bugs out. How did you get the wheels room belt driven? I mean, not really. I use the CS Club Sport wheel. It was all right actually. Surprisingly good. I mean, AC1 with a Club Sport wheel feels better than some other stuff with a DD. There's more just the quality wheels and quick release and stuff is quite good. Okay. Rue boys. What's that? Hello, Morn de Pluie. Bonjour. Are you French Canadian? This is French Canadian time. On iRacing, yeah, you just have to change the setting. You just have to turn the setting off. Yeah, T300's all right. I've got a T300, but it's a bit wrecked. I used it so much. Nice. Do you have a proper South African accent? I like that accent. South Africa? Oh, okay. It all makes sense. I think I bought it because of she doesn't stream. What's her name? The someone who used to stream. She's South African. Her and her husband used to stream iRacing. They haven't done streaming for ages. I don't know why they stopped. I think they're just busy with family stuff, and they recommended it to me. Let's go back and forwards here. Okay. Let's go. See if we can get some B-roll without the computer breaking. That'd be nice. Then we'll probably do some iRacing. South Africa's got some amazing countryside around it. Politically, it's interesting as well. Historically, so much crazy stuff. Here we go. If it, I bet the monitor. I have no hope that the TV is not going to do something stupid, but we'll see. We will see how this goes. Few McLarens, lots of Lexus. They're showing off the Aston Martin Valkyrie at Le Mans in this game, so I hope they should be adding that to the simulator soon. I'd rather you didn't crash into me, but you know, if you do, you do. It happens. I'll crash you first, though. I'm pretty good at that. Alright, here we go. The understeer. It's crazy. I don't know, I saw the video for the new James Bond game and it didn't look, I thought it was going to be better. Like it looked just like a cheesy Hitman game, to be honest. I was hoping for something more like GoldenEye, like sneaky, but yeah, it just looks a bit generic, to be honest. Might be alright. I don't think it'll be bad, but I don't think it looked particularly good either. I think not having to do the really long pit exit is probably better. It's made by the Hitman developers, so not really a surprise, is it? But I just thought they were going to be doing something slightly different. GoldenEye! Yeah, GoldenEye was amazing. Love that game. I want a new GoldenEye. There's a few mods. Look at these helicopters. I'm in the 90s, yeah. Oh, come on. Thought I was alright. Guess we're going to be starting from the back, guys. I don't really enjoy Squad. I play Hell Let Loose. I find Squad a bit... It's got really janky game mechanics. It's not... it's too, like... It tries to be Mill Sim, but then has really bad player movement. Ah. Great. Well, there's the back of the car gone. No warning. They've tried to make this into iRacing. There's nothing you can do. See, it is like they've managed to make it so it's like iRacing. I mean, at least it is gone. It didn't give me the illusion that I caught it. It was actually fully gone. In iRacing, you'd think you caught it, but. This was just totally gone. It's not quite like iRacing. In iRacing, you would catch it thinking you caught it, but then you hadn't caught it. In LMU, the grip's just gone. Cold tyres. I should have pushed in. Yeah, maybe if I pushed the wheel, it would have worked. Do you realise there'll be a point you can't save in real life? Oh no, I didn't know about that. That's good. Thanks for telling me. Yeah, I thought in real life didn't matter what your tyres or your setup. I thought you could catch everything in real life. That's why actually I've never seen a car crash or spin in real life, because I thought you could just catch everything. This tea tastes so weird. They've actually fixed that, David. They have actually fixed that thing. Yeah, I don't mind the update so far. We'll work around it. We'll get used to it. We haven't played it enough, really. No, ACC's terrible. Strange to racing. Get out. Don't be typing such blasphemy in our chat. We will not have anything positive said about ACC. This tastes weird, but it's all right actually. My red bush. I did tell you guys I got some fruit tea right in Germany from a hotel, and I bring all my tea home with me when I go to hotels. If I stay in a nice hotel and there's tea, I steal it obviously. And I had this fruit tea that I got in Germany. I made it when I was at home, and I think someone had put acid on it or something. because I made a cup of tea and I went shopping, and I was like, I was just staring at trees, and I was walking around the shop for I think I was walking in the shop for 2 hours just looking at stuff on the shelves, thinking, oh, that's really interesting, oh, that looks really nice. I don't know what was in the tea, guys, but I was so off my trolley, it was well funny. Yeah. So maybe someone just put some acid on it for a joke or something. I don't know. Maybe it's something they do in Germany for fun. New. Start driving. Is that out of the order? Even more unusual than normal, yeah. Hemp tea. It was just a fruit tea. It was like blackcurrant flavour or something. It was really weird though. Yeah, I think with this, there's basically no force feedback for the rear going on those situations. And then also the car's quite reluctant to turn in. Right, so you then move the brake bars further back. but then you're going to get snap oversteer or lose the rear. Well, let's hope our monitor doesn't turn off. That's the number one thing. That's the primary issue. Supposedly they've improved the starting as well. I don't know. Close.
Green flag, green flag.
Starting in the back here. Bloody hell, these tyres have no grip. Okay. Oh, there you go. Strike! And they're out of here. Thank you. Rolled off out of the way there, which is very kind of him. Very nice. There's a new tyre.
The pace car is out of control.
Rexel, thanks for following. Welcome.
Lap 2, 33.85.
No, it's pretty similar, Andrew, to be honest. Does have ELO based ranking. It's like iRacing, puts you in splits based off your ranking and safety rating. Safety rating to be able to join certain things, and ranking for your ranking. Funny how that works. Some people have a drive through because they sped at the start and stuff. He's just vanished. Oh man, I'm getting penalised well hard. This car's like really understeery, this setup. Hello? Yeah, I think they probably have messed up the tyres a bit, to be honest. The degree to which they... Like, because you can't get the car to turn in without it going over the limit. Oh, you're getting crashed. Ah. I mean, maybe the default setup's just a bit understeery, but... Yeah, but these are fixed setups on their fixed races, so... I mean, sure, if it has not enough rear downforce, the rear will lose control. Why release an update with bad setups? It's also like, it's like you want more front wing, but then that would cause even more issues with oversteer of the rear snapping off, like snap oversteer. Thanks for subscribing, Darren. Welcome. There's also still a dead zone in the centre of the force feedback, right? Until you actually get onto the tyres. I think the force feedback just needs to be so much better in this game than what it is. It's weird for them to release the update though. Why? Like, a lot of people were currently enjoying the game as it was. They do want the update, but they delayed it. You shouldn't release an update with like obvious bugs in it where possible, because that's what kills the hype and momentum in the game. So why, I don't get why they release this update with these really obvious bugs. Yeah, David, people are, a lot of people are utterly clueless. This is what you find in sim racing. Well, they've got a version at Le Mans 24 with the new car in it. So yeah, maybe they wanted to get it out before then, but I don't know. It is getting a Valkyrie. They're showing it off at Le Mans at the moment. I slowed down to avoid getting the penalty then, and it still gave me the penalty. What's that about? Drive through my arse. That's all because the tyres aren't gripping the road. I lifted so we didn't gain time. Like my... Oh dear. So dumb. LMU, more like LMAO. Alright. Hello, Darren. Cheers. Well, what happens now? Do I get like a double drive-through? Oh, one. A whole one. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah. Totally makes sense. What? The track cut into the pit lane? I think the game's... Yeah, well, I'm bold James Lose, so... Yeah, well, that's... The marshals come after you if you do that. It's very naughty. Off to the gulags. We didn't lose many places though because everyone's crashing. They're so slow because they keep wrecking themselves. Oh well. Oh, tyre problem, yeah? We'll try the other DD wheelbase. You guys excited? My body's ready. Yeah, the Lambo was okay, but the Lexus was just boring. The Lexus was like the most boring GT3 car I think I've ever driven. It was so dull. I mean, it was okay. It was more dull than a BMW. Oh, Full House is excited. Doesn't take much to get Full House excited. It's the R21, the Moser, whatever. We'll see. I'll take it out of the box. I can't even remember which one it is. It might even be a rubbish one. Moser sent it ages ago. I didn't ask for it, and they just sent it, and I was like, well, I'm not really doing reviews at the moment. it just arrived. I was like, okay. This was ages ago.
Lap 2, 30.64.
It's funny that iRacing got less like iRacing with its GT3 cars. It still drives like iRacing, but an LMU got more like iRacing. It's just pretty funny. Sell it. Well, I don't sell stuff that gets sent to me for review. I normally just give away stuff if I'm getting rid of it. I mean, iRacing still drives like iRacing. The F4 car, though, drives... the F4 car is easier to catch, but it also has less grip, it seems. Like it's more sloppy. Is this car behind me? I'm not getting blue flagged here, or is he a lap down? I might just let him go past me because he's faster. It'll look nice on camera. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, give me the track cut. Go on. Have they made the penalties worse? I'm braking there. We're plus 2 seconds on our best lap time. You're going to get 2 drive-throughs here. The new F4 car drives like the Formula Ford, but as a bigger car. Maybe because of the lower grip or whatever's going on here, you end up going wider, and so you end up accruing bigger penalties. Or maybe you've set the fastest lap time you set was with the previous tyre model, and so it's basing the penalties off the previous times you've set, maybe? I don't know if it's off the session times or off your previous best lap time. Yeah, so the F3, like, it depends on the type of slide that's catchable and not catchable. So in iRacing, there's a specific tyre temperature slide that's uncatchable. You can brake accelerate to catch it, but it don't counter steer. It's particularly noticeable on the F3 car when the tyres are cold, or like if you light up the rears, for example. The F3 car's like See, that's just messed up, isn't it? The F3 car's just really slidey. The way, see how the back gave out there through Poo-on? No warning, nothing in the force feedback. Rear just gave out. What? What's going on? It's all to get rid of the slip slide, right? But it's all to get rid of the slip slide, which I appreciate. I guess you could go, well, you know, you need the setup, you need enough rear downforce so that the rears don't lose it like that. But that's beside the point, isn't it? It's like those types of snaps are quite realistic. But then in real life, you would just counter steer. In fact, it would do that more often in real life. But you just snap counter steer. That you watch onboards. That's what they're doing all the time. But in this,
The pace car is out of control.
if it goes, you have to brake, accelerate to catch it, like iRacing. The thing is, esports drivers will like demand certain things that most players don't care about. I can understand why they don't like the slip slide. I think you need better force feedback. That's the key. If you're going to have tyres that lose grip more aggressively, this is still easier to catch than iRacing. But if you're going to have tyres that lose grip like that, you need force feedback to know that the tyres are getting close. You have to have that. No, I know they work with real drivers, but this is like a lot of sim racers don't understand this. A real driver is not a physics programmer. So a real driver can say, this is what the real car does, and then the game developer goes, oh, okay, let's try and make it as close as possible. Let's dial in these things, let's tweak this. Doesn't matter if they work with real drivers. Like everyone knows, anyone that's developing a driving sim knows how cars handle. It's not like a, only Michael Schumacher can tell me, you know. But there's this really weird thing in sim racing where people think real drivers magically can tell a sim developer how to get the tyre model to work good. Make any sense? David, yeah, it's really hard. And then it's always like a weird compromise with how they how grippy the tyres are, how much controllable slip, and a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, that's what you you need. The physics programmer has to inherently just decide what's good. But the Corvette mega sucks. Well, at least my game didn't alternate off. The downside of having the tyres like how they are now as well is that when you're actually racing with a bunch of other traffic and cars, people are going to just drive a single line because they're going to be too scared to drive a different line. They'll be worried that they will just lose the grip of the tyre, so they won't make moves. They won't be able to make any moves, right? Which is exactly what happens in iRacing. So it's like, sure, you've made it better in terms of slip slide being ridiculous, but it's a racing game at the end of the day, and most people aren't esports drivers. So, but I mean, yeah, maybe you can dial it out with setup a bit, but this is a fixed setup race that they've done the setup for, so, you know. Yeah, like a snap slide should be just intuitive, especially in a GT3 car, should be mega intuitive, like should be relatively easy to catch. Like it's just what I'm gonna find an onboard video. I won't be able to play it, but right, here we go. Porsche Cup's probably not the best example. GT3 onboard McLaren. Not James Baldwin's video. Alton Park GT. Right, here we go. Oh man, they've not flattened the view. Facebook, I'm not doing that. Ah, dear. The thing is that you don't like they will change it because a lot of people like it. You don't think they'll... Yeah, well, people will go... So what happens is you'll get a real-world driver, it doesn't matter who it is. They will go, oh, it's better than it was before, right? And your average person is too rubbish at sim racing to really quantifiably know the differences. Like, the majority don't know. They don't know what's realistic and what's unrealistic, but they also don't know what's probably better or worse for what reasons. Outside of subjectivity of what you like and dislike, they don't know how it affects things, right? So it'll just be for a lot of sim racers, it will be this authority said it's more realistic, so I just need to get good. That, you know, that's just what the car is. That's what it is. So you know, I just need to be better. And then, so whatever, if the developer has a real driver saying this is really realistic or this is much better, your average sim racer will go along with it. And also the developer's saying it as well, so they're not going to question it. You know, they'll be selected. The thing is, a driver that's worked with the developer on the specific content is going to be the worst person to give honest feedback, right? If you work with a developer on the car, because even if they're being honest, right, if the driver's being honest, they worked on it, so they've had to say to the developer that they've done a better job than what it was before, so the driver's then already inherently biased. Right, yeah, we need to find one, Marcel. I'll find an onboard video. We want one like there was. I was trying to find one where the camera's not rolling all over the place. Oh, here we go. This will do. Yeah, right. Just look at the, like, it's just how you drive a car in real. I don't know why it's bizarrely mysterious to people. Watch this. Right. Look at the inputs. We'll start the video. Tell me when you've loaded it up, guys. Go to 0. Start the video. I'll tell you. There's that viewer app we could use. Actually, we could all watch at the same time. Right. Everyone, tell me when you've got the video loaded. And I'll tell you when to press play. I'll give you 2 minutes. Are you ready? Right. I'm gonna do a countdown because there's a delay on YouTube. So I'm gonna press play in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Well, you'll be delayed now because the countdown wouldn't have helped, would it? Because that'll have been in the future. Oh well, I'm going right. So he's getting into the car for me. I'd feel pressured not to criticise Rensport. What would I feel pressured? Not really. No, I just say how it is. I don't think the cars are the most realistic in Rensport. I think it'll be a good game to come out on console. It's weirdly floaty. I don't mind how it handles, but it is weirdly floaty. It needs more than 12 cars in a race. It doesn't run fast enough. Unreal Engine, it looks nice, but it doesn't run fast enough. The performance needs to be better. I do loads of stuff with Rensport. I still say the same stuff. I say it to them and I say it publicly. I've not signed any contract or ESL as well is separate to Rensport. It's a separate company. They use the Rensport software. Well, it was separate. It's got confusing now, but I haven't done anything with them for ages. I might do in the future.
The pace car is out of control.
They know the guys at Rensport are actually pretty straightforward, to be honest. So were most developers. I think the thing is, people know with me that I'm just going to say how things are. Like, I'm not going to lie. So they know what they're getting. Right, watch the onboard. Right, watch when he turns. Right, nice and smooth. You see the corners that he's just driving normally smooth, holding the steering. It's all good. But you'll see at times where the back snaps out. Right, there you go. Look at the last corner. You see that? The last 2 minutes 20, when he's going into the last corner, you can see the car's not turning in and the back's coming out. So he counter steers repeatedly because the rear is basically not, the rear is oversteering as he turns into the corner. Yeah, so basically there's not enough rear downforce or there's not enough grip for the back of the car to purchase the track as he goes through that corner for the amount that he's turning in or the amount of throttle. So he turns, oh, the grip's gone, so he has to counter steer. Turns, oh, it's not gone, so counter steer. It's nothing though, is it? It's not like his car's, he's not having to, he's not spinning, he's not having to stamp the brake and accelerate at the same time, he's not having to fully back out of it, he's just counter steering the back stepping out. And that's only a problem when you run out of track. Like, you can see every corner, right, that he's doing. So when he's turning into a corner, the reason you see a driver do this multiple times is because they feel the productive grip disappears, so you unwind out of it and then you're trying again, right? You're constantly trying to find the productive grip, right? That's what that is. And you don't do that in any sim. Like, even AC's not good at it. Yeah, ideally the driver would be driving smooth, right? Yeah, you shouldn't be. It's not. If you've had to do that correction, it's slower than if the driver preemptively was able to get the right amount to be incredibly smooth. For most corners, some corners not the case, but for a long corner like that, being smooth would be ideal. Smooth is fast. Preempting the car's faster, but the point is, if the back does snap out, you just counter steer it. There's a really good video from Imola. Let me try and find it. Not Imola. What's here we go. Here we go. This is a locked camera. Ace is weird. Project Motor Racing is just felt very snappy at the moment. Well, when I last played it, so I mean, it was all right. I quite enjoyed how Project Motor Racing drove, but it's different. It's totally different vehicles, so. I think you're right, Marcelo. Like, the force feedback needs to be a lot better. There you go. Like, watch this. Start this at the beginning now from zero. This is a Ferrari GT3 Evo, right? Turning into a right-hander. Yeah, it's just constantly doing like little counter steers because they can feel the back starting to come out. Right, he's going into T1. What track is this? Barcelona. T1, turns in, no issue, no oversteer, turns left, He comes out of it a little bit of a snap, straightens it up. The right-handers, here he goes on the throttle, he's pulling out of it, then he's had to do a little correction because he's got a little bit of understeer. It's very similar to AC1 actually, more snappy, more responsive. Turning in, yeah, it's like, you know, you turn in, and if you turn too much so that the rear's losing traction, you then have to turn out of it. It's fine. Even in a GT3 car, the back snaps out, and then you just counter steer, and then you keep driving. It's not the end of, like the inertia of the direction of the vehicle is such that as soon as you turn out of it, the vehicle straightens up immediately. Like it, you know, you're no longer turning. As soon as you counter steer, the rear's no longer under load, so it just straightens up. Like you just, so the interesting thing is in iRacing, you just don't drive like this at all in iRacing. On the last corners here, you can see he's actually pushed the car into a four-wheel slide into one of them a bit. You just don't do this in iRacing at all. Like iRacing, it's straight into the corner, brake, trail brake, on rails. What I don't understand is why this isn't so obvious to everyone. Like watching this video, I can feel what this driver is feeling. Like in my mind, I can feel like when he's driving and he's turning and you can see the rotation of the vehicle and he's having to do that. In my mind, I can feel the rotation of the car, right? Like I can imagine exactly what it would be, what's going on. Right? Why can do other people, are they not able to, like, do they not have enough mirror neurons or something? The ACC's force feedback's just dead, so I don't play it. But I don't understand why this is such a mystery to a lot of sim racers. Like seemingly, like they don't seem to get that. You agree with my video interpretation? Yeah, I don't know what I think. What a lot of people see, they're lining it up with video games they've played. But then again, I've only been in a few cars fast, on slick tyres in real life, and I've always been like this with cars, like just watching a video. It's just logical. Even before I could sim race. You told this story before. You told people to look at onboards to compare to WRC Generations, and I was told I was out of your mind. Yeah, well, you can see with WRC Generations, that game's super floaty. I like how it plays, but it is super, super floaty, and the throttle stuff's mental. But yeah, no, you can. There might be some scenarios where it's difficult to see what's going on, so you might not understand why a driver's doing something. Or there might be something the driver's picking up on that you can't see in the video, and so they're reacting to something that you can't see. The meeting, yeah, it's really... So from a programming perspective, it's really hard... it's really hard to have something that's fast and snappy, but also balanced and controllable. So it's the same with aeroplanes. Yeah, Dave Perel likes more controllable cars in video games and simulators in general anyway. Like he doesn't really... last time I talked with him, he doesn't particularly like the sort of over-the-top iRacing thing. Can't some of that be steering wheel geometry? Yeah, part of it is, but I think it's more just to do with... So I think with LMU, part of it is that the force feedback just isn't telling you now that the car. So previously, when the back would step out, it would also drag the front a bit with it, I think, which is what allows that slip slide, like four-wheel drift. Getting rid of that, now what happens is the back just goes out, right? But you need to then be able to feel in the force feedback. Yeah, but it doesn't feel enough better. LMU has way lower detailed force feedback than AMS1, AC, iRacing. It's just yeah, it's really low detail. When you brake in LMU, you feel a tug, but it's the suspension loading up. It's not the actual load of the rear on the front. Yeah, it's like you can only really feel a range of force when you're at a high-speed corner and the car's understeering. Then you feel it. Then you feel a load change, or when you're just turning and you're pushing the fronts over slip, then you feel a load change. But if you're already in a corner, it's a bit like ACC in that way. When you're already in a corner, you just have a dull, continuous counterforce. The difference is that the tyres have more slip than ACC, so it's not as boring. So yeah. So if you're gonna have less forgiving handling cars, you need more detailed force feedback. I think that's a key. That's a key. That's the irony with ACC as well. ACC is less forgiving than AC1 because it's got more peaky tyres. If you're going to do that, you need more detailed force feedback, not less detailed. But yeah, oh well. Oh well. Right, this, what was I going to try something else in LMU? I was going to put some more filter on. Yeah, you can probably. So the thing is, you can use setups to get around physics behaviors, but the point should be you shouldn't need to use setups to. Oh, we can do that. You shouldn't need to use setups to get around the fundamental physics of the simulator. It's like that thing Aris said when I was pointing out ACC force feedback. I'm like, look, the force feedback terrible, and Aris is like, well, just change the caster settings. It's like, are you mental? Yeah, sure, it'll change how the force feedback feels, but that's totally beside the point. That's completely beside the point. I can't register. I'm already registered, but I'm not registered for another event. The game's drunk. Yeah, maybe. Let's reload the game. I don't know what's going on here. Being scammed here. Yeah, Joshua, it definitely has a big central dead zone, which you should. Yeah, and the problem with that is if you're turning left and right, you should be able to feel forces acting on you at all times. Otherwise, the perception you get as a player is that your steering's disconnected from the wheels, because you're like, why is this big dead zone in the centre? Oh, there we go. No one told me I have to brake with my left foot. What? Everyone's typing too quickly, guys. I can only see so many things. You're running back to iRacing. Hang on. Oh, someone told you, Free to Full Music, you have to brake with your left foot. You would have fought them if you were talking to them in IRL. For people that don't push the car, this updates. Well, this is another big thing, actually. Jason Murphy, don't ask. 'Cause we did a 12-hour live stream the other day, and then so my gutters got shit in them at like 4 in the morning, and I could hear the rain. I could hear the rain running down the side of my house because the gutter was blocked, and so I was like, "Fuck, like it's gonna mess things up." Because I live in an old house, and if the rain goes on the bricks, it goes through the wall. So I was like, bugger. So the sun had started to come up at like 5, and so I was like, okay. I made a I made a pole with a thing on it that DIY'd a gutter cleaner, and then I was leaning out of my window at 5 in the morning, scraping shit out of the gutter. I fixed it, but yeah. So that was another part of the amazing story of why I feel wrecked. After a 12-hour live stream as well. But I'm grateful that I live in a house, so it's a good problem to have, to be honest. I feel lucky. It was pretty funny. I was so tired as well. I could have fallen out the window and died. I was literally leaning out the window with my pole on getting to the roof. It did make me think, though. I'm surprised there's not more like roof-based drone gutter cleaning businesses, because you'd be like, hang on, if I've got a drone with a camera on it, you could clean gutters out without having to climb up ladders and things. Yeah. Yeah, my house is quite old, so it's compared to American houses, not Victorian. So it has a habit of breaking or leaking or. That you weren't driving good because you were braking with your right foot. All right, yeah. Well, yeah. Doesn't really matter, does it? If you can be good at driving with your right or left foot, it depends what you get used to. I mean, generally being able to left foot brake is good, but normally if you're quick at moving your feet over, you could easily set laps within 5/10 of alien pace whilst right foot braking. Especially if you're someone that's never left footed braked and never learnt it. American houses are made of wood. Well, the good thing with American house is you can put cables through the walls and stuff. My house is like brick, and one layer of brick, and then it's the next door neighbours. So I can actually, there's holes in the walls. I can climb into next door neighbour's house through the loft. For a start, that's weird. And then there's a hole in one of the bedroom walls where I can look into next door neighbour's bedroom. But I filled it in, but like I could. It's part of my cupboard as well. Basically, you know, when you have a cupboard, you put a cupboard against the wall, you drill it into the wall so it can't fall over. And the previous cupboard that was there, so the walls are like really shit, and they'd like fallen down a bit. And so when we removed the old cupboard, the holes are there, and you can see into next door neighbour's house. But I put a new. Just an IKEA cupboard, and it's fine. But yeah, did I put next door neighbours? Did I put it in? No, but we could do. We could spy on next door neighbour. But the walls are so thin, I wouldn't even need to spy on them. Like I used to have this Russian lady living next door, and she was very loud. She was really loud. She would go for a while though. It was quite impressive. Oh, this is open. I don't have a setup. No, this is fixed setup. But it's broken, but it's fixed setup. We're fine. Yeah, joys of living in old houses, but it's alright. You know, say really lucky to have a house, to be honest. I've rented a lot of places, and they're over the years it's terrible. I've been evicted from a house. No, we didn't do anything wrong. Like the the landlord divorced their partner, and then we're like, oh, they were like, oh, we want this house back now. We're like, and me and my partner at the time were like, we live here. And he's like, well, I've given you a month's notice. We're like, oh, okay. We'll just move and pay £100 for the carpet to be cleaned and all the other shit that apparently is perfectly legal. Anyway. Carpet toilet. Oh, it's from the 1970s, isn't it? Hang on. What track am I at? What track are we at, guys? Oh, Portimao, I think. It looks kind of like Portugal. We're going right. Could be Estoril, though. It's hard to tell. It looks Portuguese. Be good if it was Mugello. The cold tyres in this game. Jesus Christ. Track limits. I'm not even out. Come on. Look, I mean, I don't think real world cold slicks are this bad. I've been out on a track on real world cold slicks, and the car did not just float through the first corner. Like, I mean, you know, I don't know. There's some like weirdness to the cold tyres in this. Someone said that they have actually changed the LMP2 tyre a bit. But, have they? I can't tell. I really wish I was rich. Well, I don't actually want to be rich, but if I was, and then I did sim racing, there's so many things that I would, you know, I'd like to just get in a real. I'd be like, right, you know what? I don't want to be a race driver, but I'm going to pay for a GT3 test day, LMP2 test day, and I'm going to put cameras all over the car, and then I'm going to talk through all the bollocks. Why wouldn't I want to be rich? Because I'm happy doing what I do now, and if you're like really rich, I think you end up you kind of a bit of a distorted view on things, but also you just end up doing different things anyway. So I'm really lucky now that I'm not rich, but I get to do some stuff that are like rich people stuff from being an influencer. Like I get invited to cool things and do cool stuff, so I get the best of both worlds. And so also it seems special to me when I do cool stuff, rather than it being like, oh, I've just spent money on something. It's like, you know, now if you're rich, you can be like, oh, I'm just going to go fly planes tomorrow, or fly helicopter, or whatever. You'd be like, okay, I can afford it, and it doesn't really make a difference. If you're not rich, you're like, oh wow, I'm doing something I can't afford. Well, I have tried to record some stuff at racetracks while I was talking and driving or doing things, but it's very hard to get good audio. No, it's not even a money thing. The sim developers do listen to my feedback, and I do talk to people working on sims. It's not to do with feedback. Like as I say, sim developers know what's good and bad for the most part. It's just the reality that it's very hard to make simulators, and it's very time consuming. So, you know, sim developers have known for decades what is generally the right way a car should drive. Like they can obviously play other simulators, right? Gonzo, hello. Always great videos. Thank you. Appreciate it. Cheers. Non-alcoholic cider, cheers. Yeah, but even then, discaution. Even then, you can't pay someone to be creatively do the right thing. Like they still have to do the thing that needs to be done. Like it's like you're working with an artist, and you both know what a photorealistic image looks like. Right? So you both know what a perfectly photorealistic horse looks like, and you've got money, and the artist can draw really well. Well, it doesn't matter that you both know what a real horse looks like, and it doesn't matter that you've got money to pay the artist to draw a real looking horse. The artist is going to have to try loads of times and spend loads of time to draw a realistic looking horse. Right? You know, so, and then unlike that, it's not exactly an artist drawing something knows the tools, and other people have generally done photorealistic images, right? With Sims, you don't even know what the tools are. Like you might not even have the correct data. You might not have the correct. The game engine might not be right in some way. You know, it can be like even more ambiguous. It's terrible. Oh, we'll just go. Oh, should we do the? How much time? What do you mean? As a software, how much time do you think devs spend actively working on the game? Well, so it depends. What do you mean? Which parts? What type of work do they focus on? Well, you have different programmers for different components. So you might have like an underlying engine programmer, a physics programmer, gameplay programmer. You might have a separate programmer for the online system, like so LMU licenses its online system, for example. You know, but the problem with driving sims as well is it's not that just that the programmer programs it. It takes it so with R Factor 2's time model, it takes 2 days, I think, to compile a new time model. So you have to put all the data into its time model creation tool, and then it takes like 2 days to spit out the time model. So there's a whole bunch of stuff that's very complicated, and then you have to get backwards and forwards with testing and all the other stuff. It's just a nightmare. Driving sims are terrible. It's awful. I don't mind the UI in this, alright. Does the job.
Green flag, green flag.
Oh, Kunos. Good move. What was he doing? I thought I'd move out of the way of him there. Oh, it's so understeery on the cold tyres, it's ridiculous. they don't feel that different, to be honest. It still has the same lack of force feedback. I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is, but it's this game has really bad force feedback. Tyres are still blue after all those slides. Look at him sparking.
Lap 154.42.
Oh, the understeer is actually ridiculous. I wanted to give it a bit of throttle there, and it just pure understeer. As the turning circle of a cross-channel ferry, this. Oh my god. Car in front struggling to just get it to slow down. Oh dear. Ah! What is that? Where did he even come from? The problem is people can't drive these tyres as well. It's so like people are just spinning up in stupid ways. And then they're wrecking you from it being like weird. They've tried to turn this into iRacing, I swear. The game just doesn't have the force feedback fidelity for... What are they doing? Wow! What is going on? What I'm doing? Still bluish. Now I've got ridiculous flat spot through my steering wheel. Tongues out. Business.
Time 142.14.
I think if this had good force feedback, it might be okay. But because there's no dynamic range to the force feedback, you really can't feel where the tyres are at to then drive around how abrupt the tyres can be. And then this has the tyre lockup issue, but at least the grip comes back. It doesn't stay locked up like iRacing. Oh. I mean, come on. There's no force feedback for that or anything. Just a fraction too much throttle. I'm barely tickling the throttle out of that. I'm being well careful. We even have TC on. Yeah, that's with TC on. It's more iRacing than iRacing.
9.89.
We had TC on. That shouldn't be possible with like 3 TC to light up the rears on mid-throttle out of a corner like that. No, the front bumper's fine. The cars, if we had proper damage, we'd be flopping all over the track. Why would LMU... Why do this when most people were happy with it from a gameplay perspective? Why, like, do the other features? I don't get it from a gameplay design perspective. Why change stuff that people are happy with? Just from a pure business view, do the team play features and stuff. They want iRacers. Do they realise that a lot of people went from iRacing to LMU specifically because they were fed up of how sloppy the cars in iRacing were, right? And how much iRacing costs, and LMU is nice and forgiving to drive, so it's a more fun video game. I mean, you can learn how to drive this; it's fine, but it's just weird. It's so arbitrary. It's just funny how everyone's spinning because they have to relearn the physics. A lot of driving sims is learning around the physics of a game. Supposedly they tweaked them, Jason, a bit as well. Although they said to me they didn't, and then someone said that they have, and now I'm just confused. So I don't know what to believe anymore. I don't know what the truth is anymore. But you drive these cars in AC1 and they're like phenomenal. Even a crappy mod. I think you need the force feedback. That's the thing. It's still drivable. You just have to be extra careful. My ass is wobbling from the flat spot. ass flat spot vibration. There's an issue with sims where a sim can be who can learn how to avoid the physics issue rather than who can learn how to drive better or who can race better, right? A lot of sims turn into who's the best at avoiding physics issues rather than who's better at driving. That's how I would describe like iRacing and stuff. Who's got better at avoiding physics issues? Not who is better at racing. Right? Well, I was going to overtake the car in front of me, but I think I'll overtake the car that's just gone sideways instead. Fair trade. Bananas. Fair trade banana skins there. Yeah, drive-by visuals as well. Isn't that just interpolation though? Basically. And the problem is, you can only interpolate the signal that's being putting out of the. Yeah, it's just it'll make it smooth, so that's nice. But you're not going to get more detail. And then the more you interpolate stuff, the more you're feeling the interpolation rather than the actual data, which can then give you a false sense of what's going on to some degree, arguably. You get a blur. You end up with blurry force feedback, the blurry equivalent, like an image upscaler. Oh, what we need a NVIDIA. Oh, I wonder if maybe you could do this. So you have NVIDIA, you know, like DLSS. You have that for images, right? It basically guesses what the image is based off the data that's there and assumptive knowledge, right, of what the next pixel should be. Well, you could do that for force feedback. You could have DLSFFB. And so what it does is it takes a limited amount of force feedback signal, but based off a history and knowledge of what the next force would be, you could yeah, I know, but he's doing that, but he's not putting new data in. No, but I know, but that's just the same as blur. That's upscaling by an average of the next best thing, whereas an AI upscaler is adding new data based off a prediction. So rather than it being an average, it's actually adding new data. It's just guessing what that new data is. Predict with what? Trained with this Assetto Corsa 1 trained force feedback. Or I don't know. You could train it on detailed force feedback. Or like you could train it on real car force feedback with a car that happens to have really detailed steering rack feel, and then you could use that. There you go. Yeah, it's just at force feedback generation. Crazy ideas from the bold man. Yeah, I mean, you probably don't actually need to do it. Like, what you really need is to use telemetry and to grab the tyre slip and the slip curve and correlate that to force feedback, rather than this. I mean, in theory, if you could get that data from the steering rack precisely, fine. But apparently, sims don't do that very well. And by the time you've got to the steering rack, there's also a whole bunch of other things. So it probably is the case that basically you need the tyre, the slip data, or whatever's going on with the surface of the front tyres, linking both front tyres together. So like on a steering rack, basically the same thing, but then sending that to the player in a really high fidelity without any filtering at all. And then the player filters that signal with their steering wheel and wheel settings, and they basically add damper to it or whatever to achieve the end result effect. That's what needs to be done. And the problem is if you take the force feedback from the steering rack rather than the tyres directly, when you have like crappy geometry in a vehicle or God knows what going on with the vehicle, it blocks the force feedback. And a really good example of that, if you play BeamNG, yeah, pretty much, Adam. If you play BeamNG, if you drive like a monster truck in that game, the force feedback is all over the place because the steering rack is being tugged by tyre deformation, one tyre being at a right angle compared to the others because the caster's like insane on a monster truck. No, I know Strange Love Racing, but look, well, I'll be able to get through to Marco one day.
Lap 141.69.
Why are our tyres not getting warm at all? Hey, on the good news, positive side, my monitor hasn't turned off randomly. That's nice. Yeah, there's no... See that slide there? That's from visuals that I correct that, and then it's very hard for me to line it up. I can't feel in the force feedback when I should counter steer or preemptively counter steer to avoid that. Force feedback's shit in this game. It really is shit. Like, it's not as bad as ACC. The handling's better, but the handling being better masks how bad the force feedback is. iRacing genuinely has... Oh, whoa! Kickflip Tony Hawk's! iRacing genuinely has better force feedback than this. There's so much irrelevant detail in this. There's like vibrations, curbing, and bumps and suspension, but there's not much detail for the tyre slip angle. We're using the Moser R12. We were just going to swap it over with the other Moser wheelbase. Oh, naughty gaming muscle. Oh, I've been fined 50p. This is a jump scare. Yeah, this is more of a horror game. iRacing's more of like a boat simulator, and this is more of a Friday Night at Freddy's type game. Why do we sim race, guys? This is torture. We all fall for it. We're like, oh, look at these fancy LMP2 cars. They sound and look nice. Oh, look at my nice force feedback wheel and pedals. Ooh. And then we just get slapped in the face repeatedly. Like a lab rat being injected with diseases. Ah, nice move. Woo! No! Yes! Thank you. On pace and skill alone. Beautiful. Thanks for the 4th place. That was close. That was very close to taking us out there. See, in iRacing, that would have been a netcode. Woo! That would have been a netcode in iRacing. You ready? Whoa! 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 calculated. Years of sim racing allows me to work out the exact margin. Yeah, years of sim racing has allowed me to calculate the exact margin required to avoid this type of situation. Only after decades of sim racing can you avoid a rolling car with this degree of precision. Look how close it is. Oh! 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 Neo in the Matrix. Neo in his LMP2 car. Oh! Oh! That was sick. Skill. Took me an entire race, what? To get familiar with this car. Even then it's a third cousin. I feel like I've never played a racing game. The guy didn't even think about holding his breath. He didn't need to because I'm so good at avoiding it. Couldn't touch me. When you're at my level, it doesn't matter what the other drivers do. Do you know what I mean? $4 a.m. muscle. Can't be stopped. People seem to be spinning more in the LMP2. Can someone confirm for sure? Hang on, we still lose rating? Where did it want me to bloody finish? Second? Hang on, they don't use a pure elo system on this. Or do they? I've been scammed. Fourth wasn't good enough. Oh, bloody hell. The rating system's a bit weird in this. I got too good. My rating's too high. Under LMP2, where's the patch notes? On Steam? June release notes. Okay, we go. Says, Gamer Muscle's sexy, right? They've used ChatGPT to make these release notes. You can tell because they've used ChatGPT to lay this out. Bloody AI users, you can tell. Immediately, look at the release notes on Steam. It looks like it's been formatted by AI. Full list of changes, release notes. Here we go. Right, continue to external site. Gameplay. Change behaviour to always put new tyres on when returning to the garage to keep last set of tyres. Hang on. Changed behaviour to always put new tyres on when returning to the garage to always keep last set of tyres on. Oh, but what if you want new tyres? No, this is the what keeps the it keeps the old tyres on. What they did is they changed the behaviour to always put new tyres on. So now it doesn't always put new tyres on. That's what's caused the issue. Look, don't worry about it. Fix rain lights, fix various issues around the best sector, prevented the use of time acceleration when the user's driving. That's a well good way to drive faster. The old time, it's faster time acceleration. Although actually, technically, you're still going at the same time. You're just perceiving reality faster. Refined behaviour for changing to wet tyres for both AI. Okay, graphics, HUD, input, online, physics. Added clutch protection so it can't be used above first gear. Protest. No. Added 2-hour cooldown to protest creation to allow you to reflect. No, what they need is the ability to instantly report, but to model the reports so that people that are reported a lot statistically get highlighted. You want to make it easy to report people, and then people that reported a lot will appear at the top of the list, and then that's how you reduce the reporting load. You don't want less reports. This is basically adding a 2-hour cooldown. Basically means that you're just going to get less reports because people won't bother reporting stuff that needs to be reported. That's just dumb. People aren't reporting because they're angry. They're reporting because something's happened. So all they've done with this is they've made it so that basically no one's going to report anything. Yeah. Bloody. Updated front-end protest options and made timestamp mandatory to make protest management more productive. Yeah, the problem is what you need is a model for it needs to be mostly automated. So like in Counter-Strike as well, if someone is reported for griefing, after a certain number of reports, there's an automatic griefing cooldown they get. And it's only like someone has to be reported a lot. But that's what you need, stuff like that. So it's like, sure, someone could get bullied, but I think the more likely scenario is someone's driving really bad all the time, then they will get reported shitloads, right? So you're like, well, if someone's reported statistically way higher than anyone else, either people are piling onto them, which is possible, or they're clearly griefing, right? Also, why not have a reporting system where you have a star system for the reporting, so a severity. So if someone is driving around the track in reverse, it's a 5-star report. If they're like literally ramming, being racist in chat, that's a 5-star report, right? If it's a racing incident, like overly aggressive driving, bad driving, that's a 2-star report or a 1-star report, right? Like just give people 3 options. Like full-on wrecker report is an option, or bad driver report, or like consistently unfair driving report, right? So like they're 3 severity. Just do that. Put 3 options so that they know to check the top tier ones first. Like, sure, some people will say something's top tier when it isn't, but and maybe you could even have it so that you can only people reporting. If someone's reporting a lot using the top tier thing, they get ignored. So you know, there's a whole bunch of ways of approaching this in a way that's not stupid. But anyway, track limits. Yeah, I need to reflect on this for 5 hours. Circuits. Where's the physics updates? Car updates. Here we go. Updates to LMGT3 tyres. Shifting forward balance. Shifting forward balance. What does that mean? Like the cars are weighted to the front more. Well, that would explain why they understeer more. So, hang on. If a car's got more weight on the front, it will tend to understeer more. No, it will understeer less because it's the front's loaded. Unless that's not what they mean, I don't know. Adjustment to reduce the benefits of sliding. So have they put a heating adjustments and increased steering weight at lower speeds? I don't know. I don't know exactly what they've. cooling parameters, force feedback, equalization, but the force feedback's still terrible. So corrected. I mean, the AI was okay with the LMGT3. Corrected cockpit flag display, fixed various car cockpit displays, ABS, LMGT3 traction control ranges, tyre slip sound threshold, fuel consumption, hypercar bop, Porsche, Cadillac, Lamborghini, Aston Martin, Ferrari. Oh, tweaked idle sound. Oh, okay. So the LMP2 has had the GT3. Updated LMP2 tyre physics with balance adjustments and slightly more aggressive slip curve. So yeah, they've done the same to LMP2 as the GT3 supposedly. They lied to me. I think they probably thought I was talking about the hypercars, which they haven't changed. So fair enough. But they've gone too far, I think, because the LMP2 car is still snags and still understeers chronically and still snap. Yeah, the downforce on it meant that it didn't really have the same slippiness that the GT3 cars had, because it would have so much downforce it wouldn't be sliding that much anyway on the high speed corners. Hello, Trackalicious. Thank you very much. Trackalicious. He is certainly very delicious. Get in there, Trackalicious. I think Trackalicious tastes of popcorn. Lick his armpits. They weren't expecting that. Welcome along, popcorn armpits. How's it going? Trackalicious. It's delicious. New Trackalicious. We're going to put a different wheel on our simulator. He's raided us and then disappeared. In the previous update, you could just run the M4 GT3 with the lowest wing and it would still understeer. Now you immediately spin out. Oh, hello, Jake Wells Racing is here as well. What's this about? It's raid time. It's 4 a.m. raid o'clock. Jake Wells Racing. Jake Wells, he's not thirsty. Jake Wells, that's his name. He actually lives in a well. And you're not. Thank you. Thank you very much for the raid there. Welcome. Could some of it be horrible setups? For sure, some of it can be set up, but a setup will only mask the tyre model. Really, so you should still be able to control and feel what the car's doing. And sure, it might be like really leery, but you should know what's going on for it to be leery. Like in AC1, for example, if you put an absolute ass setup on a car, you're still going to be able to feel that it's an ass setup on the car. Do you know what I mean? You'll be like, as soon as I start turning, I can feel the back's going to come out, so I can't turn in anymore because the back's going to come out. Whereas in this, you'll be like, I've turned it, the back's come out. And I can't do anything. That's the crux of it. Yeah, took the words out of your keyboard. That's because I've actually installed a keylogger in your keyboard. So, just so you know. Welcome, Raiders. Can we give a shout out to these poor, impoverished people? Raiders on the storm. How many people have we got now trapped here? 95. Well done. Thank you, guys. We might swap the wheel over. We might do some iRacing as well. Should we swap the wheel over and do some iRacing? Thanks for giving them a shout out. Well, I've got B-roll now finally, and we can do an actual video about. We've experienced enough LMU to actually do an update video. The final word. I mean, I'm like basically. People wait until I give the final verdict because I'm the only trustworthy person in sim racing. Now I think there are some others. Like I think Random Callsign says what he thinks. I disagree with Random Callsign on everything because he's good looking. But I think he's actually honest. He's honest to what he thinks. There are a few sim racers, but sim racing channels, but some of them. To be fair, I don't think most of them are dishonest. I think what happens is they are fans of a specific thing, which is fine, or they know that if they directly say stuff, it makes them look bad. So they're not lying. They're not just they're being obtuse. That's probably something that's the thing because which is fair enough. It's hard to make money being an influencer in sim racing. So. But I appreciate the raids there. Let's swap the wheel over. We'll do some iRacing now. Do not trust Portuguese. All the Portuguese people I know are awesome. Like I know quite a few people in sim racing from Portugal. They're really awesome. The Portuguese people as well can have a good conversation. Generally speaking, much better than most English people I know. So like when I've been out and about randomly, like at a bar or somewhere, and I talk to English people, they can't have a conversation. They can't have an argument, or if they disagree, they might punch you, right? Whereas Portuguese people that I've met just randomly. As well as like ones that people I know through work and stuff. Even if they really disagree, they can have a really good conversation and be passionate, but they're not gonna physically assault you. But also outside of the physically assaulting part, there's also just a problem that a lot of people are just boring in conversation in the UK. I've noticed Germans as well are much better at having a conversation, even if they disagree. They're used to talking. I think it's a cultural thing because people are used to eating and talking and stuff, whereas in the UK people eat and then go back to work. Yeah, this is the thing. It's a problem with English people. Most of them are terrible people like me. Let's open this box and see which wheel. Let's see which wheel we've got in the box. I don't even know which one it is. Moser in the box. Might not even work. We've not even tested it. Here we go. It's the Moser direct wheelbase. Which one is it? Hang on. They don't actually put the name of it on it. Oh well. Oh, it's a bigger power supply, so we're going to have to plug that in. R21. It's the R21 DD base. DD girl! Okay. how does it mount? That's the real question. It is a mega. Look at this power supply. It's a chonkus. 240 volt. What's the output? 13 amps. '90s laptop power supply, yeah. Right. Don't know if I have a spare plug for this. We needed to be using up even more electricity because I'm not using enough. This might even trip our circuit breaker at this rate. It's just too much power. What I could do is just unplug this one. Whoops. Don't know what that was. Oh, we're still here. Genius. We'll just use this cable. I've got 3 Moser bricks down here. One's the M booster, one's the wheel. Okay, this is for the wheel, so I'll plug this socket. Bloody hell, this is a right chonkus brick. Brick on. Whoa, it sparked when I plugged it in. Okay, bloody hell. Look at the light. It's ridiculous. Brighter than Stephen Hawking's, that. Jesus Christ. Like the old room with this. I feel like the Borg's about to attack. Wow, so we'll just pop this down here. There we go. Right. How do we attach it now? That's the... Oh God, this is well heavy. Okay, it's got holes. It's got holes in it. It's quite small though. I wonder if it's a smoother motor. Well, we'll see. I need to get my Allen keys. I don't know where they are. Not that one. I should have memorised the size of these by now, really. Not that one. It's a bigger hole, guys. Or maybe it's already the right one. Oh, it was. Who'd have thunk it? I hope this takes the same Allen keys, because if it doesn't, that'll be really annoying. Here comes the ass crack. It's part of doing this. If you can't take the crack, don't tune in. Do you like my mini Jardier? SimStars. We've got a mini game of Muscle as well. Don't know where he's gone. He's fallen over. Right. Please be the same size hole. Yes, it is. Perfect. El Wunderbar. Well, heavy. Jesus Christ, this is so heavy. My lungs are messed up today. How do you know if it... How do we line this up? Oh, no. Hang on. Oh, no, it is right. It's just really... Looks like the hole's smaller, but it's not. Game of no muscle. Bloody hell. Where's the hole? Guys, I can't find the hole. Oh no. This is well hard to do because it's oh, let's see if it lines up actually. Let's double check that it lines up. Ow, my foot's hurting. I'm getting cramp again. What is wrong with my body? Touch my belly. Right, yeah, it is like it does line up. Okay, so these ones at the front need to be half sticking out. Oh, just sticking out the front. Okay. Oh man, what a disaster. The heavier this is, the harder it is to do. That's the problem. Right, I'm going to take my headphones off and go underneath. I can't even bend down. Ah! Yes. We got it. Beautiful. Brr. What would be good is to just draw a shape around it. Hang on. Why are those two holes further on the left and this is further on the right, even though it's straight? It doesn't make any sense. It is straight. Is one side of it... Wow. That's weird. Yeah, I mean, it's in there. There's only two holes. That's weird.
The pace car is out of control.
Thanks for following. Welcome to Man Sticks a Wheel on a Rig. Oh. I love how it sparks when you turn it on. Where's the on switch for this? It's on the back. It's on. Okay. Oh. Where's my mouse? Where's my bloody mouse gone? Ah. Whew. What activation? I'm activating. Active. Activating the device. Oh no, this seems higher. Oh no, we're going to have to mount it further back. Oh well. Oh, let's set this up. A booster seat. Here we go. Driver update. We're updating. Sending data. Look at this. It's Christmas. It's updating. I thought the R12's good. I give it like a 7 out of 10 maybe. Felt nice. Update successful. Okay. There we go. Wheelbase calibration. Why would what's going on here? Oh, okay. Start wheel calibration. Unplug the steering wheel. Start calibration. No hands. Oh, are you ready for a wheelbase inspection? Beep, beep. Yeah, it'll be... That's what he's doing. Yeah, just check what the pattern is. Yeah. Who doesn't? We have an OSW, 25 Newton meter OSW over there, and a Club Sport DD as well. Like I was doing reviews, and then I'd stopped doing reviews, or lots of reviews. I still did some reviews, but I stopped doing general reviews. But some companies just sent equipment to me, right? I didn't ask for it. It just turned up. Because they're just like, oh. So, like, normally, if I'm going to do a review, I normally contact a company and I say, I like what you're doing. Like, obviously, you get a lot of emails, people going, oh, would you like to review stuff? But I normally say, I tell them I'm not doing, I've got too many things to review, I'm not doing reviews right now. But some companies will just literally just send stuff to you. you're like, oh, well, that, I mean, it's not, I appreciate it, but, you know, I haven't agreed to review it. Funnily enough, I know people that have like stopped doing reviews for a long time, and they still get stuff arriving at the house, like VR stuff and what have you. It just turns up, and they're like, oh, well, I don't even work in this space anymore. It's quite funny, but yeah. I mean, it makes sense if you have an official partnership with a company and you're like directly with them, but I don't. I'm not officially partnered with like contractually partnered, or I'm not being paid by anybody. Finish. Here we go. Floydan, was it you that you asked for it? Yeah, it was you that asked, wasn't it? So I said I would. This is all because you asked. It's what you get for being a member. You get what you ask for. I'm really cut. Unless it's a USB top 5 USB video. Are we ready? Oh, that's good. We're done, I think. Oh shit. It'd be funny if this feels worse than the R12. We need to move it back a bit, actually. I need a cup of tea, but I don't have any bloody tea. What's the time? 4. Oh, shops don't even open for like 5 hours. Can I move this back? Oh, we can move it back a little bit. Oh no, we could move it back quite a bit. Let's try and do it. It's going to be a pain in the arse, but money work. It does, yeah. Well, I feel guilty. I'd really quite like to try like the V&M wheelbase though, but I'd actually like to go to. So they're based in Hanoi, Vietnam. I would like to just visit their factory, to be honest. I'd like, even if I pay for the travel myself. Why does it feel like that's cross-threading, even though it's the same size? It's weird. The VRS is it's the same as the OSW I've already got, and the OSW is great, so it's fine. Ah, here we go. But yeah, I think the interesting thing is that telemetry aspect. Hang on, does this line up with the hole? No. The telemetry aspect is interesting, I think, because that's the one thing that all the sims have, this bloody ridiculous different force feedback, right? they should have, when they designed this, they should have made it so that the holes on the bottom have a like a chamfered edge, and that way you wouldn't need to get the hole perfectly lined up with your bolt. You'd find the general chamfered thing and then move it towards it. I got it. It's like a puzzle game. Find the absurdly precisely milled hole, get the game. There we go. That's better. Sticking off the back quite a bit, but shouldn't really matter. The board on my OSW is the Simplicity one, so it's not the Disco board. It's the whatever Simplicity is. Right, let's see what happens here. I mean, it's funny if this feels like amazing with R Factor 2. I'll be like, oh. This feels more dampened. Maybe it's changed the settings. Oh. There we go. Get rid of this. Professional Game Force. What is this? Professional Game Force. Let's put it on 100. Hang on. Professional game. What are they on? JarQ. Yeah, good idea. Yeah, the problem is I'm dim, so I didn't think of that. What's all these settings that are on? Ah, there we go. I mean, that was quite smooth damping that it's got. I mean, it's smooth. I think it might have a fraction more internal damping than... Let's put this on 50. What is this about? Oh, I guess you can scale it. Okay. I know iRacing's force feedback's okay with Marvin's force feedback app. What is this? What is this? Honestly, I think they're like drunk when they do these things. What were they thinking? Work mode. Okay, like some of these, I should email Moser and just go over all their software and make it so the English is standard. I mean, I'm sure in Chinese it's probably spot on, right? It's weird that Chinese companies always struggle with those aspects of translation, because you would think, like, English is so hard and Chinese is that like Chinese have a very specific education for learning languages, but they learn how to speak amazing English and they're really good with stuff, but then it's interesting that it's like the localization thing. Like, obviously an English person would really struggle with the Chinese stuff. Even in Europe you get stuff with like crazy like words that they're based on saying, so they don't actually make any sense unless you knew the saying. Well, let's try LMU with this, see what happens. Oh, that's set up nice and easy though. No, like apart from well, if I knew about the tip for finding the hole, now I know. Oh no, why is this upside down? What? My real wheel's the wrong way around. Hang on. Fixed. My wheel was Australian for a moment there. Right. I need a cup of tea or something. I can have another Guinness, I guess. I feel so weird, guys, because our sleep's messed up as usual. You can complain about everything. That's what we're here for. Be funny if this feels like mega detailed now. Yeah, they should. They need like the music that was in Project Cars 2 with the woman. You need that in driving games. Or like, oh god, what's vibrating? Why is my ass wobbling? Oh, is it my transducers? Or was it the wheel? I don't know. Yeah, well, I tell you what. So for those of you that have joined us, we did a 12-hour live stream the other day, and then at like 3-4 in the morning, it was raining, and my I'm in an oldish house. The gutters were blocked, and so the rain was pouring down the bricks. I could hear it, and if it does that, it's bad for the house because the bricks absorb the water, and it'll come through the walls and everything. So at 4 in the morning, I was leaning out of my bedroom window. I had to make a pole. I got like a kitchen utensil, and I gaffer taped it onto a pole. And so I was leaning out the window, like second-story window, trying to scrape shit out of the gutter, which I did. But it was at 4. It was like 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning, and yeah. So that didn't help really for sleeping. And but we fixed it. There was like a shit in the gutter. We got it all cleaned out with my little pole leaning out the window. Do I dare touch? I'm scared to touch it. Could do some crazy shit. Oh no, we're gonna have to rebind it, aren't we? Because it's a different wheel. Oh. What's that say? Change camera. Oh no, hang on. Oh, what we do? Oh god. Oh no. Don't really matter, does it? Oh, we don't need that. We don't need that. Just cancel. The update's alright. It's a bit weird, the choices they've made, but I never really tweaked the ABS. What did I just change? I changed the wrong thing there. What was it? Windscreen wiper. I can't actually see. What was it? Windscreen wiper? Was it wiper? Was it headlight? Oh, it was headlight, wasn't it? Oh, I can't.
The pace car is out of control.
That's fine. Did the wrong ones. There we go. Thanks for subscribing and following. Oh, here we go. Wipers. Headlights. Now what? Look left and look right. What did I... Was that ABS increase and decrease? Too many options. Traction control override. Ah, this is what I wanted. I wanted to do these. There we go. Oh, fantastic. How do I... I got no force feedback. Why do I have no force feedback? Where's the reset? What's the reset force feedback button? Hello, speaker. Hello, lazy Titan. Hello. Yeah, there's a reset force feedback thing where I don't know where the binding is. Don't know how to do a search. Are you mental? Are you insane? Oh, God. God, search button. Are you mental? Who uses the most obvious thing? I didn't say I was clever, all right? Well, I've never claimed that I'm a genius, all right? Sometimes we accidentally achieve genius. I always forget it's got a search thing. It's the same in Race Room. Woo! Okay. When your wheel comes alive. Bloody hell. That's another clip. Why is it always reversed, isn't it? Bloody hell. Can't even move the wheel. Right. Jesus Christ. Is that 100%? Oh no, it feels exactly the same. It feels exactly the same. Yeah, it's exactly the same. maybe a little bit more dynamics there. But basically exactly the same. That's funny. Oh, the understeer. Hello. but the wheel's not centered. That's annoying to do that. I mean, it's exactly the same, really. I mean, it's a little bit more, a little bit better. There's a bit more sort of oomph. That's what you don't really expect from a stronger power supply, though. I mean, to be fair, it does give a little bit more range where at lower strength, interestingly. But then that's a good example of how subtle the force feedback is. It's because it's still subtle. What do you mean, set my force feedback curve? I just made it flat at the moment so I can feel all the detail. Yeah, I just remove the high end normally. We need to reset the wheel though, because the center is here. Hang on, why is this camera? Do I normally have the steering wheel? Why can't I see the steering wheel? Did I turn it off in this car? I didn't even know. Is there a shortcut to turn the in-car steering wheel off? I need to just yeah, look. Yeah, boop, fixed. There we go. But this is at half strength as well, so we could turn it up on the wheel. So you do get better dynamics. Yeah, I mean, it does. You know, it's stronger. It does feel better. It's not crazy though. Like, so basically, you're getting like 20% more dynamic range if I was to quantify it. It does feel more solid. It is nicer. So I would say it is worth, like, I don't know what the price difference is between the R21 and the R12. The fact is though, an R12 is more than good enough to drive from, but you do definitely get more detail with this, and it does have more of a solidity to it. So it does add realism in that sense. I think it's the extra power gives it more of a it's not any smoother, no. But the thing is, you can feel the grain of R Factor 2 because I'm not running any smoothing in R Factor 2. It's a nice feeling DD though, actually. The motor feels nice. Let's add some filter on here.
Lap 155.
It definitely is a nice upgrade, to be honest. God damn. Bugger. Let's turn this down. This is how I normally set it up, like this. Let's go back to pit. The problem with R Factor 2 is there's a weird graininess that comes from R Factor 2, which you can then fix by doing Well, it depends on the sim as well, Floyd, Dan. This is the thing. Like, some sims benefit a lot more from heavier force feedback than others. And my preference now, just purely because I do a lot of sim racing, I would rather have... I like as much detail with as weak as possible force feedback. But that will also depend on the tire model and the nature of the sim as to how viable that is, right? But... I can see why people like different stuff, but yeah, if you've got a certain wheelbases, like if you've got a stronger wheelbase, it basically means you can have it weak or you can have it strong, and the sims where you need stronger force feedback to feel more details, you've got it there. Whereas if you've got a weaker wheelbase, you really do kind of miss out on details. But once you get to like an R12 though, it actually has pretty good detail to it. It's fine. What you do notice with like the 21 Newton meter wheelbases is that there's a sort of, because of the power, the extra power that goes through them, there's like a chunky, there's like an oomph to it. There's like so you can have something. Imagine, right. It's hard to explain with something visual. Right, so imagine this. Imagine this is pushing against me, right? And I can feel this resistance of this, right? And this could be really detailed. Like, if I'm just moving this against my finger, I can feel the force of my hand through this plastic, right? Really precisely. That's really light. That's less than 2 Newton meters, right? But on my finger, I could feel like a feather tickle or like a push, right? Me pushing, right? I can feel that, and that's a lot of detail. Like, you could drive a car from the amount of resistance that this has, and that's like 3 Newton meters maximum force, maybe 4 Newton meters, right? However, so that's detailed and everything, great, and this could move really quickly, great. However, if I have a bit of cardboard, this is now pushing against my finger really firm, like much firmer, because it's strong, it's more rigid. It's like having more electricity. It's like having a stronger DD wheel. And then this can be very gentle, like a feather touch, or it can be like really chunky and hard straight away, right? Do you see what I mean? So that's kind of the difference. Like this would be like a low-powered DD wheel. Not that a DD wheel doesn't have flex to it, obviously, but you know, it's a low-power amount of force, but still very detailed. And a high-powered DD wheel just has a chunkiness to it when it pushes on you. That's the brunch bar plastic bag force feedback analogy. For those of you wondering why you'd go for a high torque wheel. So it's the textbook. It's how physicists explain everything. Yeah, they don't. A lot of people don't understand the difference. Yeah. But then also each motor, I don't want to set fire to my leg. Oh no, it's not plugged in. We're fine. I was like, there's a power cable there. Let's not catch on fire today. Yeah, I can't remember what I was going to say now, but it doesn't really matter. Probably can't be that important. Jesus Christ. We need to turn that down there. We're doing alright, oh God. I hate having... Fuck. That's the problem though. If you drive into a wall or anything, your wheel jolts because it's going to move. Like, it's going to move. So you have to be paying attention. Move these cables out of the way so I don't keep poking them on my leg. Yeah, there definitely should... Well, so Marvin's awesome iRacing app does a really good job of that whole thing. There we go. No. I think this does... I mean, I've just put some filter in the game, but... So the other advantage of having a stronger DD wheel is when you put filter on in the game, you still have more dynamic range to play with. It's hard to say. GT Forza, the Evo's getting changes anyway as well, so it's really hard to say. This at the moment drives better than Evo, I'd say, for the most part. Generally speaking. One thing I do notice with the lighter force feedback wheel is I find that when I use lighter force feedback, I tend to be more precise because I'm being more attentive to lighter forces. Well, Evo's going to have quite substantial physics changes in its next update, I think, so Evo's a bit weird with its physics at the moment. I'm sure it'll get better. But you can have fun with all of them, it doesn't really matter. What's interesting is the dead zone feels smaller with this wheel than in this game than it does with the Moser R12, which I don't want. That doesn't make any sense. There isn't a dead zone on other games. It might just be the filter we've put on as well. Ah, look at that. Bloody hell. They've made this like that. You would not have a real McLaren bin it like that easy. It just wouldn't make sense. It'd be too dangerous. It would just be you'd snatch counter steer it. Like, you're not going to risk binning a £280,000 car like from that. Do you know what I mean? Like, you just let's try. Let's use the Moser filter rather than the in-game filter. All right, Smoky Ties, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Where's the force feedback settings? What am I doing? Why can't I get back to... No, I want to change my settings. Oh. Yeah, let's try filtering it. Filtering it with the DD. Then we could probably turn the DD strength up. So the other thing that's weird with DD motors is different motors respond differently depending on how much power you put through them. Some you don't need to, like, they're obviously the firmware puts a lot of power through them regardless of your settings, but limits other things. Yeah, it's just weird how DD wheels work. Yeah, see, I've lost some detail here. Just by turning the in-game force down. So what you want to do, you want as much signal from the game as possible without it clipping. So normally it's around about 70 or 80. Let's try 80 on that, and then we can turn the DD down if we need to. The torque sensitivity will scale the force feedback in a non-linear way, so you generally don't want to do that. Why is telemetry force feedback? Because otherwise the developer has to use direct input, and direct input has more latency and less options, less ability to send as much detail to the wheels. It's got its own limitations. There's only certain stuff you can send through direct input, where telemetry-based force feedback can bypass Microsoft's direct input, and you can then do other stuff. Yeah, the DD Pro 8 Newton meters is fine. Yeah, it's alright, it's totally fine. The DD Pro is the one after the CSL DD, right? It's totally fine. It's a good quality motor, very good. So some weaker motors do actually have really good response and stuff because of the way that they design them. Like the new Simagic stuff, the Fanatec DDs. Let's say Logitech are working on a new DD. They're quite good. The active pedal's good for different reasons. I wouldn't say it's worth its price at the moment. I think they still need to work out some stuff on the driver side of it. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, this is basically the same experience as using the R12. It's just more punchy. It's not really... You know, there's a little bit more dynamic range, but I've had to put... Did I put the filtering on in the game or did I turn it off? I think I turned it off. Yeah, I turned it off in the game. Maybe if I put the game on 2 and the wheel on... Let's put this back up here. There's just not much dynamic range in this game for the tyre slip.
Lap 152.21.
Maybe if I... Oh no, it's clipping over the curb, so we're pretty high. Yeah, it's not really... I mean... Well, let's try turning this down and then turning this up. mean, that's the right amount before clipping, but... There's no way for you to know where that limit is for that oversteer in the force feedback. They have messed this up. They have messed this game up. Yeah, maybe. I mean, I don't think they need to though. Like the wheels they've currently got are totally fine. The real thing would be the software. Like that. I think the thing with sim races is people are nitpicking over such. You know, they're like, oh well, it's smoother. And it's like, okay, but on the grand scheme of what's relevant, the amount of damper that people tend to put on wheels negates that, basically. So it's like, well, not that it's not a bad thing to do. Like, why not? Like, if they've got a more precise servo motor that's got more granularity, that's great. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But it's kind of overemphasized by influencers because, well, they have to point out the difference, right? They're not even lying. It's just like, if I'm going to do a video, it's like it's the same with load cell pedals. It's like, well, look, does the throttle pedal measure input precisely? Does the brake work? It's like, well, yeah, okay. I mean, you get past a point of difference. You get past... It's like the mobile phone thing where... Can it take calls? Yeah. Can I browse? Can I go on YouTube and it's smooth? Yeah. Is the screen as sharp as your eye can see? Yeah. Does it load instantly and not crash? Yeah. Does it sound good in a crowded place? Yeah. Is the screen bright enough? Yeah. How long does the battery last? 2-3 days. Okay. And once you've passed this certain threshold, it's the same as like your air fryer or your washing machine. You just don't care, do you? You're like, does it wash my clothes when I turn it on? Yeah. Is it gonna last 5 years? Yeah. Great. I don't care if it's got like a... Sure, I'll pay a bit more for a different wash mode and it's more silent and stuff, but you know what I mean? It's like 90... Not that you have a point with technology where it doesn't do the basic functions, so the updates are actually massively important. But you get to a point where something basically does what it's required to do, and it's actually the thing that needs to change is... So in the case of DD wheels, the thing that needs to change is the driving sim force feedback or the underlying software or the pricing, you know. I should do a video talking about what I've just said. It's just funny that I remember when I first got into the DD wheel thing. I was one of the people pushing for DD wheels, and people were like, no, we don't need that. And now it's gone the other way. Now it's gone too far in the DD wheel territory where people are obsessed with DD bloody wheels, being like, oh well. Was it better to filter it with the game or the wheel? I'm going to do it with the wheel, so... maybe we limit this. Maximum to... Oh, you can only limit it by 50. turn it down a bit, see what it feels like. Professional game can be used to increase. So what's this do? Is this the thing? Is sometimes the wheels can override the strength that's coming from the game. Yeah, I thought it'd be amazing to have an OSW, but to be fair, when I was first into DD wheels, it was like 2011 or something, and I was living in a room, renting a single room that didn't have a bed. It was too small. I was sleeping on the floor. We are racing, yeah. We've been racing. We're just trying different things out. I was sleeping on the floor. And I just had a desk and my G25 on the desk. And I found out about OSWs. I was like, oh my God, this is like just after my first business had failed. So, yeah, it's pretty funny. Right. Increases the force feedback intensity. But I don't understand, I don't really get that. It doesn't make any sense. Let's put this on 70 and see what it feels like. And plus the motor force feedback. Don't make any sense, Moser. Moser's descriptions. Does feel like a nice. The R12 feels like a nice smooth motor, to be honest. What? What is that? They've really done some weird shit to this. I know we've got cold tyres, but you get these moments and you're just like, well, what am I supposed to do with that? I'll just push the brake and accelerator. Yeah, I felt pretty good when I went from the G25 to a T300. And I was like, oh my God. And then I got a TSPC Racer, and then within 2 weeks I got an OSW, so that was a bit weird.
Lap 151.40.
Nice. Why is it making TC noises? We turned TC off. Oh, TC slip was still on. Oh, we got to the point of diminishing returns about 5 years ago. We're getting some really nice wheel rims that are cheap. Force feedback joysticks. Moser AB9 is really nice for flight sims. But it doesn't matter. World War III's happening anyway. I mean, everything's... Yeah, America's insane. I don't think they realise how insane what's going on in America right now. I think a lot of people realise is insane, but a lot of people don't. They don't realise how... they don't realise how close it's mirroring 1930s Germany. You know, it starts with attacking a small group of people, and then it gets worse. I'm not quite sure why people aren't connected. A lot of people are connecting the dots, so that's quite significant. There's a lot of craziness happening, so maybe we should just enjoy what we got right now. Because I think the next 10-15 years are going to be very interesting. I'm building my nuclear shelter with a sim rig in it.
That time was a 149.43.
Do I think English government is any better? Yeah, it's a billion times better than what's going on in America right now. It is, yeah, no, categorically, I'm not a big fan of the British government, don't get me wrong, but it is incomparably different what's happening in America right now to how stupid. Well, no, right, okay. Tell me what's your argument for the British government being worse? Like, are you trying to say? Go on, tell me. You're gonna have to make an argument. I'm not a fan of the current British government, so you know. No, you're not gonna say anything. They're all on the same path. They're in this together. They all have the same bosses. Who's the boss? Which I do agree partially. To be fair, I do think that they if none of them address wealth inequality, ultimately, well. So I agree in the sense that I think unless wealth inequality is addressed, you will end up going down the same route. It's not true that they're all in it together in that sense. I mean, they're in it together in the sense that none of them are addressing the fundamental economic issues. Some of them are trying to some degree, though, more than others. Like, some are directly trying to make wealth inequality worse. So that's the current American government literally is backed by billionaires and is directly oligarchical to a degree that's not like the British government to the same degree. But it's a mistake to describe the current American administration as similar to the British government. Like, they're utterly incomparable. Yeah, but you're mixing up a bunch of stuff too, and then making a false equivalence. So you can't, if you like, you have to, you would have to concede that the British government is different to the current American government, right? Like, even the previous Tory government is different to the current Labour government, right? Even if they're there in service of wealth holders, they're in service of different wealth holders. So that would already be a difference, right? Even during World War II, very wealthy people would be calling a lot of the shots. But that would be different to now, right? So you can't just it's too easy to just go, oh, they're all the same. No, but they are different. Your life might have not got better, but it could have got worse or less worse. But you must see what you're doing is you're sticking everything into a singular thing. They obviously are different, right? Yeah, none of them. Right, so none of them are fundamentally addressing wealth inequality. Some of them are actively increasing wealth inequality more than others, though, right? You'd have to admit that. But no, you're oversimplifying stuff. Things are not that simple. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't just go, these two groups of people, these two things are both terrible, they're both doing an awful job. You can't then just go, well, they're both the same thing. Oh, I'm not going to, they're all the same. It doesn't work like that, unfortunately. Even if that would be an easier way to think about things. There's still degrees of how bad something is. That's like me going, all driving simulators are terrible, and they're all the same. Well, they are all terrible, but they're not all the same, are they? No, but Luke, everyone's a puppet to a certain degree. You're just using weird language that's not useful. Everybody's a puppet. Even if you work at McDonald's, you're a puppet to McDonald's. Sadly, so the way you're describing it is if there's like some super singular person in charge of stuff, or like a small group of people absolutely in charge. That's not how it works. Voting does actually matter, to be honest, even though it's flawed. Saying that if you're gonna, so the only power you actually have as an individual, the thing that really is a thorn in the arse of big business interests, is actually democracy and democratic aspects. So even in a flawed democracy, it does actually have a degree of impact. Not as much impact as you'd want, and certainly the democracies are massively flawed. But if you're going to go, oh well, I'm not taking part in it at all, that's actually playing into the hands of people that are actually have a lot of power. So, for example, yeah, I mean, what? No, you're just saying platitudes. you're not actually saying anything. The stuff that you're typing is like someone that's thought about it a bit, has read a bit of these things, but hasn't actually really considered the actual reality of it. It's like you're on like, if you had like 5 steps of awareness of how politics and power work, you're on like step 2.5. So you're basically on step 2.5 of awareness. I'm on step 4 of 5. Where you are is where I was in like 2005, 2004. I'm not insulting you. I'm explaining where you are with your thinking. That's not insulting you. You're where Russell Brand was about 10 years ago. I've now very clearly explained the mistake you've made, where you've lumped a bunch of different things together. You've also assumed a specific power, a specific entity that's in control of everything, which I can assure you isn't the case. And yeah, the world isn't as organised, so the people, even like billionaires, they have to still group behind. In a democracy, they still have to group behind stuff. There's obviously people with power. There's financial interests. It's more that it's just like the actual power structure for a lot of these things is connected people that know each other, quite like that are within the same social circles, and then a mixture of that is wealthy people in the same social circles, and then of those people you have different interests where they want to take things. No, you're being overly simplistic. I don't think democracy. We're in a bit of a failed democracy at the moment. So I don't think democracy works well. But what else is there? What else do you suggest? Right? Okay, you're not happy with democracy. The solution would be better democracy, right? Not to go, oh, it's I'm not going to take part. Like, you can't choose to not take part because you're taking part regardless. So whilst there is some form of democracy, you might as well do what you can, even if you know it's futile and even if you know it's pathetic, right? Even if you know it's rigged, and it is rigged. I don't disagree with that. It's messed up. It's not Depends what country you're in. But anyway, you started the conversation by saying that the British government's the same as the Americans, which is obviously not true. Like, they're different governments. So you didn't start with a strong. You didn't really start with a strong position. I'm not even saying I like the British government, but you, and then also saying good luck with your freedom of speech in the UK is really absurd. Like, there are freedom of speech issues in the UK. I agree. There's really bad application of freedom of speech laws, but there's also freedom of speech law issues in America as well. It's not like you don't have absolute freedom of speech in America. Like, do you think people working normal office jobs can say something like, if they were racist, they would be sacked, as they should be? If they were, if you say something particularly socialist in an American workplace, you'll probably lose your job, right? If you told your employer to F off, you'd probably lose your job, even if you were completely correct to. So there's no, even in a country where legally you have more freedom of speech, you actually don't have absolute freedom of speech, right? So it's just not that simple. So the world is actually, things are just more complex. I do, in some sense of in some ways though, America does actually have better. So the UK does have really bad defamation laws, but it's just not simple. It's just not simple. There's lots of aspects of the British press and freedom of speech that's terrible, and there's some things that are actually quite reasonable. The YouTube boys on a stop. It's funny because it's funny that you have, like, because I'm not really pro the current democracy. It's massively problematic. Our whole democratic system, I think, is completely stupid. So it's just funny when someone supposedly disagrees with me, when actually, I imagine after like 5 to 10 years of them thinking about it, they'll be like, oh, actually, probably agree with this person. Okay, well, it depends on your boss, doesn't it, Fedora the Explorer? Also, like, hypothetically, do you really want, not you, like anybody, is absolute freedom of speech really a good thing? Like, let's say someone is being homophobic, racist or whatever, like they actually are. Why do you don't want that, do you? Like, I don't want that. I don't want someone to be able to assault someone verbally because they are gay, trans, bold, hairy, whatever, black, Asian, British. I don't like, and then you'd have to go, well, what degree do you enforce that? Obviously, and it'd have to be proportional, and that could be abused, you know. But yeah, like, I'm not against going, right, some things should be moderated to some degree. Let's have a reasonable discussion on what on 20 more minutes. It's not politics, all right. We're just generally chatting. I haven't said anything political. Don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, I think there's a balance, isn't there? Like, you would want people to be able to make fun of everything, but also you don't want people to be bullied. And then it's really hard to draw the line, isn't it? The thing is, you can then have someone disingenuously going, oh, you've been offensive to me, that's an assault, you know. And it's like, well, Whereas you could have someone that's genuinely, you know, they can't do the job because someone is, you know, they're treating them completely different because of their gender or their skin colour or something, or, you know, or anything, right? And it's like, well, yeah, they haven't been physically assaulted. Like, or you could just have someone making subtle sexist jokes non-stop. Well, if that's every single day and it's always implying that someone's inferior, it's only a joke, you know. So it's hard to define. That's the thing. And it can be abused by people being disingenuous. Well, I don't know. So the problem is, myself personally, I'm actually really free. I'm very pro free speech. Generally speaking, I'm very pro people's to express themselves in different ways, even if it's something I disagree with. So, but I'm just saying it's a difficult. It's not a clear-cut thing, is it? It's not clear-cut with these things. It's not simple. That's the takeaway that people, a lot of people struggle with, is that a lot of these things are not actually that simple. Like, they can be simple, but they can also be very complicated, and it also can depend on context, intention, you know, and then also some people have different amounts of power, and also it depends. So I think with a comedian, the key thing with a comedian actually is that a comedian are not, if they're not direct, well, that's what I'm here for, Noggin. If a comedian is not directing it at a specific person, then it's less problematic, I think. And then also, if a comedian is, if a comedian makes a joke that's like they mean it literally, and it's actually racist, then it's not going to be funny, is it? Because it's not going to make sense. It'll just be stupid, right? So it would have to be fundamentally, for a joke to work, unless it's a intentionally controversial with the knowledge that it's not actually the case. Right, so you could have a joke. The result, like, let's say the joke is against. Let's keep it easy. So the joke is misandrist. So the joke, let's say a comedian makes a joke that's misandrist. So it's basically sexist towards men, right? And it's fundamentally sexist, but it's incorrect. So because it's just sexist, right? If the joke is just literally sexist towards men, it's not going to be funny. It's just going to be like, well, it doesn't make any sense. But if the joke was taking a trope about men and then inverting it and making people think about that trope in a new and novel way that's either absurd, which would be absurd because it would highlight the fact that it's not the case, therefore it's no longer misandrist. Yeah, like, I don't know. I don't think humour can really work with stuff that's literally offensive to someone. I mean, it could do. I guess if you're a sociopath, it would still be funny. But yeah, if it's not directed at an individual as well, then I don't know. It's hard to. It's really hard to work out. A lot of it comes down to intention. Ultimately, if a comedian, if their intention was not to actually punch down and not to attack those people, then you'd be like, well, that's obviously not their intention. Whereas if their intention is to sow division, and their intention is to, in this case, make out that all men are stupid, then that would be a problem, wouldn't it? In the same way if they were to make out that all women are or whatever. So intention is a big part of it, but it's impossible to absolutely no intention, and it's difficult to infer intention from the pragmatic result of what's occurred or the interpretation. So that, again, it gets complicated. my brain, I don't even have a brain. My intention is to make all sim racers feel terrible. I think I'm doing a good job. Yeah, let's do a race.
Teams and drivers go to the grid for a race start.
No, I've been to some really offensive comedians at like Edinburgh Festival. There's a lot of comedy there, and we went to one comedian, and their jokes were like, the point was though, they were trying to be offensive in the jokes. Like, they might have actually been offensive people, but you couldn't really tell. But like, it was obvious that they were just doing offensive, really as offensive as possible. Like, the jokes were like horrendous. To the point that, like, me and my friends were the only people left in the room. Like, everyone left. Yeah, the joke itself was them being really as offensive as possible. Me and my friends were just sat there like, oh. But, you know, I just see it as art in that scenario, though. So I guess if someone is being a comedian, but then it's like, well, where do you draw the line between them being a comedian and you're like, it's art, and you're interpreting it as art, versus, well, someone's saying they're a comedian, but they're just they're actually an arse. So I guess you would then have to go, well, how much harm are they doing? And then you'd have to make you'd actually then have to go, are they creating harm? Let's say you go, well, we value their art, we value free speech, but unfortunately the end result of what this person is doing is actually creating harm, and demonstrably so. So then that's where you'd have to like really look at stuff. You go, well, we are going to have to curtail the art and the freedom of speech because it is demonstrably causing harm. But then you go, well, that's a slippery slope, isn't it? Because you could then go, wow, I think that's causing harm. That's causing harm. You've not gone to bed on time. You've drunk some fizzy water. That's not legal. We only drink flat water in this society. Well, that's what I say. That's what I say with a lot of. I think just accidentally. I'm not sure if it's intentional. But accidentally, I think the bulk of comedy, it effectively has to be based on truth, right? Otherwise it doesn't work. But then the problem is, some stuff is seemingly true, but it isn't actually. So only like a bigot might find bigotry comedy funny, whereas someone that's not a bigot wouldn't. So it would work. That sort of comedy would only work with people that are bigots. So it would still work because they're bigots, for example, you know. But so then the solution to that is education and critical thinking. You know. Yeah, I mean, but Ross, the problem is it's the internet, and it's the decontextualization of stuff and the nature of how that happens on the internet. And so in the past, things would be more localized. So it wouldn't be that everything's getting broadcast to everybody. So now what happens is anything that gets said is eventually going to end up consumed by someone that's going to be offended by it, and even worse, it's going to be consumed by groups of people that will weaponize their supposed offense. So whereas in the past, you know, things would be more segregated. It's the nature of the internet, putting everything in front of everyone and then decontextualizing it. Well, I don't laugh at myself. I'm too serious. Can you teach critical thinking? Yeah, but not to everyone. You'd have to start at a young age. Some people maybe you can't, but you could teach critical thinking. Yeah, it's going to be a range of critical thinking skills. You start from a young age, and there's a whole bunch of stuff like how do you assess if something is likely to be true or not? How does a scientific method generally work? How does skepticism work, or how does burden of proof work? Experimentation, and these are things you just teach children. So some of them will be dumb and not really get it, but on average, people will generally, people have had to learn to not eat poisonous food, right? People have had to learn. Yeah, well, that's it. Some of them will eat paint chips. So you're not going to win with everyone. But, generally you can... it's like you can teach children bushcraft. Like, you can teach them how to use knives and things. And they're not going to accidentally stab themselves with the pointy stick because you've taught them this is how you do it. Like, okay, they might cut themselves like an adult might, but,
That time was a 2:00.71.
But all these skills need to be taught from a young age. Some aspects of critical thinking are less complex than, like, learning how to talk is insane. Like, language is mental. Yeah, no, the thing is, I am aware that there is like extreme. It's not really woke, but like stupid stuff in business places where it's like training courses for how to be reasonable and stuff, which is not a bad idea in theory. But then they'll be like, well, these sort of training courses, but then they ignore some fundamentally massive injustice that applies to other people. They're not consistent across the board with it. Unfortunately, you often have like total arses that ruin stuff for other people, and then they take advantage of things that are designed to address, like rebalance things to make stuff fair. Well, a good example of like how systems can break quite easily is like iRacing's protest system, for example, right? What you'll find is there will be a good percentage of people that fairly protest really bad drivers on iRacing. Like, they protest people punting, for example, or driving in reverse, or being really rude on the voice chat, or bullying someone, right? So you'll get people using it appropriately. However, I guarantee you there's a massively disproportionate number of people protesting other drivers that are just people themselves that are overly sensitive and are like, oh my god, you punted me, I'm going to report you, and then they're reporting like absolute non-instances because their ego is so fragile and they've got nothing better to do. And something like iRacing in its online system is like the only area in their life where they get to try and push some authority. So the thing is, on the right wing side, they often the right people that are sort of politically right wing frame it as if it's like liberals and lefties and whatever that are woke. And it's ironic because you do get lefties that do this sort of stuff, obviously, and people on the left wing doing that. But basically, it's insecure people that are left or right wing. It doesn't really matter. They're just like egotistical, insecure people that ultimately it's that joke about the horseshoe of like people that are far left end up being like authoritarian communists. and people that are far right end up being authoritarian fascists. It's like, well, and please tell me the difference between an authoritarian fascist and an authoritarian communist. It's like, actually, at the extremes, they end up basically being the same thing. And what they are, those people at the extremes, they're always incredibly insecure and just sensitive. And you look at like some of the political leaders out there now, they're so insecure and sensitive. Anytime someone says anything, they're like, ugh. And it's just like, grow up. They're just children. They've not learnt, they've not got any like emotional control, and they're the reason they're narcissistic sociopaths on the left and on the right. The reason is because they never had like a, I don't know, they never built self-confidence, so they always need it from other people. Pathetic. And these are the type of people that end up ruining the world for everyone. We have the cleanest of lines. We're gonna do we're doing online racing in a minute. We were just trying some stuff out here. Whoops. Illegal pass. My arse. I'm gonna Verstappen him. It's why iRacing is the best. It's why LMU's had to put a 2-hour cooldown on reports. I tell you, there's been quite a few studies that have shown that people on the right-wing people and left-wing people massively tend to often misjudge the other side, and tend to think the other, like someone that's on the other side, they tend to think of them more disingenuously to what that other person actually is. So people on the left tend to think that people on the right are right-wing extremists, and people on the right tend to think people on the left are left-wing extremists, when on average people tend to have more nuanced views. In reality, funny that people don't tend to have simplistic, straw man extreme positions on things. Like, it's funny, the thing is, as you get older, you talk to people. Like, I'm friends with people that are actually quite extremely far right compared to my views. Not far right in fascist sense, but like certainly not just completely politically different to my views. But and we actually agree on a whole bunch of stuff. Like they're still not anti-human. They just think that the way to get to a certain thing is slightly different. Although in many ways agree on a lot of things as well. But we have all these on the internet. Everything is like straw-manned and turned into like comic book villains and comic book views. But then you do end up with like you do have people in power that actually are like comic book villains. But your average day-to-day person tends to actually be pretty reasonable in many ways. I think we need to bring back rocket launchers. That's my solution. Everyone should have a rocket launcher, and then if you're going to have an argument with someone, well, it better be a good argument to justify firing the rocket. Rocket launcher life. I do the opposite, Floyd Dan. I like just going up to people and giving them insults. So I'll be out and about in London, and I'll just see someone, and I go, "You're a bit fat," and then I just move on. Or I go, "Your clothes really don't fit you very well." Or I'll be like. Did you pick those glasses, or were they a gift? And then just walk on. What you could do is like neg and compliment at the same time. So you could go to someone like let's say you see you're on the tube and you see a woman on her own and you go you've got a huge nose. I really find big noses attractive. Or you say, oh, is that you that smells? That's a really strong smell. I love that smell. It reminds me of the French countryside. They'll be like, they'll have a mental breakdown. Oh dear. So stupid. The problem is, right, so like I do like noses. I don't know why I touched my nose then when I was thinking about it. It was a brain connection. I do like quite weird shaped noses on women, like myself. But I would never say that. I'd never say to a woman, I'd never go, oh, I really like your weirdly shaped nose. But you know. And I've had women come up to me actually and say that they specifically like big noses. But I think most guys would find that offensive. Isn't this the science of what dumb pickup? Yeah, I don't. That whole pickup artist thing's so stupid. Right, it's so funny with how it actually works. Right, in reality, people are arbitrary. Right, obviously there's averagely good-looking people, people that are old, people that are young, people that look healthy, whatever. Right, but generally speaking, if someone is attracted to someone, they will be attracted to them just off like superficial whatever they happen to feel like at that point in time, right? And whatever the woman says or whatever the guy says, it doesn't matter because the person is arbitrarily attracted to them. So basically, you could be like the biggest idiot ever, the man or the woman, whatever. If they happen to accidentally fancy each other, that's just how it works, then it doesn't matter what they say. The other person, like imagine you fancy a woman, like you see a woman and you're like, oh wow, she's really attractive. She could say anything to you. You as long as it wasn't like, you know, something that really upset you, you would just be like, oh, hello, thanks for talking to me. You wouldn't be like, oh, hang on, that was weird what you said. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, short term, not long term, but this is what these pickup artists go on about. What are you going on about? Go to bed. You know, those pickup artists talk as if there's like some like magical combo of words that cause a person to go, oh yes, I will now marry you. Yeah, okay, look, to be fair, it does work on the negative side. You could say something, but actually, it inverts again. Because if someone can say something so terrible that it's actually funny again, it's sort of like the Mandalorian of things to say. Or The Room, like, I didn't hit her, I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. That film becomes amazing even though the whole thing's terrible. So there's that. If you're going to be terrible, you might as well go all the way in. But yeah, guys, I'm starting a course for alpha men. If you'd like to join it, it's you can become a channel member, and we'll be starting our next video soon. And it's just for alpha men. And it's going to tell you how to be an alpha male, not a beta. First of all, you have to shave your head, yeah. It's how you assert dominance. If you can let go of hair and you're not care, it doesn't bother you. It's how you assert absolute dominance. Yeah, first of all, don't run out of tea bags like I have. You've lost the ability to have kids. I know that's sim racing. You can't blame me for that. That's just sim racing. It's the electromagnetic radiation makes you infertile. That's why I put tinfoil over my groin whilst I sim race to keep me safe. Look who's in 6th place, guys. Bastard. Oh, Erwin. Hang on. Is that a real driver? Ah, dear. I'm hungry, guys. I need to eat something. Right, we were gonna try something else. Like we got this wheel we set up. Okay. Oh, here we go. We can do this, and then we'll do some AC, not AC, some iRacing. Registreren. What should we drive? What car should we drive? We've done the McLaren. We'll do the Lamborghini. There we go. Yeah, we've just stayed up because I was up cleaning my gutters at 5 in the morning yesterday. So, right, I'll be back in a bit, guys. Going to get some food. I'll get some pizza. Back in a minute. How's it going, guys? I had to get pizza. It took a while to cook. Sorry about that. I'm ready though. I found some white wine vinegar. It's well nice on salad. I hadn't opened it. It's probably like 10 years old. I don't think vinegar goes off. Let's find out. Don't think it does. Indefinite shelf life. Opened, can last for years. Oh. Yeah. That's the whole point of vinegar, isn't it? Well good though. Love a bit of vinegar. Go. How's everybody doing in chat? The Australian time zone. Cabbage is well good as well. Whoa. You're never getting it back. You paid permanently. Hang on. If you live to 70 years old and sleep 8 hours a night, how many hours of life do you have awake? Versus if you live to 70 but you sleep 7 hours a night. Here we go. So, 8 hours of sleep per night, you get to live 25,567.5 days. 7 hours. Oh, it's broken. Oh, no. 8 hours of sleep a night. You get to live. You get to be conscious for 17,000 days. 7 hours of sleep a night. Hello, Evil Tech. You get to be conscious for 18,100. No pixel therapy owned. Okay. What about 10 hours a night sleep? 25,000 days. $2,000 days fewer than 8 hours, and 3,200 days fewer than 7 hours. Yeah, I think the GT3 just seemed a bit more understeery. A little bit more forgiving, but well, we'll do some iRacing in a minute. No, the season, you don't need the season pass. The season pass is for some like additional stuff. The basic game lets you play all the rookie races and stuff, the base content, and then the DLC lets you play some other things. But I think you could just buy the base game and just do the rookie races. Probably take up a lot of your time. We'll do a summary video. There's some pros and cons to the update. Well, I don't really want to buy another Ferrari just for the fixed Ferrari thing. That's a nice pizza. Bit good with the salad. White wine vinegar is well nice. I don't think I really had it that much before. I would have had it in salad dressing, but not really noticed. Do you make vinaigrette with white wine vinegar? I know, sherry vinegar. 3 parts oil, 1 part vinegar, 1 part Dijon mustard, 1 garlic clove. Oh, balsamic vinegar is well nice, yeah. Can't go wrong with some balsamic vinegar. Right, I'm just gonna drive out here actually, in case the bug is still there. Oh, beg your pardon. Fizzy water. Fizzwinkled. See. Call the Alcantara. Alcantara. Right. I'm ready. Clay Bolt. Do you think Patrick Ale likes to drink? Or is it Ali? Allah. Do people think of motorsports as being masculine, generally speaking? Because I think it's a bit poncy, to be honest. Like, race cars are well poncy compared to, like, I mean, I wouldn't even attribute masculine and feminine to this sort of thing, but like, I certainly wouldn't consider motorsports to be particularly masculine. You know, kind of just think of it as a bit poncy, a bit stupid.
Teams and drivers and go
Do you know what I mean? Like, I don't look at a race driver and go, "Oh, what a man!" I think, "Oh, what a ponce." No, I mean, I don't really think anything, but like, I think most people would say that motorsport is kind of like traditional masculine, right? But I don't think I do. I was never raised in a traditional family with that kind of outlook, though. So, yeah, just occurred to me. I don't think of it as being particularly masculine. Oh shit! I hope the car starts. Well, even going back to like the 60s, it was just like pathetic drunk men. And like, and them doing and being idiots, right? Which to me just seems like it's not masculine or feminine. It's just what a pathetic specimen.
Formation lap has started.
Just pathetic, really. You know, just a bit pathetic. There's a bit of a gap here. Oh, here we go, guys. Traction control down. Brake bias back. I'm out of line. You're out of line. I can't bloody catch up. Oh my god.
Green flag, green flag.
gymnastics I don't really see as male or female. Like I used to watch guys do gymnastics and women do gymnastics. Never really. I wonder how much of these things depends on like your childhood. Yeah, I mean, I was raised like really gender neutral, so maybe that's why. Like me and my sister both had the same toys growing up. We weren't treated any different either, so. I wouldn't want to be a cheerleader. I'd find that. You see how like strong they have to be. Also, it's super dangerous. They get really bad injuries from being dropped on their heads. Oh no, we got away with it. This car's a right chonka bonker. This car feels huge. Meat and potatoes. X-Stack. No, I think that's just to do with lack of power steering. On F2 cars, I think. Women can actually take G-forces better than men, weirdly. Like, I mean, G-forces aren't necessarily the number one thing in an F1 car, but like in fighter jets, something to do with like, I think it's to do with like blood vessel size or something. Like a man will black out before a woman with certain G loads. Hello. Whoa! He's upside down. Everything's fine. Yeah, like women have a physiological advantage for rock climbing on average. Yeah, no, Doof, I don't know if that experiment, I don't know if that was actually BS. Like, I don't think that experiment, because yeah, I saw the same thing, but I think last time I looked into it, that experiment was not very rigorous. It's not that it's a male choice. It was the argument was that male chimps went for things with like rotatey stuff on it and like widgets and what have you and trinkets, whereas the female chimps predominantly went towards like nurturing toys or stuff with like faces and what have you, like social stuff. But then yeah, I think that experiment was actually BS from what I understand. Not that it might still be true, it might be the case, but that specific experiment was a think bollocks. Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to look into it. But annoyingly, those types of things are often like there's loads of like BS surrounding it, and loads of like weird biases, and the blinding isn't done very well. I mean, I don't personally care. But, you know what I mean? It's just whenever I look into it, it's like, seems like they would have been not particularly rigorous with that. Yeah, also the key thing as well, we should say this all the time, you have differences between men and women, right? At the extremes, they might be quite pronounced. So like, at super top levels, they might be quite pronounced. But then also at top levels, you might have some people produce more testosterone than other people, or more estrogen, or whatever, or they might be taller, or whatever, you know, at the extremes. And when you like look at the actual median for a population, it's like if you take out the people that are the sort of, you know, absolute top Olympic gold medalists or top level MMA fighters or the whatever, and you focus on the median of society to what's relevant to day-to-day life, assuming someone's like generally fit, you actually end up with things being very, very similar. So it's an odd thing to focus on, you know, just the elite level of sports. It's like, well, hang on. Yeah, there will be certain things where there will be more obvious differences, but then it will depend on the specific activities as well. So but you'll see this with like generally tall people will generally be better at basketball, right? Small shorter people, certain body types will be better at rock climbing. So the divisions might not even be through male and female. There can be other, or like long distance athletes massively benefit from lung capacity. So you have like all those is it like Ethiopians and stuff that are particularly good at long distance running. And so it's like, that could be a bigger factor than for that activity than being male or female. But again, that's still at like a higher level.
Lap 2:23.28.
The problem with motorsport is more that you just have to be rich to do it. Yeah, hello Sim Racer. The talks bobbins. But yeah, for sure, like men tend to have more specific strength or more muscle mass, or can convert protein into muscle mass quicker and what have you. But then again, it's like, well, to what degree is that relevant for day-to-day life? You know, I just put filtering on maximum because I have some issues with motion sickness. The female motorsport thing is to do with arm strength over longer races with cars that don't have power steering. So I guess like IndyCar didn't use F2 doesn't have power steering, but most people aren't in Formula 1 or F2, are they? There's no reason why you couldn't have loads of women doing GT3, LMP2, LMDH, Caterham, Radical, Touring Car. I mean, like Michelle Mouton, you know. It's because there is cultural sexism that's still prevalent of like, well, women do this and men do this. Even if an individual person wants to do something, they're like dissuaded from it. That's a huge thing. But in motorsport, the biggest issue is that if you're poor, good, you're done. So it's a combination of cultural sexism combined with wealth inequality. But they only ever talk about the cultural sexism, and this is a result why, like, realistically, if motorsport was representative of humanity, of what it should be, you would have, like, the grid would be all Asian. Because there's way more Asians than there are British people, right? But the grid is, like, full of Brits because Brits did motorsport early on and have the culture established. So, if anything, Asians would be more suited to motorsport because they're normally Asians are shorter than British people, and that's another thing. If you're over 6'3", you can't get in a Formula car, so it also excludes people on height. So actually, that would favour for Formula driving. That would favour women who are generally shorter than men. But also there's the age thing as well, right? A younger healthy woman or a younger woman will probably outperform older guys, right? So there's also this weird bias where everything's framed within the context of a 27-year-old man, which is like the apex of fitness, right? For a human, generally for specific forms of strength and what have you, right? So that's what it's all framed in. But it's like, hang on, people live on average to be 70 years old. So what does the best 27-year-old have to do with the majority of people? It's ridiculous. Like
24.20.
No, what do you mean? What, I don't know what argument you think I'm making. I'm saying we arbitrarily, in terms of relevance, we focus on the absolute top-level elite, generally speaking, with these things, and then those are extrapolated to then supposedly apply to everybody in some way, as if it's the only relevant factor. What I'm saying is, sure, on average, men are stronger than women, right? It's not controversial. That's just scientifically backed up, right? For bone density, strength, and a whole bunch of stuff. But the point is, a younger woman is probably stronger than than the average older man. Your average person in general is not your athlete. There's so many variables and components over the course of your life. If you were to be like, what's actually relevant to doing certain activities? The point is framing everything around, as I say, a 27-year-old peak possible athlete with a specific group of sports that predominantly are designed around the athleticism of a 27-year-old man. Well, you're going to end up with like a very limited framing of things. Sexism and boldism. What really matters is people. You want people to have agency to be doing activities they want to be doing. That's the crux of it. So, like, if a woman wants to do whatever activity, they should be allowed to. If a man wants to do whatever activity, they should be allowed to. Like, it shouldn't be like, oh, you've got a penis, you can't do this.
That time was
Do you know what I mean? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, you're not allowed to do this thing because you're British. Well, hang on. But the biggest thing that stops people doing motorsport is how expensive it is. How many of us would like to do, like, not even GT3 racing, but like just do go-karting more regularly? We can't do it because we can't afford it. Also, you also have to for something like endurance racing, right? A driver being consistent and able to be consistent is probably quite a large factor, especially for a team. Especially for a team that's got a paying, like, pay drivers and everything else. For the result of that team, having someone that's just consistent can be a really big factor for that team's success, right? And you could maybe then go, well, statistically, X type of person is less consistent for X, Y, Z reason. Or maybe not, I don't know, but there's lots of variables to these things. The fact of the matter is, nobody, male, female, whatever, will ever be as cool as me or as good at me as anything, and that's the truth. So... X stats, but do you know what that you don't know what that specific metric is? I mean, maybe there is for like hotter races. I think that's the bigger problem with Formula One. So the two things I'm aware of with it, but F1's shit anyway, so it's not even relevant because F1's a bag of arse. It's a terrible sport. It's broken. It's completely stupid. So, but putting that to one side. The two factors that I'm aware of that is the sort of temperature exhaustion component, which anyone doing Formula One gets absolutely wrecked, and then it's the just the strength thing. But I don't think the strength thing's that's more F2 than F1 in terms of wheel input over time. I know G loading obviously over time can wear people down, but I think it might be less for someone that's lighter. Don't matter if they're male or female. Like if they're smaller, I think G forces are have less of an impact, possibly. I didn't say that they're not in prime shape. No, it depends what you mean by strength. In terms of being able to take part, and in terms of that making it being exclusionary, you'd have to look at this. I'm saying I don't know the specific factors, and you'd have to look at them. for sure, there's no reason for rally driving. I don't think there's any reasons for GT3 or even like hypercars. Yeah, and also like, well, what about trans women? Do you exclude them because they're a trans woman? Is that like, oh well, okay, don't do that? Or do you know what I mean? So there could be a trans woman, but like, let's say it's not a trans woman. What about a man that wants to do Formula 1 but they're just quite small in stature? Excluded, even if they're super fit. But you want the right person for the job. If you make the cut, you make... Well, yeah, but that's fine. I'm saying there's... The point is, you don't want to preemptively exclude people, like how tall people are excluded from Formula racing, because they can't fit in the car. So that's a bad thing, right? You don't want arbitrary exclusion. And so price is the biggest one at the moment. Yeah, you're being selective. So even if with motorsport, even if a trained woman would be weaker than a top tier trained woman would be weaker than a top tier trained man, with motorsport the point is you're using a vehicle, right? So what you'd be like, what it'd depend on is how much does the physical component impact the performative component, right? And for sure, maybe for Formula 1, maybe it is the case that the physical component absolutely overarcs the performative component. Given that most of the drivers on the grid are arranged by the car they're driving and not their actual driving ability, you know, with motorsport, it's hard to like... And it depends, like maybe with Formula 1, sure, but it's not the case with rally driving. It's not the case with GT3. It totally depends. You'd have to define. You could work out the strength capacity required. You could probably, yeah, you'd be able to work out at what point, what threshold a body, it doesn't matter if it's male or female, what threshold of strength does a body need to pass before the body is unable to do the cognitive component, or you know, the precision of the pedals, the drive, and everything else. Yeah, but I said you'd have to do some scientific tests to work it out, wouldn't you? You just have to go, well, and then you would ask yourself, why do we have a motorised sport that's motorised, so it's not fundamentally about physical strength, and it's completely arbitrary? Why have we got a sport that excludes people through no fault of their own? So, for example, why aren't there more sports to accommodate fat, bald men, for example? Which is a totally... I'm not even joking. Why do we only have sports for like people that are dedicated a ridiculous amount of time into that sport? Like it's like we need more amateur stuff. Or categories. You need categories of these things to be able to do it. The problem is the only thing commercialised is this arbitrary focal point that is totally arbitrary. It's like, as I say, designed around the sort of 27-year-old man. So I'm well past that. The GT3 does exist for fat, bold men to be able to drive race cars. So, you know, it's great. That's the point of motorsport. Snooker. Have I been up now? We have, but we got up late yesterday because of we had to clear our drains in the early mornings, so we didn't sleep. People would not... Hang on. What would people not watch? It's totally arbitrary. People watch Formula 1 at the moment, and it's terrible. So people will watch anything if you tell them to. Right. people would not watch it consistently enough to generate enough profits. That's not true. That's completely manufactured. Look at Formula One. People are not watching Formula One because, oh my God, it's the best drivers in the world doing something dangerous. They watch it because Drive to Survive has gone, oh, Max Verstappen said something. Lewis Hamilton's not happy. Lando Norris is struggling with the car changes. Oh, this team boss is really angry. Will this driver's contract be renewed? It looks like Hamilton's gone to Ferrari. Was that a good decision? Oh, Ferrari have made a bad pit stop. Wow, wasn't Hamilton stupid for being attracted to this team? I wonder if Verstappen's going to win the season. They don't care. They don't care if they're peak athletes or not. It's just Big Brother with cars. So you can that's everything. Like people watch poker professionally or darts. They fill a whole room of people. They fill a whole stadium with fat men with a beer in one hand, with a beer, throwing darts at a board. I mean, if you can do that, you're telling me that sports have to be actually objectively engaging. Come on. We have 100 people at 6 a.m. watching a fat man talk bollocks. Do you? It doesn't matter what the activity is. You don't even have to be good at it. Oh, I'm going downhill. We're going to try iRacing with this wheel now. What a disaster. Are we getting warm? It's a little bit warm. Not too warm, though. Well, yeah, from a commercial perspective, actually allowing the drivers to film directly in the car. So that's probably the way it's going to go, right? You know how you're seeing like Jimmy, Steve, Misha, that their team in the Nürburgring, but also like just influencers in general, YouTubers and personalities. I wouldn't be surprised if you see quite a proportion of future sports people doing like motorsport and stuff. It will be, oh, there's a personality that you know taking part, and they've got their cars all got cameras on it, and we're going to see how well are they doing, right? And then so you'll be like, well, you don't really care if they're the best person or not. You'll just be like, oh, I wonder how well the idiot that I'm supporting does. It's like supporting your local football team that are shit. Like there's part of it is going, my team's complete shit, but you know they're shit, you don't care. Sometimes they do a good result, you'll be like, oh, that's awesome. You know? Oh, that's why you can watch this channel, iInjector, because the narrative we have is fail at everything. So it's nice and simple for you to follow. What's happening today? Oh, he's failed at everything. Oh, wow, I understand this. Oh, I wonder what the plot line is. Oh, fail. Oh, okay. That's nice and good. I'll get it. Your perspective is female sports league versus male sports league. The male sports league just naturally generate more wealth. Well, they naturally generate more wealth because of the culture that we've had for 200 years, 500 years of treating women pathetically and like hundreds of years it's been, oh, a woman's job is to give birth and to be quiet. And it's like, well, obviously that's going to culturally affect, you know, it's only since like the there's been occasional women in history that are like outliers that had to struggle immensely to like get recognised or to have a position of power, even like the NASA computers, the women that did the computing, or like Ada Lovelace, is that her name? Get it wrong? Or God, there's so many women that because the women are for some reason less. This is probably a cultural thing as well. They'd be less egotistical than the men. So basically, only since the 60s or 70s has there been a group of like a group of people that have sort of treated men and women equally, right? Prior to that, almost no one treated women anything other than them being a quiet thing that gives birth and that you have sex with, right? That was it. So there's like sports and all these things have all developed, all the commercialism, all the capitalism have all developed around 500-600 years of that culture. So that's why there's like a disproportionate lack of women still in certain activities where you'd expect there to be more women. But also, I mean, it goes the other way as well. There's a disproportionate number of men in jails, right? There's a disproportionate number of men not doing other activities that are more female-gauged activities. There's fewer male, like, primary school technicians or care workers or maybe not now, but, like, there's a lot of roles, or, like, stay-at-home parents. There's fewer men doing that, so where you'd expect it to be more even, generally speaking. So it's just like a lot of it's sort of a cultural history that you would hope, if you would critically look at it and you go, well, hang on, it doesn't really make any sense. If this person wants to do this and that person wants to do that, they should be allowed to do it. Like, they shouldn't be. Culture should not be dogmatically forced on someone to make them do something they don't actually want to be doing. Although you could argue maybe sometimes forcing some people to do something does lead them to a better quality life than they would otherwise have had. But like, I've been forced to play driving sims and I resent every moment of it. Every second of driving sims, I've been forced, guys. More women in jail. It needs to be even, yeah. It should be half and half. Half men, half women. And then we can launch them into space and they can start. We could send them all to Australia and then they could start their own country. Oh. I don't think that's true, actually. You know, the whole Australian prisoners thing. Like, there was a percentage, but it's more that in the past people were just exiled and they weren't actual criminals. It was just that the government was mental and was like, well, we don't want you here. And also, even then, I think that was a minority. So I don't know. I'm not quite sure where that. Right, let's ask ChatGPT. I don't know where that meme comes from. I'm pretty sure it's like totally ridiculously made up thing. Yeah, okay. It initially established, Australia was initially established as a British penal colony, but what's the percentages? So they did, in 1788, they did 162,000 convicts, but then you'd have to define the convicts, because a lot of people were convicts that didn't really do anything in the past. Like, they didn't pay a debt or something, or, you know, like, stuff that's ridiculous. It's exaggerated. But there were a significant number. What has nothing to do with culture? My face. My face is a culture of despair and sadness. Yeah, kids were sent there for stealing bread, and they won in the end because they ended up on Neighbours. They ended up on Ramsay Street. And Australia's got better race culture than Britain. I mean, like, car culture. I don't mean... And they've got Bathurst and V8s and stuff. We're pathetic. Australians actually have exciting vehicles. We're a bit lame. Brits are super lame. Oh, update. Required update. Oh, I'm updating everything. Why not? Download and update. Let's go. The wheel grips. What's an FSR? I don't know what you mean. These are all right. This is the KS wheel. I don't know what FSR Moser is. Don't know what you're saying. £10 Pobs thing. I mean, I would go to if Australia wasn't in a stupid time zone. I would 100% go there. Like, it's better weather, more interesting animals, wildlife, better social life, kangaroos. What else? You know, didgeridoos. They've got a lot of coast. Sure, swimming in the sea, you get stung and eaten, but you know. Oh yeah. Oh, the FSR will be like that one. The only bad thing with Australia is every time they talk, it sounds like a question, and I can't tell if it's a question or not. That's the one downside. Other than that, it's pretty good. If you had to pick, guys, you had to choose between living in Australia and New Zealand. Where would you, if you had to pick, type New Zealand or Australia? I think I would err towards New Zealand. Oh, I fooled you there. Because I think I'd be a full-time glider pilot in New Zealand. Yeah. See? You've got hobbits in New Zealand as well, which is pretty cool. Hang on, what's going on here? Oh, Battle of the Little Wings. What were we going to try? Oh, yeah, we're going to try GT3 with this steering wheel. What do I pick? The McLaren? Yeah, let's go for that. Registreren. New Zealand's got an incredible countryside as well. But then it's quite windy in a lot of places. And it's quite rainy. It's the wrong time zone. That's the problem with New Zealand. Like, because I could do what I do now in New Zealand, but it's just the wrong. Like, people I know that are streamers and YouTubers and stuff, they have to do what Will does, where he just does review videos. And then all events and stuff are in Europe. Most stuff's in Europe, in Germany. So it's I could live in Australia, I think. What's the maximum Newton meter output of this wheel? Let's just put it to 16. Work on a sim race all day and night. Well, that's what I do. Because I don't sleep half the time, so we just live stream. So what's happened, regardless, is that my sleep schedule's terrible, which is why we have we have loads of Australian viewers. Yeah, you get too much lag, and then if you want to play FPSs, it'll be against the Chinese, and they don't really play Counter Strike and stuff. They play the other Counter Strike. There's that LAN cafe version. We put the R21 on the rig. It's nice. It's pretty similar to the R12, just a bit stronger, a little bit more punchy. Hello. Oh. You live in Melbourne and you have to play Rensport and LMU in the morning at 2 a.m. and 6 a.m. Loser! That's what you get for having nice countryside. Like, you can't complain because you live in a nice place. Ah. What's going on here? With this, there we go. You must have a well sensitive pedal. Even the islands around Australia are dangerous. You could get to Papua New Guinea. Yeah, you could end up on that. They're all just iRacers on that island though. They're very sensitive. Oh, bloody hell, we're going that well. We set up our equipment. Papua New Guinea. Is there an old Guinea? Why is it Papua? Why is it Papa and then New Guinea? What does Guinea mean? Like New Ireland? Is there a place called Papua Guinea? And then they found another place and they went, oh shit, we can't think of a name. It's next to Papua Guinea, so we'll just call it Papua New Guinea. Is that what happened? That's what I would do if I was naming it and I'm being lazy. Oh, my coffee's well strong. Oh no, what's happened? iRacing's messing up my computer for some reason. What's going on here? The iRacing's crashed again. Since this update, iRacing's messed up. Yeah, what's weird is it crashes my browser. I know. Why can't I join? Does it think it's still running? I'm gonna have to rebuy my bloody controller. Oh no, I can join now. Yeah, everything crashes these days. No, it closes the process now, which is good. The loading time seemed to have gotten worse with iRacing, which is weird. It's going to be interesting playing iRacing with this wheel. Did it save the wheel settings? Oh! I don't have any force feedback. Or do I? Oh, we do. Rebind all the buttons. Okay, well we got force feedback at least. Hang on. How come the shifter worked? Oh, because I bound that, didn't I? Control. Here we go. Bloody hell. Ah, pit limiter. Oh no, we're gonna do all the buttons. Brake bias. No, I can't remember all the buttons. What do I need to change? Black box. Next. Previous. You look left and look right. Where's that? I see it in a different setting, isn't it? It's in a different place. Why is it in a different place? Look left. Look left. Look right. We don't need to look up and down. How long we got here? Oh. What? Oh. Thought that was higher before. Oh well. What else we got? Look left, look right. I'll tear off visor. How do you do tear off visor? Oh, it's this one. Do we normally do it on here? What else do I need? Windscreen wipers. Push to talk. Yes, you're thinking. You're thinking more than I am. I normally use this button, I think. We should probably use this button, that's better. What else are we doing? I feel like there's something I'm missing. Pit speed limit. Oh, we've just unbound it like an idiot. No, it's flat. We'll use this one. The horn. Do GT3 cars have a horn? Don't think they do. Like, they probably have like a. Probably have something. I mean, maybe they take it out for weight, but you'd want something. Yeah, well, for like if you're parked in the pit or like you wanted to, you know, there's times where you'd want to poop a horn. Maybe not a loud horn, but you know what I mean, like an alarm in the car. This would be useful. Auto compute force feedback. Force, what's that about? We should try the default force feedback as well, actually. That's how you do that. Some cold tires in this game. Yeah, I don't like it. Whoa, we're doing this layout. Why is this car so smooth?
Okay, here comes your first time lap.
Ah! Okay. Well, we'll go with that. Let's go. I trust it. I don't know. It still drives the same as before. It's just a little bit more sloppy. It'll probably be. I normally prefer Porsches, to be honest.
One lap to green. Line up on the right side. The estimated strength of field is 3,514. Pit road is closed. Tight field today. Look for opportunities.
It's really, really bad. It's a bit weird what they've done to it. Good morning, Samir.
5 cars left to
Hello. Mic check. Yo, it's a mic check in the house.
1, 2, 1, 2.
His name is Eduardo. He's really cool. He's so cool he didn't go to school. He spent all his time playing iRacing, and now his car is facing the wrong way.
I appreciate that, bro.
Stop
Enjoy the
talking.
race.
Stop talking. I'm in this race. Dark Ploy Twitch, my ears hurt. Dark Ploy Twitch. Dark Ploy Twitch. Polly. Sorry, Polly. You're cooked.
Catch 11, car. Catch 20, car. Catch 4, car.
Oh no, what's going on with the frame rate? Oh, why are we running at 78 FPS? What's going on? iRacing. Oh, we've got too much wheel filtering on. That's what's going on. I can't see where I'm going.
4, car.
Ow! I think I broke my car already. It's changing my force feedback settings. Whoa! Okay. iRacing crashes a lot though. Oh no, that was your fault! That was your fault! There's a car behind me!
What the hell was that?
Oh, I'm sorry, the car behind me was driving into me, so I moved forwards to avoid it.
20, car.
Sorry, I didn't mean to spin you. Trying to avoid the car behind.
Well, I didn't spin, but I believe I have some damage actually. Is my wing still on?
It was the car behind, guys, honest. Plausible deniability.
Yes.
That's a weak car. No, I was trying to like not get rear-ended by the Porsche. Report for sure. You almost drove into me then.
About to go green. Stay focused.
Oh! 40 on 5X, we've not even started the bloody race.
Green, green, green. You're on the right, 3 wide. Still there. Car on your left, 2 wide. Keep to the right. Still there, hold your line. Clear.
Oh my goodness. Can't believe that worked.
There's an incident ahead, left side, still there, clear on the left.
Oh, my car's understeering. So much understeer.
You got a slow car on the right. Car stops on the right. Go left. You got a slow car on the left. Car right. Clear. Go right. There's an incident behind.
Take that, guys. Take that.
Right side.
He should have pushed into the slide.
Stay on the left. Clear on the right. Car right. Clear.
0x.
Car stops on the left.
This the driving is so bad. There's cars everywhere. It's ridiculous. Oh my goodness, this guy, he's driving like a drunk.
Car right. There's an incident behind. Stay on the left. Clear on the right. Car on your left. Still there. Still there.
Oh dear.
Stay on the right.
Ow!
Clear on the left. Car on your left. Clear
Oh
on the
no,
left.
he's lost it! He drove into me! He drove into me! Well, we're gonna get a DQ here. What's the maximum? He drove into me, guys. I'm innocent. I didn't hit her. I did not. Oh, hi, Mark. And it was you! You drove into me! You drove into me! I didn't! I didn't! I didn't. We'll look the replay. We'll have a look. I don't think I did.
Gone off.
I might have understeered a little bit. Yeah, well, that wasn't intentional. That was a lack of skill. It's the first time I've driven this car. We'll have a... It's the tyre model. Blame the tyre model. Sorry if it took you out. I wasn't trying to. Are you in Australia as well? Because it's warping all over the place. The old Australia excuse. Oh, he's dead. Oh no! Hang on, you're still typing? Can't be that bad. You can't be that bad if you're still typing. Ah, yeah, well there you go. It'll be like mega lag. Was my car wobbling all over the place? So I was generally driving pretty smooth, well, apart from the start, but like once driving, in the race, once the race started, pretty much holding a line. They've definitely reduced the car contact forces though, which is good. Like you actually have to hit people harder to punt them. Which is way better than it used to be. iRacing might be listening to my feedback. I thought you were a fruit seller and you were squeezing me like an orange. iRacing, it's weirdly floaty. It's just strange how iRacing drives. In some ways, the GT3 cars now drive more like the old F3. Like they float all over the place. Like Dora the Explorer.
1-4. That was your fastest lap of the session.
Blockage.
Clear on the left.
It was a block. It was a defensive block. Surprised it didn't pump. I'm surprised it didn't pump me.
I had to brake.
Ah, good braking there. Appreciate it. Did you hit me hard on your end? You don't want to talk. Alright, we seem to have upset someone here. He's taking this unranked race very seriously.
Car right. Clear.
I left him space then. I left you space then. You could have
The car
gone.
in P10, just set the fastest lap. 43.43.
It was a good move by him.
Left side, keep to the right. Clear on the left. Car right.
Oh,
Clear
that
on
would
the
have
right.
binned us before. That was a lot more forgiving. That would have wrecked us before the update. Like the tyres would have given out. After I turned in your nose. No, hang on. Look. Delete the evidence, and then I didn't. Turned in your nose. Look. We will look the replay. I'm probably going to get a DQ from the amount of contacts. Is there a limit to the 1Xs? This car has super weird physics, but it's quite fun to drive on this track like this. It's weirdly sliding. It's just weird. It's not like a GT3 car. It's floating all over the place, but I think it makes it more fun to drive. How slidey it is. It's just sliding. Slop wheels.
Car right. Clear on the right. The lead consider 44.241.
Who's this? Tyson! It's Tyson! Bump drafted us to victory. $21X we're on. What's the limit?
Left side. Clear on the left.
Oh, I've got to slow
Try to
down.
slow down and give up that time. You've got wheel damage.
Oh, no, I've got wheel damage. Oh, no, my car's wonky. How many more laps are there? Oh, 3 minutes. Okay. Tyson! He just spam wankled my car. I'm now driving a wonky bobsled.
You got a slow car on the right. Go right.
I don't know. Everyone's messing around, I think, because it's not official. I think you can still get reported in these races, but
You're in the top 10.
pure skill. Pure skill. Absolute talent. Oh no, he's going to bump me again. Oh, don't drive into me this time. I've got to brake early. My car's wonky. Oh my god, we're drifting.
Right side. Stay on the left. Clear.
I need to tweak my force feedback here. We've got the force feedback super weak. I mean, it's still drivable though, but I think this wheel is a bit is smoother than the R12. Like it is I think it's a better motor. It's really good actually.
The pace car is out of
Lucas
control.
Roy for following the channel. Welcome.
Right side. Car 3. He's up the front. Still there. Hold your line.
Ow.
You just got the white flag. That means one more lap
Ow.
to go. Keep to the left.
Ow.
You're in the middle. 3 wide.
Ah!
Still there. Still there. Clear. 2 wide. Clear. You've got wheel damage.
I've got double wheel damage now. How does it, oh, we fixed the car. No. Absolutely sandwiched. Yeah, the R21's definitely better than the R12. It's not a huge amount though. Like I think I'd generally be perfectly happy with the R12. To be honest, I'm not. What's the price difference?
Car right. Clear.
Just throttled him. By the way, guys, this is one of our subscribers that we're driving into, so I wouldn't be doing this to random people. This is one of our viewers they've been a viewer for years. I've met them in real life as well. Absolutely.
Left side.
Oh no, it's not over.
Clear on the left.
We absolutely jimmied them up against the wall. That are shit in the car. There's a rear wing there. I'm on the inside of this corner.
Clear.
Oh.
Car on your left.
No!
Keep to the right. Keep to the right. Clear.
We're finished.
Sorry, wrong.
35x.
Car stop on the right. Go left.
Oh, that was well good.
All right. There's the checkered flag.
I'm surprised it let us drive
Nice,
into
Russ.
them.
Solid work. There's an incident there.
It wasn't like as... It seemed more gentle, considering we completely ran them off the road here. It didn't, like, punt them off massively. I think they have... I think they have improved the car contact a bit. Bonk! That would have 100% wrecked him before, right? That would have fired him off into the wall, like, absolutely. You need some better tea. Oh no, hang on. Was that Quirk? Was that Quirk that we were driving into? I thought it was someone else. I don't know. I'm killing everyone. I thought it was someone else. So stupid. Oh, what's he saying?
Yeah, Bramster.
Hey, Tom. Tom, thank you for the raid. Welcome, everyone. Hope you had a good stream. Oh, wait, did this guy hit the guy going into the pit? I don't know.
I'm hot, and you're not.
Oh, no.
Let's have a look at the start here.
Oh, Jesus.
Morning.
Wait a sec. I got a sec. This, I need the static.
Alright. Oh yeah, what was the accident at the start? Yeah, here we go. It was corn books we were wrecking here. Let's see. Okay, little bit of understeer. That's just understeer. Just understeer. That's fine. Bit of understeer. Oh no! How did that kill him? We just moved across a bit. It was fine. Oh no! He should have caught that. I'd have caught that. We did. He's in Australia though, so I totally swiped his nose off. It's the Porsche. If he was in any other car, he would have got away with that. Yeah, I think it's because of netcode and also it being a Porsche. It's weird because, yeah, it's weird. the knocks. Yeah, that's really weird because the other crashes we did with other people were a lot worse. So it must be lag, as much as it. Yeah. Oh yeah, or that thing where when
I'm hot and you're not.
when you hit the back of a car, it compresses the suspension down, it bottoms out. It does it in loads of sims. It might do it in real life, but I think in real life the back of the cars break and stuff. So. Well, no, the reason why I say it must be lag is the degree to which it caused that crash. Whereas when I was driving into Quirk, like intentionally driving into him, it didn't do as much damage to him. Guilty. I wasn't actually trying to punt you there. Well, I was trying to pump Quirk. I just kept driving into him just to see what would happen. We need to try the in-game force feedback. Let's see. Can we join the next one? It's weird that the game keeps crashing and breaking the browser. MX5 prototype chat. Okay, we'll just do the next one of these. Yeah, it's less. It's harder to just bin, like insta bin, but the tires are more sloppy. Yeah, the game's not. It's not just the game crashing. I think it's doing some weird CPU stuff or something weird's happening because the game crashes, but then it also crashes my some of my browser stuff. Well, let's get some music on here. But not all my browser stuff. It's really weird. So maybe they need to fix it. They're probably pulling their hair out at the moment. Very strange. Did I have a drink? Oh, here we go. Non-alcoholic bit. I'll finish our coffee first. About some cereal in a bit. And we've had people in chat that have used it and they said they get a lot better performance, which makes sense. You should get a lot better performance. Benji, it probably depends on the CPU people are using and graphics card. There isn't a 360 Hz problem. You just need to turn off the setting in the game. The what's it called, audio to force feedback thing. I mean, there is a problem that by default the settings are insane. It's in here, LFE. It's actually high frequency effects, so I don't know why it's called low frequency effects. Quad view is static foveated rendering. It was already available in OpenXR, but now it's part of the game natively. Oh yeah, I was going to try. We're going to try the in-game force feedback. Oops. This is going to make my wheel go mental.
Car right. Keep to the left. Clear.
Why do we have no force feedback? Do we have to restart the game? we have to restart? Let's just try restarting it. I know maybe we have to bind it again. Nope. Why are we not getting any force feedback? That's weird. Enable what? Oh, do you for VR? I'm not sure how you enable it. Good or yeah. Well, you can break everything down into two options. I find. Oh, here we go. The wheels moved itself. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. This track looks like a monk praying. Like, do you see what I mean? Like someone wearing a skirt or like a robe praying. Or what else could it look like? Or it's a shoe. Like a weird futuristic shoe. Or it's it looks a bit like a Watkins Glen. You kind of see the monk. This is how Spa to me looks like a magpie that's been run over by a car. So I see all the tracks. Laguna Seca is a whale. Oh, here we go. Got force feedback now. That's nice. Ah, nice. Yeah, we do long live streams when I don't feel like doing when my brain's a bit slow for videos. I tend to do live streams. All right, let's see what this is like. What is that? With the cold tyres, there's still like really mental stuff that goes on with this. Like what on earth was that? Doesn't make any sense at all. There's like a weird central zone, the in-game force feedback. You don't get it with Marvin's app. I mean, it's still, the physics are mental in this. Or I don't know what it is. It's just weird, but you get used to it. Just better off using Marvin's force. Like, we've not got anything on it yet. Intensity, wheel force, all. Let's put it on auto, turn this up, see what happens. Oh, this is clipping. Why is it clipping? Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, just Marvin's force feedback is just so much better. Like, you can tweak it so much better. Just killed him. Whoops. Yeah, this just feels so much better. Like, smoother, more precise. I still spin straight away because the tyres are cold. The thing is, it's absurdly understeery though. Like, it's just sloppy. That's what's weird. It's like they've made the cars more forgiving to drive by just making them really sloppy. It's like they haven't actually fixed the physics issue. They've just made everything sloppy. Like, what is this behaviour? Okay, cold tyres, fine. To be fair, this is similar sloppiness to LMU cold tyres. So give it, but even once the tyres are warm, it's still very sloppy. That's the thing. But then force feedback can make it feel less sloppy.
You got a slow car on the left, car stop on the left.
But the thing is, when cold tyres are sloppy, the cold tyres magnify what you're gonna get with the warm tyres, right? In terms of the sloppiness, like it's just more obvious on the cold tyres. Well, it isn't much better. Like it's more forgiving, but you're not actually getting into any proper snap oversteer. It's all like really drawn out slides. We just done a race with this car. It's just that it's hidden by it being more sloppy. The F4 car is the same, and that's got the update to it as well. Like, I think it probably is better for most people, but it basically just means the cars are less precise. They're less snappy, which is not. You want the snappiness, but with it not binning, right? Like, look at this, it's mental. It's like the F3 car in iRacing, it's just so slidey. It's alright, like, it's fun to drive, but it's not how cars are. It's not what cars are like at all. It's like bobsledding. Once you just ignore that it's a GT3 car, you go, well, look, it's just a racing game. That's just how it drives. It's all right. But the moment you start going, I'm going to drive it like I think a GT3 car drives, it's like, makes sense. Maybe we could add some like vibration to it to make it feel more like it's the road, the car tyres skimming the road or something. I don't know.
You got a slow car on the left. Go right.
Why am I not a... So how is what I've said not true? Why would a BMW McLaren test driver would say exactly what I've just said?
You got a slow car on the right.
Anybody that's driven a real car would go, yep, iRacing's really weirdly sliding. Like, I do speak to a lot of real-world drivers, so it's not subtle. Actually, the comment you've made, I know you're joking, but right, it's such a ridiculous comment to make, like, because this is so obviously mental, and every real driver I talk to says this as well. It's only sim racers that are like, oh, well, what is he saying? What is he saying about my game? What is he saying? Oh, he can't say that because he doesn't drive these cars in real life, so how could he know? It's only sim racers that say that. You honestly, if you go and watch an onboard of a McLaren around this track, I tell you what you'll see straight away, right? This is what happens. When they turn into a corner, if you turn your car into a corner, you turn, right? And then what happens is, because you can't be perfect with predicting the grip levels, you turn into a corner, and you'll probably turn a bit too much for the rear grip, right? So what you'll see is the back of the car step out, and the driver will go, and the car will go in a little four-wheel slide as they go through the corner. So what you'll keep seeing is a driver turning and then making little counter steers to stop the car from spinning, right? And the car will do little four-wheel slides. You'll see that through like any corner when the driver is pushing a GT3 car. Go and watch onboards on YouTube. It's really bloody obvious. It's just how these cars drive. You don't drive them like this, like they're a sledge. But hey, I don't know. You know, apparently you have to be like some genius to be able to detect it, I guess. Oh dear. Sorry to break the illusion. With this like scale thing, I never tried this output curve. Project Motor. No, they're trying to make a proper sim with Project Motor Racing. I've played it, it's alright. But they are releasing on console and PC. Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying, Luca. Like, people don't realise. People think that you drive cars like you drive. People that play too much iRacing think that cars drive by you going, oh, here's a corner, wheel angle, accelerator, brake. It's like they think everything drives like a 60s Formula car. That's not how it works. But there's nothing you can say to convince them otherwise. Using this output curve, it's not going to be right. Think about what you're typing. So yes, I know it's a video game. Yes, I don't think it's going to be realistic. Yes, I approach them all like video games. That's obviously what we're doing. That's what you have to do. You have no choice. Yes, you have to drive within the limit of the simulation. How is that a counter-argument to pointing out that a simulator it's called a simulator, right? Do you know why it's called a simulator? Because it's trying to simulate. So it's not weird for someone to go, oh, this is what it's not simulating. It's not, you know, it's not weird for someone to go, oh, the simulator should probably be behaving in this way because that's how a car drives. Because the whole point of the game is called a simulator. It's trying to simulate, right?
Car stopped on the right.
So again, what you're not very good at conversation here, I'm afraid. you're missing the points. Yes, if you use this output curve, you end up compressing the force feedback.
Car 16 just set the fastest lap. 43.
And then you end up with like a weird like overlap in the centre, which isn't good. You're also talking to someone that drives, like, last week I did 50 hours of iRacing. Week before that we did 47 hours. And the week before that we did 58 hours. So I don't think you know who you're talking to. I don't think there's many people that do more iRacing than me, to be honest, when we do sim racing. So you're actually talking to probably one of the most experienced sim racers. Sadly, I mean, how dare you type a message in my chat? Bloody embarrassing, guys. Unbelievable. Absolutely disgusting. What a disgrace. Well, you need I think you need stronger coffee. You should be drinking tea for a start if you're watching this. I don't race in real life, no, but you don't have to race in real life to be aware of very obvious physics aspects of games. Like, I haven't flown a helicopter in real life. Jesus Christ, this is such a boring conversation that we've had 3 million times. It's I'm just going to flash buttons on the screen. I'll push a button that says, just goes through, just explains why you don't have to. I mean, you could just type in ChatGPT why you don't need to have driven a specific real car to understand how cars generally handle. It's to fit the game. Fits well. You can't unsee the monk. Will this crash again? It crashed last time. Oh, yeah, there we go. It doesn't like going from the other session to the next session when you're in the session. Yeah, I'm not rich, so I don't do real driving. You have to be proper rich to drive GT3 cars, or be like really lucky. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I think the Porsche seemed a bit less floaty, but they're all very floaty. Maybe that's all that iRacing can do with the tyre model they have, in order to make it so that it's not, so the tyres don't get stuck. They just have to reduce the overall grip. And to be fair, like lower overall grip will make things less snappy. Yeah, you either end up with it's a problem with every simulator. You either end up with something that's like ridiculously snappy or ridiculously sloppy, and there's no way of getting them. They don't seem to be able to get them to be spot on in the middle. But then again, like X-Plane 12's pretty good in that regard. Some of the RC flying games are pretty good. Full Force is mostly marketing BS. It's just like high frequency vibrations and effects and things, which are basically useless. It's like Logitech's True Force. It's mostly bollocks, to be honest. You don't really need it. It's low frequency forces, mostly noise. Yeah, it's low frequency forces are what describe the tire grip, which is the important, like slip and tire grip, which is the important part. But some people like it. They've also added it for the Moser wheels as well. They've got this low frequency effects. It's funny how the cold tyres will just spin up easy. You'd have thought you would design the car's TC to avoid that possibility, because you wouldn't want a noob, like a wealthy person that's getting in your GT3 car to bin it out the pit lane. It's where they're very likely to bin it. Oh my, the cold tyre understeer, bloody hell. I mean, yeah, but that's why that's why you put those TC and stuff on it, because it is an easy way to bin the car coming out the pit lane. You wouldn't want someone that's just paid to be a paid driver. You wouldn't want them to bin your car if you're doing 24 hours of Nürburgring or something, or Le Mans or whatever. You wouldn't want a paid driver to ruin the car on the outlap, right? I guess maybe you don't put the paid driver in on the outlap. I don't know. That'd be quite interesting to. For the strategy. I wonder if the wheel filters out the LFE stuff as well. No. The LFE stuff's too high frequency, so you end up with this terrible feeling in the wheel. Yeah. I'm using Sennheiser headphones. Try 595s, I think, or the 599s. Yeah, they're really comfortable. I have quite big ears, or weird ears that are sensitive to pressure. Part of the floatiness is if you don't have like a vibration as you scrub, like a texture. So, like, it's still floating, the physics will still be floating, but if you have like a scrub feeling, it makes it feel more grippy. Like if you've driven a real car, well, slicks can be quite smooth in real life, but road tyres tend to like vibrate when you understeer on a racetrack. They do like they sort of just vibrate, so it makes them feel more connected than they are.
Green, green, green. Okay, here comes your first time lap.
What's weird is this McLaren in real life, they're really pokey. It's weird for it to be so floaty. Like, the one thing that you see with McLarens is that they're on the nose, right? They're like super weirdly steering authoritative vehicles, right? I think we could put like this understeer effect on for understeer, but then it doesn't really. It's weird. Were you asking headphone? We were using Sennheiser 595s or 599s. If that was your question. I don't know. Baldwin consulted on this, so I don't think he's going to be the most critical of, you know. He tends not to be particularly critical of stuff. He'll just say, "Oh, it's kind of good. I like this." I've never seen him ever say like, "Oh, this is, you know, this is terrible." It just doesn't. This is 21 Newton meters. This base.
One lap to green. Line up on the right side. The estimated strength of field is 3,894.
Yeah, the DD2 has some.
There are a lot of points on the table. Be smart and get a good finish.
A mild amount of notchiness to it, but yeah, I know what you mean. Like sometimes if you have a bit of graininess in the force feedback, it can. Yeah, when stuff's super smooth, you can associate it with that kind of wooziness. So yeah, weirdly having like notchy bumpiness might actually be advantageous for some people because they're not going to associate it with that motion sickness feeling. It's weird that. There you go, benefits of a technically worse DD wheel. You would have hoped though that with a better DD wheel you could just put in you could add in track texture stuff. with many sims you can. And you can with mirror. You could add in. There's probably like a road texture thing. Or you can add this. Oh, in fact, you can even do this and. Can't select the wheel though.
Catch the 3 car. Catch the 19 car. Catch the 14 car. Catch the 22 car. Catch the 26 car. Catch the 27 car. Catch the 9 car. Catch the 9 car.
Well, there's lots of tutorials already on how to use Fruity Loops. Yeah, what the GT3 cars in this, maybe it's because there's suspension on them that you can't really feel the road texture that well, but the Spec Racer Ford has really nice force feedback for road texture. It's a shame the GT3 cars don't. It's probably the power steering as well, to be honest. But the Spec Racer Ford in iRacing feels great. Yeah, it lets you control the force feedback a lot better and like dial it in really nicely, and it's also much smoother. It's really good.
There's an incident ahead.
Look at this guy. This guy's drunk. Ah, there's a bit of bodywork getting tossed.
Catch the 4 car. Let the 17 car by.
Is someone able to tell me if I have a rear wing still?
How am I meant to let the 17 car by? Oh, there he is. No? Yeah. Change West commentary. Well, I don't really know what I'm doing with Fruity Loops. I mean, funnily enough, I did use Fruity Loops for my job for a while. I sold music to people, but I just bodged it, blagged it. Yeah, I just the force feedback you get with the Spec Racer Ford it makes it feel more connected. Though ironically, it's actually quite a slidey car, but because you get more of that road texture feeling, it makes it feel more connected. It's a trick I noticed on with Automobilista 2 as well. When you have like more of a sort of grainy road texture feel, it makes you feel more connected to the road. It makes it feel like the tyres are gripping and slipping on the road.
Get ready, going green. There's an incident ahead.
Well, the licences are just about driving, not making mistakes.
Green flag, green flag. Right side, you're on the left, 3 wide. You're on the left, 3 wide. Go left, clear all around. Left side. Clear. There's an incident ahead, go right.
Just saw him spinning in the distance.
There's an incident ahead.
The short brake car looks nice.
Go left. Car right. Go left. Clear on the right.
Oh,
go left.
The
There's an
physics
incident
still
ahead.
turned off.
Right side.
It's still bollocks.
Clear.
We caught that slide. Look at this. We caught the slide here. It's still bollocks. They've not fixed it.
All the damage is repairable.
Right, so there's an accident up front, so we do a slide. We turn in too tight here. I'm on the throttle, and we turn in too tight because I'm trying to take advantage of this, right? So we slide, right, and I do the brake and accelerator hack to catch the car. It just works with real cars, but it's a way to catch a car rather than just counter steering, because counter steering is still worse in a lot of situations than just pushing the brake and accelerator in iRacing. So we've caught the car, it's settled, and the tyres are superheated, and we get on the throttle, physics have turned off. So it's still got...
Sorry, mate. Sorry.
It still has the fundamental... So they've made it really sloppy and slidey to mask this from happening, or making it less likely to happen from transitional weight or from braking too hard. But fundamentally, it still has the issue. Yeah, look at, like, we're barely... It's really... This makes it really obvious, because we do the slide, fine. And, oh, sure, 100% you'd expect the tyres to be knackered from that slide and not have the best of grip or anything. You know, you expect it to be rubbish. But look, we've straightened up entirely. We're not 100% on the throttle. And just a tiny... We've still got the same input. And it's also, what's weird is, it tends to do this after you're coming out of the corner, rather than when you're still in the corner. So, if anything, if you were going to expect the rear of the car to spin up from the tyres being cooked, right, you would expect it to happen here. Like, as soon as you get back on the power and turn, if the tyres have low grip from you heating them, when's it going to have the least amount of grip? When you are immediately afterwards, when you're still on the power, still turning. You don't expect it to, like, happen after. It don't make any sense. How have they not fixed this when they've supposedly... This is a big tyre model update. They need to just bin the tyres that they've got in this game and start from scratch. Like, it's been 15 years. They've had the same tyre physics issues for 15 years. Since this came out in 2008 or 7, the same physics issues. And also, you don't ever snap counter steer in iRacing. It's always bobsledding. Turn, use the brake to turn, use the accelerator, which is fine, that's a way to drive, but you're never doing, like, snap corrections. The back never pops out quickly. It's all, like, really slow and boaty. It's mental. 15 iRacing. It's insane. Like, how on earth are you supposed to be the best simulator and you've never had a single GT car ever drive like an actual car? How on earth? Why did... It's crazy, guys. It's actually mental. But, you know, I guess people will, because it's popular and people don't know better, and real drivers will be like, oh, it's, you know, it swings and roundabouts, because it's the most popular game. So why would you be directly honest about it? I mean, even LMU with its current tyre model, which is a bit weird, that at least has a little bit more pokey tyres. At least that does snap out quickly and you can snap correct it. But now they've made it so the tyres turn off in that, but at least you can sort of snap correct it. AC1, a million times closer than this. AC1's too controllable, but at least you can do snap corrections and do the basic driving. So, and AC came out in 2012. So how on earth do you have Assetto Corsa in 2012 and this, which is a monthly paid subscription game, still being worse than another game on the market that's been there for so long? So you've had AC come out and show like pretty close to how real cars should generally drive, but it's, you know, AC's got bad suspension, bad downforce, a bunch of stuff that's rubbish, but the general tyre behaviour is right. You have that. You then have, like, Ginetta, Formula 1 drivers, and pretty much everybody on Earth using AC1 when they're doing home practicing, because it's generally the closest to how tyres are in optimal conditions. You then have COVID that makes sim racing popular, and you have loads of real drivers that aren't associated with iRacing or iRacing live streamers. You have real drivers like Nicky Team and the IndyCar drivers going, yeah, look, this is not how cars drive. So you then have all the decent real-world drivers say that. and then you have 5 years since COVID, and then you supposedly do a big GT3 tyre update, and it's still like it's sloppier to mask the fundamental issue that's still there. It's ridiculous. It's actually insane. It's like, yeah, like what it is now is marginally better once the tyres are warm, but mostly because it's just sloppier. So it's everything drives a bit like the old F3 car. If anything, it's actually more like how it used to be before, like a few years ago. It's like they've gone backwards. I mean, you know, you can have fun driving it. It's fun to race, but it's just absurd. It's not how cars drive. It's it's just stupid. It's so dumb. Like, well, come on, it can't. Like, you can. Another tyre model. Like, why bother doing this tyre? Why bother doing these tweaks if you still have the same fundamental behaviour? Do a new tyre model, like an actual new tyre model. It's you know, yeah, no, I don't. It's not the only reason. I don't care if it's realistic or not in an absolute sense. The reason why realism matters is that it's more fun to counter steer it, and it's less frustrating. You're not going to get binned for no reason, so it's more fun. That's why. It's not really about it being actually realistic. Hello, Race Beyond Matter. They have loads of different tyre models for the cars, but they all have the same fundamental physics issue. They all have the same issue. They're just different. Yeah, they have different variations of the tyres. They made the F4 car more controllable, though, at least for like spin. But then it's slower and less bitey, so it's the same thing. It's like they've got the tyre model they've got, and then they just edit the parameters. LMU has a different issue. Well, now they've made it so that the tyres just turn off. LMU had the oval, like they used to have the mega slide, the weirdo slip slide, like 4-wheel drift for every corner. How is it that it's only like Assetto Corsa and Automobilista 1 that have like sorted this out? Got that like the balance generally right, the sort of tyre behaviour right. I mean, it's weird because iRacing seems to have really good downforce and suspension, and you know, and a whole bunch of other stuff's really nice in iRacing. It's just strange. Also, that slide we just had was with bloody TC. Like, this fixed setup has crazy amounts of traction control on it. That's true. Yeah. So yeah, if you're not using an empirical tyre model, I mean a finite element tyre model, you could dial it in better. So yeah, maybe that's part of the problem. Trying to do too complicated tyre models. Yeah, ultimately with AMS1, I mean, actually, I don't know what AC's tyre model is, but I think it's a relatively simplistic, relatively. I don't know. But yeah. For online ranked racing generally, yeah, it's good. I mean, at the moment, for online ranked racing, you only have LMU and iRacing. That's it. It is what it is. No, the tyres are still terrible. A little bit more forgiving. More margin for bad driving, but still it doesn't drive anything like an actual car in terms of the tyre behaviour. It's just, and it's also just more sluggish and drawn out. I mean, you'll be able to have fun racing. I mean, GT3 cars are GT3 cars. I think it seems like they've improved the car contacts though, so that could actually have a really big impact for more fun racing and less frustrating racing. If they fix like the netcode properly and the tyre model properly, change the pricing structure a little bit, there would literally be no point in any other simulator. You'd be like, well, there you go. Yeah, with the rain, the wet tyres in the rain are a lot more drivable. Yeah, so, but it's nothing like driving in the wet. Like it's again, it's the same as driving in the dry. You just have to be a bit more careful. Although actually, in some ways, it's easier driving in the wet with the wet tyre than it is driving in the dry, because a wet tyre is more like a road tyre. So, yeah. But it's nothing like what in the wet in real life. Drivers are snapping at the wheel constantly because the grip. They're trying to find the grip. They're not driving it like you drive iRacing, all sort of sloppy. But oh well, it is what it is. It is what it is. You just have to delete from your brain the idea that you're driving an actual GT3 car or a car. It's kind of a car, but not. It's actually, I've been around racetracks on in GT4 cars on road tyres. Like Silverstone have a driver experience, and they put road tyres on the cars. I don't know why, probably to save money. And those cars just are weird. How they move around the track, just weird, like weird understeer sloppiness. But actually, that's what iRacing's like. It's like a car. It's like cars with the wrong tyres on them. The wet tyre in iRacing is shit. I don't know what you're talking about. I know a few people that drive race cars in wet conditions. The only way that you would say that it's like a wet tyre in real race conditions is if you barely, like, you maybe underdrive in real life. I don't know. Just watch. You can see it in onboards. Also, in a sim, how can you have a sim where it doesn't work in dry but then magically works in wet conditions? It wouldn't make any sense. Not really finding the count, but the Marvin's force feedback app's quite good.
There's an incident behind.
There you go. Hello, Tom. Tom doesn't drive GT3 cars. He can't bland in them. There's no blanding in these. He can only bland in Formula Ford. No, AMS2 is terrible though. I would say AMS2 is worse than iRacing generally, in its own special way, in the opposite direction. You say, okay, it's pretty close. Well, compared to what other sims? Because you could say, well, this is pretty close to a GT3 car, but you've not. If you don't define it, it's like, well, yeah, okay, in a sense, it's pretty close. In a GT7, in a sense, Gran Turismo is pretty close. But the process is completely different, right? So it's like, well, yeah, in one sense it's pretty close, but ultimately it's not at all. LMU's weird as well.
Okay, we'll get him next time.
Yeah, but no, the point is, to what degree is it pretty close? Like, because you can argue that this is pretty close. Right now, you could say this is pretty close. You could say Gran Turismo 7 is pretty close. You could say all of them are pretty close. You'd have to really specifically define it, don't you? It's pretty close. Hello, Dave Cam. You need my thoughts. It's still bollocks, Dave Cam. It's still the same shit. I think it'll be fun to race. I don't know if you noticed, the car contacts seem a lot less. It seems that you can drive into people without it wrecking them as much. I don't know if that's just people driving different on week 13, but so that's good. He's not very happy. No, I just think it's the bollocks surrounding it. Like, supposedly this is like the big tyre model change, and it's like, well, it's still got the same fundamental iRacing. You still drive it exactly how you drive iRacing, right? There's no snapping out. Like, you don't turn into a corner inducing oversteer of the rear to a degree where you have to quickly snap to hold to bring it back and do four-wheel slip, right? Just don't. There's no point in doing that in iRacing. You go into the corner and you hold the brake and you hold your steering wheel and you just slide through the corners. That's just how you play iRacing, and it's like that in the wet, in the dry. You drive it like it's a bobsled, which is fine. I've learned how to do that. It's relaxing when you're up to pace. It's quite relaxing. It's nice and predictable, you know. But it's nothing like onboard videos. It's nothing like AC1. It's not even like LMU, though LMU's last update has made it more like iRacing in that the tyres just turn off if you brake a bit too hard or you turn a bit too hard. But at least you can snap it. So in a sense, LMU's a lot closer to what you see in onboard videos and AC and AMS1. So, but yeah. Well, I think it's just, but like the F4s makes it more clear. The cars just are more sloppy, so it hides it. Yeah, I think I would agree. The new tyres are better for most drivers because it's less likely that you get stuck. It's less likely that the tyres will turn off, and you can catch some stuff that you wouldn't have been able to catch in the past. Like, I've definitely noticed, we've been driving this, and there's been situations where we've caught stuff where it would have 100% have been the car, or we've counter-steered stuff where we would have had to have pushed the brake and the accelerator together. Here at Game of Muscle, all sims are awful, unless surprisingly we all get real seat opportunities just because you're a sim racer. Imagine this, you buy a cockpit and you get the call immediately. I don't know what you're saying. So, yeah, but then what's happened with the new tyres, and you notice this in the F4 car, it's just a lot vaguer, and it's a lot sloppy. It's less bitey. So I think hardcore iRacers will actually be like, oh, it feels a bit less punchy. You know, it's not, the cars are not as hooked up. You can't wrestle. No, you can't wrestle the car through a corner. Can you induce oversteer on entry? Yeah, but not in a way that's of any use. Complaining about not having snaps on entry mid-corner without testing open setups. Well, the problem is, even with the fixed setup, that with the TC and everything, you would still notice those behaviours occur. So you'd still notice when you turn, you'd still notice the bit back, like even with a high TC whatever setup on a car, if you turn aggressively and you induce the oversteer, you'd still have to correct it. So you don't need to be on the limit in terms of hot lap pace. If you're on a centrifugal track, if you had the most shittest car setup in any simulator, you could induce for that setup, that's that car, right? At that point in time, you can then induce the oversteer and then countersteer it and see what happens, right? So yeah, sure, different setups will affect our car handles, but you'll still always be driving that tyre model. So you race beyond that. You just want to have tyres you can push beyond. Yeah, well, it's not. As I say, I've said this 5 times today. I've said this a million times this year. Just go and watch any GT3 on board, and it doesn't matter if the car's set up for a rich, incompetent driver or the car's set up for a top-tier GT3 works driver. The process is they will turn into a corner. Let's say it's a longer corner. They will turn in, and because they get on the throttle too hard, or they turn too hard, or the grip of the track is a bit variable, they will turn in and the back of the car will lose traction, because that just happens in cars, because you're pushing the car, so the back will lose traction, right? And then the driver goes like that to correct the rear losing traction. The driver could be like, let it slide out even more, but they don't, because they don't want it to keep sliding, or they could correct it more gently, but the back tends to snap out quickly, right? And you watch any onboard of a shit setup car, a pro setup car in GT3, you will see the drivers doing that. It's just basic driving, and yeah, and you that's not in iRacing whatsoever. It's a little bit in LMU, but not quite. In AC, it kind of has that more than other sims, but even then, it's not so much. It's like it's just something that sims have not really managed to capture. Is the abrupt grip loss, but the car still being stable. No, it's not about a more aggressive setup. A more aggressive setup will just mean the car turns in more, but it will still be super like sloppy and progressive in iRacing, or it just turns off. You're not naturally counter-steering. No, well, I've driven the F4 car that has the same new tyre stuff on it. You can counter-steer it, you can turn in, but it's just sloppy. It's just, that's how iRacing is. It's to do with the stability of a car when all 4 tyres are in slip. Yeah, no car has got it. Flight sims are a lot closer to planes, for example, and helicopters than driving sims are to cars. But the thing is, like, iRacing is so far off, it's absurd. And you're always right. Great argument. Good argument there. Oh, hang on a minute. The person has responded to exactly what I've said and given a reason, but I won't accept it. So even though I don't have an argument, I'm going to win this argument, or try and win the conversation by saying, oh, you're always right. Come Come on, man. You need to do better than that. It's like going to a religious person. You go, there's no evidence for God, you know. God could exist, but there's no evidence for it, so I'm not going to believe in it. And they go, you always have to be right. Also, every person in every conversation, whoever's right or wrong, anybody that's saying something or making an argument, they're always going to think they're right, aren't they? Because otherwise, unless they're playing devil's advocate, they're going to think they're right. So, yeah, of course, the other person thinks they're right. like, if Game of Muscle gives evidence is solid, no need to question it. Well, if the evidence is stronger, i.e. onboard videos and very obviously demonstrable nature of car handling that any real-world driver that's a reasonably skilled driver will pick up on, then I think that's pretty good evidence, right? That's not what I said, tinfoil. No, so you do understand that iRacing uses the same tire mod. Well, they're slightly different variations, but they're using the same physics engine for all the cars, right? So this is like a common thing with all driving sims. If you get a car that's got that doesn't have TC, doesn't have ABS, it's got a shorter wheelbase. It's a 3D model. It's a physics model in a game engine, right? If you want to expose the inherent behaviour of that physics model, having a car with less stuff on it that's lighter will let you experience the tyre model more directly. Doesn't matter what the sim is. So it turns out, for example, the light Formula cars or go-karts will let you understand the nature of the specific tyre model in the simulator better than a vehicle that's, say, got that's heavier or has loads of systems on it, because all the systems and the weight of the vehicle will mask the inherent properties of the tyre model. Also, a vehicle that doesn't have downforce versus one that does. Like, if you've got downforce, the effects of downforce will also apply to what's going on with the tyre model. So at speed, it will make the tyres behave in a certain way, right? So if you wanted to understand the nature of a tyre model, driving a lighter car, not at high speed, and seeing how it behaves, like even a go-kart is a particularly good way of highlighting where a physics tyre model is really balked, which is why there probably isn't go-karts in iRacing, or why there's not drifting in iRacing. But like, it's particularly difficult. So same with flight sims, remote control helicopters or very small planes really highlight when a flight sim doesn't do like stall behavior correctly, because the smaller something is, the more reactive it is, and so it's then harder to do like to have it be quick but also smooth and have depth to it. It's just that physics are harder to do on computationally. Things have to operate in a shorter time period, so it's just harder to nail, right? So well, it's not a subjective perception of an onboard evidence. Like, you can see a driver going through a corner, and you can see the car rotating and then snap counter steering, and you can see the car responding. That's not subjective. Your interpretation of a video might be subjective, but that video footage, like, you do know that developers literally use onboard videos as a part of their reference material. They'll have driver feedback, onboard videos, and telemetry, right? It's as a fact, what fight's been for this? I don't know. We've just pointed out that this still has the same fundamental tyre model issues, and that it just seems that iRacing has masked it by making the cars generally a bit sloppier and a little bit less sensitive to the slides. But that seems to, but apparently I can't say that. We've got a really good example, Exhibit A here, of this situation where we've gone up the inside because we've seen this guy's gone wide, and we're also messing around. It's week 13. We do the brake accelerator catch because you can't counter steer the slip normally, or you can't counter steer slip that you otherwise would be able to in a real car, or in Assetto Corsa, or Automobilista 1, or Richard Burns Rally. But yeah, so we've just used the brake accelerator thing. Fine. That stabilised the car. That's fine. We've now driven off the corner. And, oh, look! It's exactly the same issue as before. What do you mean? No, it's not that I can't. It's that the game physically doesn't allow you to countersteer certain situations. And so you're actually better at... You're pushing the brake and the accelerator will catch it, whereas countersteering won't. You can turn into the corner to do it. It's not about me being able to catch it. Like, I'm very good at catching slides. I do a lot of... that's what I'm good at, because I'm a bad driver, so I overdrive. I play a lot of Assetto Corsa. I do a lot of drifting, that, you know. So... But yes, it's a skill issue, okay. It's so funny. It's so funny how iRacers just keep defending it. It will never get better, guys. It will never get better, because there will always be a sizable proportion of iRacers that will just lap up whatever iRacing and some real drivers tell them who happen to have worked with iRacing. It's still a fun game to play, but this is not what GT3 cars generally tend to behave like. It's not what slick tyres generally work like. I mean, you know, it's exactly the same as the other stuff. It's just, it's less pronounced now because it's generally just slidier. You're way too late catching the slide. No, we actually... No, this is gone in iRacing here. Like, I know I have like 5,000 hours in this game. I know how much slip you can have that's catchable with iRacing. So I know. Yeah, okay. What I mean, you know, I guess getting to like 4.5k iRating and 5k iRating in different cars, as someone that doesn't even play iRate, like isn't an iRacer, I obviously can't drive at all. I can't play the video game. I guess always been in the top split of like most of Formula races and stuff. It's not good enough. Fine. I guess you have to be an esports driver at every sim. At what point, at what level do I have to be for it to not be a skill issue? Like, I don't think I'm that good. I'm like normally 0.7 to 1.5 seconds off pace. But what skill level does someone have to be for the catches to be? How good does someone have to be? Like, I'm fully aware that I'm not the best sim racer. I'm really not that good. No, okay, this is the other thing. This is one situation. Well, the problem here isn't this slide. This is fine that this is uncatchable. I'm not complaining that this slide is uncatchable. That's not the point of the conversation, to be clear. It's fine that we're on the throttle, we're on the curb, it's the first lap, cold tyres. That's not what we're talking about here. That's not the issue. There's nothing wrong with using a brake and accelerator to catch this ludicrous slide. We're driving ridiculous on purpose. The point of this is the car's stable, but the rears still have no grip afterwards, which is highlighting the issue. But this is the other thing that people will do with sim racing. When you're pointing out a specific thing, it's always you don't have the skill issue, or they then go, well, no, this specific instance you're incorrect for this specific instance. Well, they'll ignore every other instance and then claim it's the other thing, if that makes sense. Don't have to say it more clearly. It's like whatever. It's interesting from a skeptical point of view. It's really interesting how it's like it's kind of goalpost moving. But it's weird that people do it with other sims as well. So I mean, like AMS2, where you can hold like ridiculous slides through the corners, or go into corner deep and just turn the steering and power through it, and then they will go, oh yeah, in a real car you can turn the steering. It's like, well, yeah, you can in some real cars in some situations, but that's not the point of the conversation. Or like, the goalposts just change constantly. Maybe this happens on the development side as well. Maybe in iRacing, maybe in their studio, like, I don't know, James Baldwin, when he's giving his feedback, was probably really diplomatic about it. He's a really nice guy. He'll have just said, oh, this is how it is. I think it should be controllable. iRacer will be like, this is what we've got with our tire model and our tech. We'll try and make the best of it with what we can do. That's how games development works, right? And but they're not. I don't think the feedback isn't going to be, guys, look, guys, this is absolutely terrible. This is not how cars drive at all. You need to completely abandon your tyre model and do something completely different. Because then they would just say, oh, well, you're not helping us develop this tyre model because that's ridiculous. we can't completely abandon it because, well, we've got a game that's a service, so we need to update it with what we've got at the moment and make the most of it, and then maybe as a side project we'll do that. You could catch no, I don't disagree. You can catch more stuff now than you couldn't, but it's still a sloppy type of slide and not a snap slide. So you can still, for sure, you can still the cars are less bitey now and it's more drawn out, so for sure you can catch more stuff. I don't disagree. It's easier to drive in that regard, but then it's also sloppier. So it's like they've just made it so you're less likely to get into a situation where you could throw the car into more slip, for example, because there's less bite for that. Let's go to the skid pad. Yeah, good idea. We complain about everything random. Yeah, it feels like the tyres now drive as if they're like more worn out slicks than fresh slicks. How do we do skid pad? Is it AI single player? How do you just do the skid pad? Like the F4 car feels less bitey, but you can catch way more in the F4 car than you used to be able to. And so the F4 is an even more obvious example than the GT3 cars. You don't want to drive in slip at all. Like, you just lose time like instantly. You get screwed. What is it? Time attack. Oh, test drive. There you go. I'm blind, guys. So yeah, let's get the front end feel. What was it? What GT3 car? I think the McLaren was particularly sloppy though, compared to the Porsche. Seemed a bit more springy, to be honest. Like, I think the McLaren's the least. No, how's McLaren spelt? I can't spell it, guys. What on earth? Or maybe if I just type GT3, it'll come up. Oh, here it is. Is that right? Yeah, there we go. Select. McLaren. Where's the track? What is it? Centrifugal track, isn't it? Let's type that. Yeah, it shouldn't be driftable. Yeah, I totally agree, Niels. It should still be like. The crucial thing that I think is missing is, as I keep saying, that thing of if you're going through a corner and the driver turns a bit too much, the back end pops out, so the driver does a little snap correction, and the front equally does. Like if the front can wash out, so the driver again will back off the throttle or do whatever. Centripetal. I've been calling it centrifugal. I'm so dumb. It's the entry to mid corner slides that you can catch the first time, but then you start losing the rear again. It snaps. Yeah, so it still does that. It still does that once the tyres still get overheated. You can catch the first slide more easily now, but it still has the issue that the second slide, or that you feel like you've got grip or should have grip, but you don't. The tyres are still balked for that individual corner. Yeah, but that's the whole friction thing, isn't it? If you didn't have any slip, something couldn't actually move. It's kind of weird though when you think of it like that, because intuitively you imagine like a wheel, for example, just a rolling wheel. You imagine it as if it's actually got like perfect grip left and right, and it's just rolling like this. But actually, everything has a degree of not perfect friction. That's really counterintuitive. But I guess then you get into that sort of infinitely divisible problem, and you could go, well, look, a certain type of wheel rolling like this, the amount of slip it has is imperceptibly small, depending on the type of material and what have you. So you go, well, where is it relevant? Slip? Not if you're turning a wheel, but because then obviously if you didn't have any slip, if you had a wheel that only had forward roll, you wouldn't be able to turn the steering because it would have 100% friction. So you can't just always go in a straight line. Even if it had a steering axis, it would be irrelevant. You say it's much better, random call sign, but it's just different. I don't think it is much better. I think it's just different. It's arbitrarily different. What you're doing is you are being optimistic to the change for the sake of it being a change. And objectively speaking, it's just arbitrarily different. And it's I would say how it is now. So if you're going to define better, if you're a shit driver, or you make a mistake, or you overdrive a corner, you're more likely to get a progressive understeer or a sloppy oversteer. So for noob drivers that haven't memorised what the fail conditions are, they're not going to have a binary fail condition. However, if you're moderately fast driver, you're just going to... You weren't going to crash anyway on the previous model because you've memorised all the things that are possible. So you weren't going to crash. So it's no longer a problem because you've memorised what you can and can't do. The new model for them will feel worse because the cars are less bitey. So they're objectively worse in terms of initial turning precision, response to braking, and response to accelerator, and response to turning. So for the majority of iRacers that are the ones that people care about, the higher level ones, it's actually worse, right? In many ways. It's still the case that if you're not on the exact direct racing line and driving under the limit, you lose ridiculous amounts of time, right? So you're still driving the game in the same way. It's just a little bit less frustrating for people that haven't memorized what you can and can't do. They do still have the flash surface heating random. They still have that problem. It's occurred multiple times to us. So you have just repeated their marketing material. It's still there. It might not be as bad, but it's still there because we've been testing it today and yesterday, and it still happens where you have a slide and then you caught it perfectly naturally. Tinfoil. Yes, congratulations. You do have to actually... There is an element of learning something to be quick that applies to everything. When there's a condition that applies to everything, the person presenting a conversation doesn't have to specify that condition that applies to everything. What they say is within the framework of the thing that applies to everything. Because when something's a given, an absolute, it doesn't need stating. So everything that's stated is relative to that thing. So in the case of driving or any sporting activity, yes, when you get good at something, you will find it easier. You have to learn things. You'll be rewarded for learning things. The air fryer religion. Let's get some testing. I'm not grumpy. I'm just. It's just the same. This is like. It's never gonna progress because it doesn't matter what we say. Right. What were we gonna do? Just flop around here. It's due to massive overdriving. No, it's due to if you say massive overdriving, if there's a crash and you have to take a tighter line and do a snap correction, which would be a totally normal snap correction in the context of racing, that can cause it. If you push too hard through a corner and do a snap correction, or have to do two, that can cause it. Those are normal driving conditions. Those are things that a normal driver would be doing multiple times through a corner when driving a slightly looser setup. So, you know, yeah. So the thing that they've sorted out is the. What happens in real life? You can actually keep catching the car. Like in real life, the tyres get a bit sloppy, and it does get mushy. Like I've been in a Radical SR3 with slicks on it. If it's overdriven, the tyres get a little bit sloppy, but then the grip comes back. They don't. The car doesn't just get stuck in a set angle and slide off the road. Yes, you can. Until you can't. Well, yeah. The point until you can't is like insane in a lot of cars. Like, I don't think you like. Yeah, you can find a situation where you're going to be greeted by the car spinning or the tyres are going to go off, but like. You can watch an onboard of GT3 cars driving. Every single corner they're doing snap corrections without it killing the driver. It's not I don't know. Go and watch onboards of GT3 cars being driven by shit drivers and good drivers and just see how they drive and how many times the back's coming out and they're just driving it off. It's totally fine. It's not sure, if you go absolutely mental, but that's not what we're talking about. You're doing the thing of moving the goalposts again. It's ridiculous. Yeah, you're just moving the goalposts. It's just absurd. Yes, people. What argument are you making? No, you're being so. Like, yeah. Obviously, people spin in real cars. Obviously, they overdrive. Obviously, they lose control of the cars and spin. But it's from really overdriving. And also, a lot of the time, those drivers are terrible drivers, right? You don't often see the top level drivers struggling with the bait. Like, I honestly just don't know. Like I don't know. I mean, maybe you need to drive a GT3 car for yourself to be convinced. No, D-Man. No, you have to be Michael Schumacher. You actually have to be Michael Schumacher to A, catch oversteer without it being a problem, and B, if you do that more than 2 or 3 times through a corner, even though that's actually how you drive a car at like, reasonably fast, if you do it 2 or 3 times, the tyres actually just turn off entirely, even if they're brand new, fresh, slick tyres that are at optimal temperature in perfect condition. It's totally not that the tracks have a lot of variability to them, or the tyres are in a mid-stint, or the driver driving is tired or is making a mistake. It's actually just normal for tyres to turn off on a race car. That's why so many real-world drivers have just died spontaneously from spinning the car, like just out of the blue. It just happens. We got this is the cold tyres, so we'll have to warm the tyres up.
The pace car is out of control.
Well, look, put it this way. Again, we come back to the same thing. Why do you think a lot of real-world drivers will use Assetto Corsa? Like, why is it that just about everybody I know that's a decent real-world driver specifically goes, oh yeah, AC seems to have really good tyres at the limit. Yet suspension's not good. Yet the downforce is a bit weird. Yep, it's got a curbing issue. Yeah, it's not perfect. Yeah, it's actually too easy to hold slip. And it's also too smooth and too predictable. But the general way that you catch slides, the general predictability of it is actually fairly similar to you know. But hey, you know. Whenever it's right, I tell you what, the fact that this conversation I've had has gone on for like 10 years of live streaming, and like we'll have this conversation with ACC fans when you point out the stuff with their thing, AMS2 fans when you point out, we're not talking about subtle things here. These are really obvious, overarching things that are like really obvious. The fact that people will just look like the developers could just do whatever. So iRacing might as well have not bothered with this update. LMU might as well have not bothered with their update. ACC, like, why did Kunos bother? Why are they bothering with Evo? It's pointless. Just put out one physics engine, keep it the same, everybody will learn how to drive your game, employ some real race drivers to be anodyne and not really say that much critical about it, and then that's fine. Release on console, you'll get the player base. There's no point in the developers actually making it realistic because the fans of the game will defend it to death regardless of the facts. So there's no point. There's genuinely no point in the developers actually trying to make the Sims realistic. This is on the cold tyres. The window on a slick tyre is smaller than a road tyre, and it's also more snappy. Like the grip comes and goes a lot quicker than a slick tyre, than a road tyre. The grip loss on a cut slick and a road tyre is much more progressive and drawn out. Whereas you have to, with a slick tyre... Well, ironically, iRacing slick tyres drive more like bloody road tyres in how slow they slop out. A slick tyre, you know, it'd be like, oh, it's stepping out. It's not like mushy like this, but, you know. I don't know how we're supposed to... Is there tyre warmers that you can put on in these sessions? Like with the cold tyres, it's just mushy. Fastest lap. Also, you really are just better off. I'm pushing the brake and the accelerator at the same time to stop the spin. Whereas I think even with cold tyres in a real car, you would just... Look, let's try and counter steer it instead of pushing the brake and the accelerator, right? Yeah. I've learned, like, so this is the absurd thing as well. You would never instinctively push on the brake and the accelerator to catch slip in a real car because you'd be like, I don't want to damage my vehicle or damage the gearbox or all the other stuff, right? It's the first thing that you do in iRacing. It's the basic way to catch the vehicle because you know counter steering doesn't work. In AC, you just be like, oh, counter steer. In AMS 1, you just counter steer. In Richard Burns Rally, you just counter steer. Dirt Rally, you just counter steer. Even on cold tyres. The thing is, it's super mushy as well. That's the thing. Hang on, we could turn TC off and stuff. I don't know if that's off on this or max. Okay, I mean, we're getting lift off oversteer as well from that. It's just really sluggish and drawn out though, the way the back comes out. So like I'm not even feeling like I'm ever in a gripped in state. That's the other weird thing. It's like it just comes out. It doesn't want to just pop out. Like we'll do the rate. We're going around here, and I'll try and like turn in extra aggressive, right? So we'll gradually go in here. Right, at what point the back starts to slip? Should just gradually start slipping. We're getting a bit of understeer. Okay, it's just balanced in understeer. So this setup is just understeering at this radius. I can't get the back to come out on the just from the steering. So if we change let's reduce rear wing. And we'll get it to the point where Timfall, I'm just banning you. And you've said like too much dumb stuff. You're getting a timeout. I explained multiple times that the whole aspect of setup and where it's relevant and where it isn't. You've earned yourself a timeout for ignoring what's been said too many times. If I can work out, how do I time you out? Tell me how to time you out. Put user in timeout, 10 minutes. There you go. Beautiful. That's nice. Right. Okay, so now the back. That's on the slip. I've just pushed the brake and accelerator. It's really slow to come out. So it's coming out super slow, and then right there you go. So look, see what happens. It starts coming out. Like you see, it's the back started to come out. Fine, we got more speed, so we're turning more, so the back will come out more. And now we're getting understood. We need to be on the next road in. Right. Imagine doing this in real life. This would cost so much to do. Right. And we need to be on the next one in as well. The problem is we're getting understeer now because of the tyres. Right, if I just try and turn too much. Bloody hell, we need even less rear downforce. Just to stop the understeer. Could probably change the rate. We'll just do it with the downforce. It's nice and simple. That's kind of getting the desired effect. Let's put it on like 2. No, but we're not. We've not actually done the situation that we're trying to do yet. We're trying to get a radius. There's that ghost. Trying to get a radius that the back does just come out without the tyres, without what you've just said. So we can then count. Right, there we go. So on the cold tyre, it will just spin. Like I don't know if you can counter steer that. Right, even with like even less throttle, let's be even slower. It's so mushy that this is hard to do. This is what's weird, right? It's so like drawn out and sloppy, regardless of what we're trying to attempt to do. Like the sloppiness of the tyre, I get it's cold tyres, but the sloppiness of it is making it really hard to actually try to just do this. Right, here we go. So at that speed, trying to do it without. It's ignoring the stick. The fronts are scrubbing, and then it just induces understeer. Let's try the next circle. But the thing is, it's like how much of it's from the throttle versus the steering, and then I'm preempting it. I'm trying to preempt it. I get it that a GT3 car is not a drift car. It's really sloppy. Like with the cold tyres, you can't. There's a zone where you can catch it. Maybe if I put some TC on there so we don't light it up on the throttle. It's so sloppy. It's like wet tyres on a dry track rather than slick tyres, if that makes sense. Like overheated wet tyres on a dry track. Let's drive the other way around. Warm the other tyres up. But the thing is, the cold tyres are basically the same as the as the warm tyres. It's just more drawn out. Yeah, I think small slides are better. Like that first one. Such an absurd. Do you know how much it costs? Like $2,000 for 4 tyres on this car, and this test, each time you do a spin like that, probably would have flat spotted the tyres. So to do this test in real life would basically, and then also the wear on the car, like this would cost like $20,000 to do this test in real life. Do you know what you can do, right? So one of the ways you can get around this sort of behaviour in a weird way, this is what I used to do with so sims where they have really sort of wonky uncatchable slides. You just make your steering like mega sensitive, right? This was an old trick back in the day, 30 years ago. On the Momo Black, which was too slow to catch slides, you could run the wheel at like 300 like 200 degrees of input, 900 of the game. So basically it's like your steering rack is now mega fast, right? So you lose precision of input, but you can you now have Superman response to catch, right? So and the reason why this works, if you have any sim that has like allows you to catch stuff, but you have to counter steer very aggressively and very quickly, this allows you to instantly put opposite lock in. You can do it with gamepads as well, right? So if you make a response time, it's a bit of a hack. You watch, like this works with, look, there we go. Now I can drift in this. But the problem with this is one of the reasons why developers put a hard cut, right? Because you can then cheese, if they don't, you can then cheese it. Even with this though, it's still actually quite tricky. It's a ridiculous way to... Yeah, I mean, it's still, like, you can tell, so the rears have now heated up from that other slide. And you have to wait for it to, you'll have to wait for the tyre to cool down. Yeah. It's, like, if the tyres were genuinely, like, fixed, iRacing would drive like AMS1, Richard Burns Rally, Assetto Corsa, you know, or even like LMU, more like LMU. The fact is, if you get into a big slide, you're still better off pushing the brake and the accelerator than counter steering. And the slides that you counter steer will just be small ones, which you shouldn't have got into at all. Because you should have driven preemptively. This makes me really dizzy, guys. Oh, we're just inducing oversteer. Let's move the brake bars back. Try the let's put my wheel back to decent settings. We should try let's reset and we'll try we'll do the F4 car. The F4 car was a lot allowed for a lot more, probably because of the downforce and probably because it's lighter. So a big issue is with heavier cars, they've got more momentum, and so whatever you do, it's going to keep adding to it. So that, like, the real world IndyCar drivers at the moment complaining about funnily enough, modern Formula 1 cars and modern Indy cars drive in some ways like iRacing cars do, where once a slide starts, it can't come out of it, right? So they have to drive preemptively, so it removes loads of racing opportunities. And it makes the cars like really stale to drive. Some of the drivers have talked publicly about it, but generally you're contractually not allowed to say stuff. So the cars are just too heavy with all this stuff in them. Niels, the positivity of people expecting future improvements is weird though. They could have done better in 2008. Better sims existed then, but they've never truly improved. Why will they? Look, because Niels, optimism. We're not all Dutch or British. Look, I might be British and pessimistic and miserable, but I will still, every time there's an update, I will still say to myself, let's give it a go with an open, fresh mind. Like every day I talk to religious people. I'm not religious at all. If I'm having a conversation with a religious person, I'll go, oh, it's quite, maybe they will say something I haven't considered. They never do, but maybe they will. And that's, or sometimes they do actually make an interesting argument. I don't agree with it, but they actually make an original argument. Bloody love it when people do that. Even if I disagree with it, it's like, oh, I actually have to think about this. It's good fun. So, look, I think Niels is older than me, so he's more jaded. See, you see the slide we had a little bit before then? You get a little tug on the force feedback, and so it does give you a little bit of a warning. Like, so this sort of stuff, I mean, not the second one, but that first one, obviously keep in mind this is cold tyres as well, so it'll be more pronounced than on the warm tyres and slightly different. But turning in too much, you know, so you've got that sort of thing. You can now, that there, right? That we're getting, that is oversteer that you then correct, and you've got a bit of warning, and it's very drawn out, and you can feel it in the force feedback, and that's generally the kind of oversteer that you'll get through most corners that a lot of people would struggle with. So that is catchable, right? That sort of mild initial, it's hard to do now because that sort of thing there, like you're going through a tighter corner, you know, that sort of thing. The second one is done, so you get one chance. You get one chance for that mild, like bit of oversteer from turning in a bit too much, even though it's still really sluggish and slow. You know, look, oh, there it goes. Oh, well, I caught it a little bit. You get a little chance, you get a little warning. So, like, you're on the throttle a bit too hard. Okay. Don't quite work on... to be fair, with the GT3 car, you probably have TC on, so the throttle thing wouldn't be too much of a thing. And I came off the throttle, so you get lift off oversteer. But, you know, you get a little bit of a... You don't even get a little bit. It's still bloody harsh, but there is a little bit of a... on the iRacing scale of these things. There you go. On this radius of corner, we can sort of poke in and out of that. We could do so the other thing that was said, you know, when you get the oversteer, right, watch this, you get an oversteer, jam the steering into the corner, that requires a lot less skill than counter steering, and then you get the same understeer that you get anyway for one that would be lost. It's probably better than doing the brake accelerator. So let's do that again. So that is a lot easier for people to catch, even though just jam the car into the steering. So apparently that works in real life as well. We only found out about this yesterday. I think it's the same as pushing the brake accelerator. You're basically pushing the front tyres over, like it's like locking the fronts basically. So it's like putting your brake bias 100% forwards. Still, you have to do it early, but push it in. Push it in. Right, let me do a GT3 car. Let's do it in AC. Well, it's iRacing is all about preemptive driving. Drive the car like it's a bobsled, like a luge, and then you've already done all the trajectory before, and then you hold your steering wheel, and then you use the brake and the accelerator to change your line through the corner. Which is it's a good thing to learn how to drive like that, because it will make you a better driver in many ways. If you're someone that normally overdrives, it will mean that you learn how to not overdrive. But if you're someone that underdrives already, you're never going to learn to overdrive properly, or to like actually drive as you would drive any real car, which you would counter steer. What's GT3 car? Here we go. This is a mod, isn't it? Oh no, this is we don't have a centrifugal. What track's got a circle on it? Maybe like test track or something. No. All right, Niels. Happy work. Okay, we'll download a test track. Hang on. You wouldn't download a racetrack. What on earth? This is mental test track. How do you spell... Here we go. Skid Pad 05. Downloading. I don't know what this is, but we downloaded it. Skibbity Pad. Assetto Corsa. Properties. Stored files. Where do the tracks go? It's content, isn't it? Content, tracks. There we go. Skid Pad. Right. I'm ready. Maybe I have to restart for it to come up. No! Look at this. Okay, the textures are terrible. But we're ready to... Oh, I'm going to have to bind the wheel, aren't I? We swapped our wheel over for the R21. Oh, that's already... Oh dear. Buttons. It's funny that AC1 with Content Manager, I mean, it's a pretty terrible UI, but it's actually it's actually still better than AC Evos. Right. Here we go. Skid Pad in an AC GT car. We've got the RSS GT cars as well. What's terrible? The user interface on bloody Evo. And computer says no, guys. Always does this. The first time we load a track, I think it'll work the second time. Let's see. No. It must be... Oh, no. Don't know what's going on here, but it seems to be loading. Well, I think that worked. Right. It's a GT3 car. Should be generally the same, right? Dry tyres, fuel, whatever, traction control. Well, we turn TC off. We did that with the iRacing one. Aero, reduce the rear wing. Right. Oh, we don't have the same. Right, well, first of all, this just is so much more like the pokiness of the grip is just what you'd expect from a GT car, and the understeer as well. It's a shame this bloody circuit doesn't have a tighter corner. Who puts grass in the middle? Oh, is there another skid pad? Hang on. Skid pad. There's one here. I'm just an idiot. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, just see how it's sliding, and it's totally catchable. Like, it's too easily catchable. Like, it's far too easy to catch. Right? It's too easy. I would totally say that the tyres should not take this amount of punishment. But this is the behaviour that you sort of generally expect a car to have. It's too easy in AC. The tyres there should be a point where they do overheat, right? There should be a point where they do overheat, like they shouldn't take that much abuse. It's not really to do with tyre temperature. We could do it with cold tyres. I don't know how we'd have to do another session. We'd turn them off. Tyre blankets. How do you turn it off? We could put the track on green. We could. Let's turn the tyre blankets. There we go. No, we turned the TC was off. Like I 100% think AC. Well, from my experience of any time in a real car, AC you can just well, it loses momentum in a drift in a way that a real car wouldn't. But I really don't think slick tyres would let you like absolutely rag them like you can in AC and be as like easily controllable to the degree they are in AC. Maybe they are, but that seems counterintuitive to me. Oh, hang on, TC off. So, I mean, you know, you can. It's just no problem. take the downforce off more. It's more poking responsive, as that's the other thing as well. It's not really even about the controllability. The grip comes and goes faster, which is more like an actual slick tyre. What's going on here? I mean, I don't know what car. I don't know if this is an AC car or. Right. Hang on, we want to do it the faster. Yeah. I mean, you could just hold slides in it. Again, I would say it's probably too easy for a GT3 car on slick tyres, and also I would imagine in real life, if you were to hold a slide like that constantly in a GT3 car, it would absolutely bake the wheels, and I'm sure they'd just go slopped and be rubbish, like if you were to do it that much. But in iRacing, you can't even do one. You can't even do one little slide without it going. Like, let's try the F4 car in iRacing. We turned the tyre blankets off. They work the same with the warm or cold. It's just that cold tyres are obviously less grippy and more drawn out, and then warm tyres are more snappy. Well, let's try the F4 car. Well, you know, I mean, someone could just say they could go, well, you know, AC's artificially too easy, AC's unrealistically easy, and iRacing is unrealistically hard. You know, you could make that argument, I guess. The F4 car last time we drove it was a lot better, so we'll try that. No, I think the F4 car's not too bad, actually. Oh, hang on. How do we force this to use the same... Oh, here we go. Oh, why has it forgot the pedals? Ah! Stop picking up the wrong thing. There we go. Right. I mean, I like the F4 car in iRacing. I enjoy driving it. Okay. I don't know why this wheel seems to have with the. This is just an app thing, I guess. Oh, there we go. Yeah, look at this. That allows you a lot more. New fastest lap. It's more like the Skip Barber. Eventually, it heats up. But like I said, you would expect the tyres to get to a point where they do heat up and you can't sustain a slide with slicks. You know. It is. Yeah, this is why I was saying this. The F4 car is a better example for because it's lighter. But you could definitely. I drove a lot of this. We drove the F4 car like 200 hours in the last 2 weeks or so. So we're pretty. You know, I'm used to how it was. It's definitely a lot more sluggish, but a lot more controllable. Yeah, but not. I mean, you can drive any car in slip, but yeah, it's not going to be like. You're not going to be doing like pure drifting. It's going to be ridiculously snappy. Ah! Use the brake. Catch. You have to keep in mind an F4 car is like a trainer car, right? For noobs. Not noobs, but you know what I mean, like an entry-level formula. So this lets you very easily catch the slip. That's what you'd expect. Because for a car that's like it's designed for people that haven't got 12,000 hours of sim racing experience. Like, this is another thing that sim racers don't seem to understand with real cars. You have 12-year-olds that have had like 2 or 3 years go-karting, and a go-kart is different to a full-size car in how they handle, right? They've got really good at go-karting, you know, they understand driving, racing lines, weird go-kart stuff. And then they put them into a Ginetta or an F Formula Ford or something, right? A 13, 14-year-old, you know. You're not going to put a 13-year-old kid that's your child in a car that's very likely to murder them. Although saying that, parents do put their children on motorbikes, so who knows? But you know what I mean? It's designed, and they don't have much time to practice. Like, they'll be like, right, you're gonna do a race. You're gonna do your first F4 race. Okay, well, you've had 4 days of practice. You've had 3 hours practice or something. Maybe 5 hours practice. And then they're gonna drive them without, you know, they're not expected to bin the car in the race after 5 hours practice. So they can't be that hard to drive, you know. Like, it would just be stupid if they were. Hard to drive fast, 100%, but not hard to just, you know, make sense.
Flat for you.
But it's still, like, the real F4 car, I guarantee you, is more snappy than this. Right, let's do the AC one, the Tatus in AC. It'll be more snappy, and that is more what slicks are generally like, I think. Although, again, AC is probably too easy. Let's see. The Tatus F4 car is a different car to... What's the Titus logo? I always forget it. Titus. What is it? It's like a... Okay. Slick medium. We'll put the slick hard tires on. No, we'll put the mediums on. I don't know what they compared to. It swings and roundabouts, just Dave. Well, this is actually relatively close to the iRacing one. It's quite interesting. It's actually, the iRacing one is more stable in the slide. More drawn out. This is slightly snappier, but they're actually relatively close. So that's really surprising. The setup on this AC, what we need to hang on, we've got a setup somewhere. The default setup on this is really too bouncy, like it's not tight. The old motorsport cars weren't difficult to drive. It was that the track. It was that if they weren't. They were actually quite easy to drive. They were very difficult to drive fast without accidentally running off the track. If you watch like vintage cars on modern tracks, driven not absolutely at the limit, they're easy. Like they're on the tyres are more slidey, it's more progressive. The difficulty was if they went slightly wide, you're dead. the wheel could fall off or the brakes could fail, right? So they were actually way easier than snappy slip tyres in many ways. It's a different discipline. It's a different thing, like because they'll be driving longer. It'd be more like rally. The risk it'd be more like Isle of Man TT, where they do the wrong thing or the machine fails, you're dead. But the actual driving and input would have. I think it would be fair to say it's different. So difficulty is hard to quantify when something's different, but well, I did say when we first drove the iRacing F4 car, I was like, oh, it drives like a car. Oh, here we go. All right. Yeah, this is really quite similar to the iRacing one. The iRacing one has less peaky tyres. The slide's more drawn out. This is technically harder to drive than the iRacing F4 car. It's more snappy. So it's weird that they've managed to make the F4 car in iRacing a lot closer to AC, but the GT3 cars are still buggered. So I do think the one thing the F4 car does in iRacing that's better than AC, well, iRacing's got better suspension, and also I don't know this. I don't know if this is the case, but intuitively, I'd imagine if you kept holding slides like this on slick tyres, like this, you will get to a point where they just, you know, they just start getting super mushy, which AC doesn't simulate really. It's a bit weird how it simulates the tyre temperatures. Like I don't think it even does like flash heating at all. So, I intuitively I think that iRacing probably does that better. Yeah, let's try the mod one. What's it called? The RSS. I mean, how nice are these car models? Bloody hell. Ah, no. Oh, look at these car models. Look at this. Bloody hell. I forgot how good the RSS car models look. So nice. Which is the F4 car? Is it this one? No. Oh, here we go. RSS. I've got it. Right. There we go. Ah, bloody Halo. Force feedback's better in AC. Good morning. Yeah, this is more bitey. It's actually, this is more controllable. This is pretty similar to the iRacing one as well, but the grip might just be the force feedback, but it feels more grippy. And the counter steer is a bit faster. It's a bit easier to counter steer. Might be the setup as well, but just take some wing off. Should have a setup for this car. Whoa, no wing. We ain't got no wing. We're now driving a sledge. Here we go. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, I would say iRacing's F4 car is not that dissimilar to AC's. Like, AC's has better force feedback and is a little bit more snappy, but they're relatively close. iRacing is just a bit sluggish. Let's go back to iRacing. I think it's the force feedback's just a bit sloppy as well. So the F4 car will be quite fun for race. It'll be a lot more fun to race. You'll have a lot less people spinning and more side-by-side driving, so that's good. That bodes well for super if they update the tyres on the Super Formula and other Formula vehicles as well. That'd be really good. Because you just won't get stupid bins. If they can also make it a little bit more snappy as well. But... It's actually easier to catch in iRacing because it's so sloppy. And then it overheats. But you're not going to be driving a corner like that, are you? So... yeah, so... it still has the overheating issue very quickly. But you're unlikely to be driving. Yeah, you can feel it getting worse and worse and worse. But you're unlikely in this car to be driving like that. So it's less of a problem. Maybe because the GT3 car is heavier, it causes the overheating to happen sooner. Yeah, you have to be going at above. It does, you're right, but you'd have to be going above... well, I guess we're going above 80. Well, it's still the mechanical grip there. The GT3 car also... oh, yeah, maybe it is just the aero. Could be right. Well, maybe fast boy. It depends, but it's going to depend on the simulator and how it does it. No, even at 60, you tend to get more aero. Like, it's exponential, isn't it? But you have to get above like 80 kilometers for aero to really be a big thing. It might have different tyres. Yeah, probably. It doesn't want to hold. You can't hold a de facto drift, but it is a Formula car. So, so I mean, you know, again, it doesn't really matter. Like, you're not going to be doing drifting. So the main thing with this, it's like with Race Room as well. As long as you can go into a corner, say a bit too fast, and then you lose the grip, but you can counter steer it, so it's not game over. That, from a gameplay perspective, that's what matters, right? Autocross would be a good... that's what you need, an autocross sim. That'd be the real test. Because autocross is a good example of how much you can drift on slick tyres. We need some traffic cones on here so we could do autocross test. Try to spin round my guy. Oh, I killed him. Can we do like a low speed? I don't think it wants us to. No. No, we can't. I think you could in the real. I mean, I would be able to in a real car for sure. Yeah, what I was saying about Race Room is that the thing is, it's a bit sloppy with its tyres, but you know, you can it's predictable and you can hold slip. So it's like, well, you power out of a corner in slip, or you take the wrong angle, or you know, you can use a bit of the balancing skill if you're doing an aggressive overtake, or if you do something slightly offline. Off the wrong line, you know, and that's what you need. It's not that you need to be able to drift perfectly, all the tyres to be perfect. I mean, this is probably enough, to be honest. It just means that you're not limited by driving the car like a train. How can we make this feel like we could do with some vibration? Good vibrations, woo! Let's set this up. Just understeer effect. I don't know how you get this to... Whoa! 1. This is how you do force feedback, guys. Oh, that's good. It's probably better. Trying to get it to vibrate when we understeer like ACs. I mean, I don't know why this doesn't have like the... Oh, wrong setting. The road texture thing. So the Spec Racer Ford picks up the road texture really nicely, and then it gives you this really nice road feel. Oh, look at this. See the oversteer on the screen. Wow, the tools these days, guys. I'm going to try this seat. Oh, I've lost chat. Sorry, I missed chat messages there. You've muted me. Let's try... Hang on, the oversteer is what we want. Ignore that. This is riveting streaming, I realise. Doesn't seem to be working properly. Oh yeah, it does. That is working. And the problem is, if you go from side to side, you then end up with overactive steering from that. What's going on in India? Better not be some bollocks. Passenger plane crashes. Oh, okay. I mean, okay, 244 people dead. That's oh no. I mean, that's bad, but yeah, thousands of people die in car accidents every day, so it's a shame, but these things happen. I thought you were going to say like someone's dropped a nuke on someone. Yeah, I mean, car accidents happen every day. No one cares. I mean, obviously it's terrible for the people involved, but yeah, I want more road texture. Whoa, well dizzy there. I want more road texture, but there's nothing we can do. The detail scale's on like 300. Let's try. No, I haven't tried IndyCar. The F4 car. The update they've done to the F4 car is genuinely quite an improvement. I'd say. Reduce the hertz to 166. What's it on at the moment? I think by default it's whatever it is. I don't know. I don't know if you can reduce the smoothing. Oh, what do you mean? Options in FFB and what? I'm using Marvin's force feedback app. Do you mean, are you talking about iRacing's force feedback? I'm not using iRacing's force feedback. Options. Force. Where's Hertz? The settings? Is it in settings? Look. We have here force feedback. Yeah, settings. Thank you. Makes sense. Great. Thanks for that. Didn't realise you could do that. Wow! We had Doofer earlier today suggest a good thing in chat for our screens, and now you have suggested a good setting. Oh my god! Twice in one day. Twice in one day we've had good suggestions. Twice. Bloody hell. I'm going to have a breakdown. Well, let's try the same car on the track that we just did. Yeah, I was wondering why we were losing. We had it set up before and it was like much sharper, and then I couldn't get it to be the same. We must have accidentally have moved the setting all the way to the right. Bloody hell. Man, I need a cup of tea, but we ain't got any tea bags. Look at a biscuit or something. I'll have a bowl of cereal. Beautiful. It's been a very successful day of force feedback and tyre model testing here. Yeah, like some the cars that have like quite muted input, like or like power steering and things, like GT3 cars, you probably want lower. The Formula cars or Spec Racer Ford and stuff, you could probably have it on higher because the more raw it is. I think this road is totally smooth though, which doesn't help. Do we have to restart it for this to work? Yeah, I think he's still. The problem is he's still you still need the.
New fast flat for you.
This is a really complex track. Why does this keep saying 38? Oh, okay. That's adjusting it to a max. Okay. But why is it getting the wrong amount? Right, let's not. Off. Off. Stop. Okay. No! Why does it keep going back onto... Oh, is that just telling me the auto value? If I was to push auto. I think that's what's going on there. Okay. Yeah, max wheelbase max I've set to the maximum output maximum is 21. So that's what we are. We are just changing the overall scale. It's fine. I was just seeing what. Right. Yeah, I think the issue is that you can't. You do have these options in the game. So 250 is fine, but you do have this LFE stuff though. But it feels terrible. Apparently, yeah. It's supposed to be like engine vibration. It's terrible. You don't want that. You just want the tyre. Like, why would you, I mean, okay. Do you want to know that? Well, look, okay, right. I'll put it like this. There's one developer, very famous developer, that specifically liked feeling vibrations in the steering wheel from the engine, right? And they basically demanded that a company make it so that the wheel vibrates from the engine because they noticed it in their real car. Famous developer. And as a result of that one famous developer saying, oh, that's what they wanted, that's kind of why we've got this. Because all the companies have had to copy that one, because that one person, Hello Sim Racing, that one person, very famous developer, demanded it. All the companies have had to copy each other, even though it's shit. It's so funny. Like that's how it works, and it doesn't even make any sense. It's like, oh, why not have a vibration, but have it not feel terrible? You know, I mean, they did it all right in GTR Evolution. Oh, hang on. We can adjust these here. Oh, hang on. No, hang on. I'll take it back. We can at least we can adjust it. So we can at least, yeah, you know, road texture. Here we go. Wheel slit. So fair play. At least you can now adjust it. External display. Okay. The problem is, this is sub-bass shaker LFE, but you might as well just use tactile transducers. This wheel LFE doesn't give you these options, and that would be nice if the wheel LFE. Why is it called LFE? Does it stand for low frequency effect? No, I know, but we already have tactile transducers with SimHub. Yes, the problem is we get this really high frequency. It's the wrong frequency. It would be all right. You need to be able to filter the stuff that feels like a toothbrush. You can't. Oh bloody hell! You can't control it in the Moser software, can you? Is there LFE settings in here? No. So it's like you want to be able to filter those, but why add that? Like, what's the point? Yeah, it's dumb. Like, it's actually dumb. Like, it could be all right, but you might as well just have it. You might as well just drive it from the tyres because it's a DD wheel, so it already does all right at that. So let's just turn that off. If you could, if this wheel LFE let you just send out these, it would be okay. DD Plus is fine. All those DD wheels are totally fine. Well, let's try a track with this now. Yeah, any DD wheel that's like 8 Newton meters or better is totally fine, to be honest. We did just put the Moser R21 on the rig though, and it is nicer having the R21 slightly better feeling than the R12. Like, it has more of a chunky feel to it, slightly better dynamic range, but it's so marginal. Like, really, it doesn't matter. You know, really, really, it's nice, and it's also not just about it being stronger. Yeah, there's quite a few options like that are great. Yeah, I'll watch Le Mans coverage for sure. I normally have it on in the background, and I normally watch like just onboard views. Why are we starting? Where's the cars? Hello. Oh, there they go.
Half the field is on the grid. Everyone's gridded.
Let's pull over and let them past. Yeah, I normally watch the onboard views on YouTube.
Slow down. You got a penalty for cutting the course.
Why is this not working? Oh, the Valkyrie. It's not a particularly fast car. It's the best looking car though. That's all that matters. They're going to be adding that to Le Mans Ultimate. They've been showing it off at Le Mans in the game already. I think Gabe Newell, you know, from Valve, helped fund that car. Gabe we trust, yeah. Is that from Brake Boys? Oh yeah, I mean we yeah, normally you run 55. Let's try that again.
Half the field is on the grid. 5 cars left to grid. Everyone's gridded. They see you cut the course. You'll have to slow down and give us the time going.
The AI's pretty good in this, you know. Probably some of the best AI in Sims, which is funny. It's way harder to overtake now. Because you can't just hook it up on the inside. Do any of you guys know if they've done any other cars with tyre tweaks? Is that just for oval? Oh, killed by the AI.
You've got wheel damage.
The AI even does what the real drivers do. I was pushing him off the track, to be fair. Let me see. He's not lapping. He was having none of it, guys. Look at that. Boing. IndyCar. IR18. I think I've got that car. Let's have a look. Oh. How do I make a new one? Single race. Oh, here we go. We do have it. So why have they updated this? It's really random. Let's just is the IndyCar? Did you say IR18? Or which one's the IndyCar? Do I have the IndyCar? Lara Indy Pro? No. What's it called? So IR18 is the IndyCar. Let's do what's a good track we could do? Brands Hatch. The Brands Hatch test. We're on tour. Here we go. Why have we only got 3 cars? What? Hang on, what's gone on here? Hang on, what cars are they? What? Hang on. Oh dear. Oh well. Don't worry about it. Got 3 GT cars for some reason. Huge error. Why is my attack failed? What's going on here? Oh no, what's a road track? Mid Ohio, that's close to Brands Hatch. What's this about? I don't know. Oh no, what's this? How do I mid? Oh, okay. Fine, we're good. Why is it so zoomed in? Okay. Okay. Careful on the throttle. This is R18, yeah. The Bindi car. Woo! Speedy sandwich. This is quite quick. Still seems a bit weird in those slides. Just new wet tyres. The force feedback's just not really got that much detail. actually quite good. The two wrong cars. Broke my wheel. Whoops. Who put those cars there? Idiots. Absolute tits. What were they doing there? It was clearly... I mean, I was in a car that's twice as fast, so... Yeah, I mean, the cold tyres are brutal. As soon as they're warm, they're like mega... The cold tyres are like absurd. I mean, maybe they are like that in reality, I don't know. Thing is, in real life, you'd be absolutely shitting yourself. Well, I would. Like, Indy cars, it's mental. You ever wondered why Tony Kanaan seems mental? this, you know, like, honestly, I wouldn't. I'd be like, yeah, no thanks. I'd happily drive a lot of cars, but I wouldn't. Well, you know, mate, why not? But I'd be... Hello, Race Raccoon. Oh yeah, great view. Ah, cold tyres. Do they, on the outlap, do they absolutely just pootle around? Yeah, it's got a lot of downforce, so... real world IndyCar drivers. Christ almighty. Why do we... What? I don't understand that on this steer. Which settings? Yeah, well, I've not really worked out what we're... Porsche is surprisingly fast. There's no like road texture, which is a shame because I mean, I'm not generally like a big fan of road texture, but I don't know why it's there's like a lack of lack of bite feel. It's really weird. And even if you turn it up, you then get annoying bumps. Yeah, you want a more like a little bit of road texture, but it needs to be like not like high frequency. It should be like it should feel like rubber, basically. R Factor 2 has a good. Well, it's a bit too much for curbs and stuff, but I think the problem is if I turn the detail scale up, it's then. Or maybe if we turn this up actually, and then filter it with the Moser. But then the problem is you get these bumps which are actually removing useful information. Still not really the right kind of This is what I do to get force feedback settings. This is why I get annoyed when people go, "Oh, do you know what force feedback settings?" It's like, well, probably spent 4 hours trying every setting, matey. Knob in the game. I know, all this. Freak Elite today, chat has actually helped us twice with really good information. So, it's over. Basically. tyres still get stuck. They still get stuck. It's really weird. Like you pull it out, it doesn't come out the side. So strange. This is a fun car to drive, though. Yeah, I think it'd be interesting trying to track with slower corners, but this would be fun to race. It's probably too noisy in real life. Ah! Fat Porsche. Clip in. We get an understeer vibration. Bit too much. I see what the issue is. The problem is that when you're turning the steering, it does the understeer based off the angle of the tyres. So if you're just going through a corner and you turn, you get the understeer, but that's not the type of understeer you actually want to feel. What you want is, if you're already going through a corner and you're already set up and then it understeers, then you want the... You don't want the understeer from the turning, you want the understeer from your turns, but the car's washing out. But I don't know how the game could know that through telemetry. Yeah, look, you're factor 30. So maybe when we get to like... I mean, to be fair, that is kind of what... I mean, that is going to cause... It's called... Oops, wrong one. Marvin's Awesome iRacing app. It's a shame we can't choose the actual shape of the sine wave. I mean, we can change the shape, but... Full force is just bollocks. It's just vibrations. Yeah. This is alright. It's iRacing-y floaty, but... You can do one slide and generally recover it, but if you do too much, the tyres flash heat and go to shit. But well, it depends what you mean by fix. They've tweaked things. This force feedback app is really good though. I've actually got this feeling pretty good.
control.
Thanks for following. Oh yeah, we'll try the soft tyres. You see that the second slide after you do one slide, right? That second slide is exactly the same amount of like turning and slip as the first slide. The tyres are still very sensitive to the surface overheating, even if they're slightly more forgiving. Is it alternate? Is that right? Are these softs? These have monster grip. Oh my goodness. Can you imagine driving this? You can't pull it out of the slide, like you have to just let the slide go. You can't purposefully tug it out of the slide. That's the weird thing with iRacing. No tugging. Yeah, I just bought an Indy car for £500,000 and I just took it in my trailer with 10 sets of tyres and Brands Hatch. I was like, look, I know you've got noise thresholds and stuff, but if I pay you guys 50k, is that alright? Closed track. And they're like, yeah, sure. So they've let me drive on the track. The houses next to the track are a bit angry, but I paid them all £100 each. And they're like, alright, fair enough. You might not know this, but right, so here on the left, these on the left, where are we? On the left here, these are literally people's houses. I don't know if they modelled them in this game. Oh, they've not modelled them. Oh, there you go. See the fences? In real life, that's people's gardens. Those are houses. That's like a housing estate. Literally just normal houses. It's hilarious. It's like, oh, what's your garden back onto? Oh, racetrack. Okay. It's crazy. Yeah, Imola is just like, yeah, it's in the village. Monza, when it's not Formula 1, it's a park, you can just walk on the oval and watch the cars drive underneath you. It's well good. See how that just we can't just get down the throttle and counter steer it. It just the temperature keeps adding up, so you have to not get in that physics state. It's a bit weird that. We need to let's add. Can we add AI of these cars? God. Why did it not? Ah, here we go. How do I get rid of this? Why is that there? Oh, there we go. That'll do it, won't it? I'll be back in a second, guys. I'm just going to grab a bowl of cereal. hello. Sweaty groin going on. We'll save these force feedback settings and put them on our Patreon. I'll put them on the free Patreon. Happy breakfast time, guys. It's a shame we don't have IndyCar in the UK. I think they're better than F1. That looked like a Nintendo Switch, that car. What do you guys think? Formula 1 or IndyCar? Which, if you had to pick one, what would you go for? If one had to be destroyed? Indeed, well, here we go. Well, we've killed both of them. Yeah, to be fair, the current Indy cars, they've ruined them. Indy was well good a few years back. Could there be a common connection here? Could it be that the race series are focused more on money making and business than the sport? Could this be yet another example of how capitalism fundamentally, if doing stuff for short-term profit isn't conducive to the best results? Could it be that capitalism works really well when you're in a period of high innovation and there's a lot of competition, but what happens is eventually there's limited amounts of innovation and the power consolidates and the wealth consolidates, and as a result you get less competition and you get stagnation? Could that be the case? Can't be that, could it? Ridiculous. The Sky commentary is so bad. Brundle's alright. Thing is, so out of commentators, David Coulthard's good. Brundle's okay. Murray Walker was obviously amazing. Yeah, Crofty's employed to make something incredibly dull sound as if it isn't. He's like a hype man. Oh man, I've got a sweaty groin, guys. Sweaty groin muscle. It's too warm in here. I shouldn't put shorts on. How dare you say Murray Walker's overrated? Bloody get out. Bloody... That's a ban. Right. Can I time you out on Twitch? Can we do a timeout? How long can you time people out for? 10 minutes. I mean, how dare you? How dare you? It's not the right... No! Murray Walker is the best commentator of Formula One and all of motorsport history. Is it? Yes! It's Kimi Räikkönen. And it looks like... Oh no! Tarquini is out of the Australian Grand Prix. Yeah, it's PS what F1 champion or whatever. World champion. Alright. Let's try this out. Better not put me in P1. Oh, here we go. Right.
Half the field is on the grid. 5 cars left the grid. Waiting on the final car to grid.
They broke earlier than I was expecting, to be honest. That was my that's my excuse there. Caught me off guard, alright? Whoops.
Half the field is on the grid. Still waiting on 2 cars to grid. Everyone's gridded.
Why are they braking so early? I mean, I know we're at the back of the grid, but they're braking well early. What's wrong with them? Bloody hell, guys. Don't carry some speed through. Doing the old AI slow braking shenanigans. Alright, thanks, True Giant Fish.
Half the field is on the grid.
Thanks for
5 cars
watching.
left the grid. Waiting on the final car to grid. Green flag, green flag.
it's like it's a lot better, but you still get those moments. Like as soon as you start pushing it, and it's always from an initial slide or driving at the limit, and then you've caught it, and then it's stuck every time. Every single time. Every time it's like, oh no, we're not even on the curb. You've got a bit of slide, you've caught it, and you should be able to power through and come out the corner, and then it's gone. It's like it's this same tyre overheating issue. It's mental. Like, it's so weird. It's and like, the more downforce a car has, the more snappy it does exactly the same thing. Where did I catch it? The car's settled here, and then it's just it's stuck in the. So we're stuck. We're in a controllable angle here, and then we've counter steered, but it's still like, so. Look at the wheel. Exact same amount of throttle, right? The throttle has not changed. It wouldn't matter what we do, it's just going to go. And it's because of the initial turn here. And that's what's caused the tyres to be flash heated. Like, you can do the thing once and it's fine. But no, the corner before, it doesn't really matter. It's you can do one slide. But the F4 car doesn't do this, to be fair. Well, it does, but not as much. But you can do one slide and it's fine. But if you do one thing and then what would be a continuation of a slide afterwards, then it doesn't work. So you can have like one moment, and then then you have to wait at least 5 seconds. Yeah, Chuck, you can fuck this butt. Yes, but it's not that. Every single car's got exactly the same issue. You can do one slide, tyres are flash heated, and then if you try and drive it off and do whatever would be totally normal, it's gone, and there's nothing you can do. So you're allowed to do one slide basically. one slide per corner, which is that's the F4 car though. Is a lot more forgiving for whatever reason. I don't know why. Maybe it's lighter. Maybe if it's lighter car, it doesn't do it as much. If you're at high speed as well, it's not an issue because the downforce stabilises it. But at lower speeds, it then becomes a bigger problem. Two slide. The thing is, though, iRacing will get away with it because, as you've seen in chat, someone will always say, oh, I gave it too... They don't notice it. They'll go, I gave it too much throttle, turned in too hard, didn't counter steer quick enough. Because they're not... I think a lot of people aren't at a skill level to be able to remember or notice that they have previously caught that exact same slide with the exact same amount of input. Also, actually... We're using this Marvin's awesome iRacing app is giving us a counter steer force for when the rear comes out. So when the rear's stepping out, it's pulling on my wheel, right? So I can feel how much rotational force is on the car. So that also, I know how much rotational force you have as to how much slip you can normally hold through whatever corner. So These are awesome. This was an EU thing. This is good having a cap that doesn't come off, 'cause especially now they've designed them so they clip like this.